So a lot happened while I was away, eh? I'm kind of glad that shit drops. when I'm not streaming so that everyone else can crawl through 1,000 pages of legalese and I can do the easy recap. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Good morning, chat. Good morning, chat. Also, YouTube, Rodrigo, aren't fox children called kits, not pups? Or are they interchangeable? Why no Pingu? Is Nim being a candy ass? Is he gonna make me swear literally 1 minute into stream? I'm gonna slur on this fucking guy. I don't know where the Nimothy is. I don't know. What do I pay this man for? Timing couldn't have been better. I know, right? Classic Nimbothy. First stream, let's slur. That's true. Collab I had with Hexa and we read the Epstein documents was wild. What are you talking about? I didn't collab with Hexa. What? Bro, is this pic real? Yeah, this is a real picture. I'm a little... I'm dying. They're already coming for me. I was gonna say, it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad that the most interesting thing from the Epstein documents is a fake screenshot. It was a fake. It was fake. It's not real. Talking about how fucking Stephen Hawking liked watching midgets try to solve equations on a blackboard that's too high up for them. I was like, God damn, this man, like, I can't even imagine what this man would sound like as he's trying to speak sexually through the Microsoft Sam voice. But, like, they're really out here bringing underage people to him to play with him like some sort of fucking speaking spell. Like, honestly, I just, like, that was the most amusing thing to come out. Come on, it's fun. It's funny. It's hilarious. It is hilarious that they're like, even the teenagers are probably like, what are we supposed to do with this? I guess we'll just push buttons and see what comes out of the speaking spell. It's more like playing with a statue than a human. Surprised people are surprised. You thought it was common knowledge that Hawking was a sicko? It's fake. It's not real. It's not. He never actually. There are no sexy underage midgets solving equations on a blackboard. I mean, maybe there are somewhere. Like I'm a real pet. Not right now.
Hey, Spicy Fox, today's my birthday.
Birthday? Whose birthday? I was talking. I didn't hear it. Primate murder. Happy fucking birthday. Thank you for the $5 doodles. I guess it's weird. We're gonna be talking about a lot of sexual assault on your birthday. So happy birthday! Happy birthday, my guy. Try drawing that equation 6 feet above you. Hawking was a cheating asshole to his spouse, but now he's a pedo. Chat, I know some of you are room temp IQ. I'm gonna say this really slow. Hawking was not on Epstein Island. Minors did not play with Hawking like a speaking spell. I love the joke, but you gotta remember, it wasn't real. Chat, please listen to her. I know she's a woman, but come on. Why are we talking about Hawking if he wasn't on the list? Because it's funny, and also apparently there are people in chat who need to be told that it wasn't real. Celts Von Doom, thank you for the 3-month member. It's real to me. I was like,
midgets. Oh.
ooh. That's my TTS blowjob during the donathon is ever more reality.
You don't even know that well?
How dare you ruin my Christmas? Oh, my, all that Twitter community contributions wasted. They are, unironically. It's just like, of course I'm gonna talk about it. Even if it's fake, it's fucking hilarious. You thought it was an obvious joke when they mentioned midgets in a blackboard? To be fair, Nimothy, I wouldn't put anything past the strange fetishes the elites have, right? Like, if somebody told, if like I saw that in a real document, I'd be like, yeah, that checks out. Pussy. Yeah, that checks out. It's like, if you're gonna tell me some politician in an elite cabal was just like, yeah, I really like watching those minors dress up as a McDonald's cashier. and then get punished for getting drive-through orders wrong too often. So not only do they have to clean the entire inside of the McDonald's, they have to pick up trash outside with one of those little pointy sticks. And while they're picking up trash with those pointy sticks, that's when I can come and touch them. They'll never expect it, and they don't want to get punished again by their boss, so they'll just let it happen. You know, I would have been like, yeah, that checks out. That seems like something a creepy politician would do, you know? BGM! Okay, sorry to hear about your pussy. We don't know how Steven really got down, and maybe that's for the best. I mean, there's definitely articles about him being, a fucking pussy warrior, but not to underage people. New fetish unlocked, you're welcome. Guru, thank you for the $5. You just found out Pamu is graduating and you need to inhale serious amounts of copium. Neji Sanji, we have to talk about Epstein. We have to talk about Rich Campbell and his sexual assault lawsuit. You can't just start graduating Chubas while there's so much else going on. Is Neji Sanji in on it? Is this a distraction? Did George Soros contact Neji Sanji's corporate and be like, hey, there's so much going on right now. The aliens weren't enough of a distraction. You need to graduate someone, so they focus on that instead. Niji's in on it. It doesn't stop. You're mad that she's the first one graduating. You lost money on that. I feel like it's bittersweet when someone from Neji Sanji graduates at this point.
So I can get my satisfaction. Oh god, the buttons are now sticky.
Thanks Benny Benassi for DJing Stephen Hawking's speak and spell party, dude. But and I feel like it's bittersweet when someone graduates from Neji Sanji because they're probably gonna reincarnate elsewhere. I doubt Pamu's gonna be gone. And if she goes indie, that means everything that you donate to her is gonna go directly to her instead of Neji Sanji taking a cut. So there's that. I hope to God Celine will be next and soon. I don't like hoping for graduations, and like, you know, I don't wanna bash people too hard, but yeah, I'd like to see certain people go indie instead, because I feel like it would be better for them. Oh boy, I wonder who the new VShoho member will be. I love the graveyard. Do I have Streamlabs? No, I don't have Streamlabs. I stopped using Streamlabs after the debacle a few years ago, when it was found out that basically Streamlabs was ripping everything one for one from OBS and then claiming that they made it. Rather say want them get out of bad contracts. Yeah, I don't like seeing people in silly contracts, for sure. Pamu said I'm going to be pursuing other creative avenues, like being indie. None of them are going to be allowed to say if they're reincarnating, so. Debacle's a fun word. It is. It is. Leo the Sage, thank you for the 200 biddies. Thank you. Where's the money fruit? She still hasn't addressed the allegations. I've finally been blocked on Twitter. You know, it's really weird, right? Like, I understand some people can't take any kind of criticism, so they're just gonna block you for whatever. But it's really weird. Like, I started the screaming, where's the money fruit thing, but also, I'm probably one of the only people who came out and defended fruit ardently when Ant's video dropped. You never get credit for the things that you do well, only the things that they don't like, you know? Did you also hear Aaron Rodgers accuse Jimmy Kimmel of being on Epstein's list? I did. That's also fake. Jimmy Kimmel wasn't on the list. It was also a fake screenshot. Still waiting for Kirsche to found a VTuber org in international waters. I don't want to lead one of those things. I can barely contain my own Menhera. Are you kidding me? I need a vacation, man. I'm gonna crack. That we know of. People tend to only remember the bad things, never the good things. Yeah, absolutely. She might go Hololive? Always wanted to be an idol and has friends there, but they seem to have problems with concerts on the EN side. I don't know. Wherever she goes, I hope she will be happy, and I hope she will be getting a much better contract than what she had. Kirsche starts a new VTuber agency. Don't say that. Don't say that. I hope you graduate isn't an insult anymore. It's concern posting at this point. It's unironic concern posting. Wasn't Aaron Rodgers gay because he had a twink live with him? I don't remember who the fuck Aaron Rodgers is, I'm gonna be real with you. Kimmel would surprise you, even less than Hawking, given your controversy over the Man Show game. I mean, it's weird that Kimmel's been allowed to come out as like some sort of weird progressive figure, considering the Man Show existed. I haven't heard anything. I don't even remember his fucking name. I don't remember the co-host with Kimmel on the Man Show. And I feel like that's probably a good thing, because that means he kept his mouth shut afterwards. I'm gonna spike Cheems ball, you bitch. Niji Sanji graduations are sounding a lot like Mercy killing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Broadcast from a secretive oil rig in the independent nation of Pakistan. It's like Freedom Radio. Adam Carolla, there we go. He didn't keep his mouth shut. He's a conservative podcaster now. What the fuck? What the fuck? That is, okay, that is not something I would have expected. What the actual fuck? I mean, I guess that makes more sense, going from the Man Show to being like, we gotta fix shit. I don't know what he believes, so maybe he's also saying some crazy shit.
Trudeau beating down my door with a sign made order for me. I need a green card. You're my only hope, Fox woman.
He's not bad. Adam's pretty reasonable. I would like to see his current year takes. That is crazy that he went a 180-degree flip from fucking Kimmel. He isn't conservative, but you wouldn't call him a leftist. Oh, is he just miserable? He's reasonable in the same way that Norm was. Norm was fun. I'd tell you just about any elite was on Epstein's island, and you'd believe at this point. Yeah, that was the disappointing part, right? Adam Carolla's podcast is ancient and was the inspiration for Joe Rogan's podcast. Well, all right. Well, I guess he just didn't speak as loud as Kimmel, because I've only ever seen Kimmel say shit on social media. Adam kept his personality versus Kimmel. I wonder why. I guess that means they didn't have any dirt on Carolla then, eh? Epstein Island did 9/11. I wouldn't doubt it, let's be real. Adam Carolla's podcast is ancient. Oh, I already read that. Oh, you said it in both places.
Bonjour, Mr. Tazumi Venicola. I have a favor to ask you. Weezy Logs books Fairer Raisin Part A leaked. Can you be a doll and have one of those Naya Sanji anime women graduate? We might now. La el fun. Weezy no slick hair.
Jesus Christ! How did the TTS parse even half of that? The way that you wrote it. Mango. Thank you for the $5. Jesus Christ. Jesus, double messaging to mess with the fox. Pick him up. Old Jimmy had to surgically remove what little personality he had left to become a banal late night show host. I do not like late night show television. I used to watch motherfucking, what's his name? What's the one guy with like the red hair? Oh god. Oh fuck. I should know it. Conan, thank you. I used to watch Conan O'Brien when I was younger, but even when I wasn't like super politically active, I didn't like the Weaselly British man or the Jew. I can't remember either of their names. That's just how I remember them. Weaselly British man and the Jew. Those are the two I didn't like. I don't remember their names. John Oliver. That's the Weaselly British man. Oh, John Stewart was the Jewish one. There we go. I'm bad at names, chat! Okay, I can't remember names! Holy shit. I don't know their names, but I know who you're talking about. See? The way that my brain remembers them is very accurate for late night show hosts. Sitting here with a rifle in my lap. Did I like Craig Ferguson? I don't even know who that is. I'm gonna be real with you. That's a hell of a name for a comedy cop show. That's true. I would watch a comedy cop show named Weaselly Brit and the Jew. It's funny, Jon Stewart's the only one who got out before they forced him to be completely soulless. Well, I don't know about all that. Jon Stewart was so funny that you got enticed into being a liberal during your college years. I don't know what it was, right? Like, I used to... when I had my laptop before I got a desktop, I used to lay on my bed and like grind late at night when I was like, you know, I was that gamer that would go out into my kitchen and eat like a tortilla bread and then go back, lay down on my bed instead of sitting at my desk with my laptop propped up on pillows to grind easy shit instead of doing hard content. And then I would just pass the fuck out while playing my MMO. Like, I was dedicated to the real Korea grind, okay? And so I'd have Comedy Central on the TV in the background. And I don't know. I would hear Jon Stewart all the time, and I just like, I don't know, it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny to me. Late night hosts are the leftist version on Coast to Coast with Art Bell. I don't know what that is either. I don't know what that is. Kirsche, that was a mood for you in 2008. Yeah, that's how most of us dirty fucking grinders were born, honestly. You do that with Azure Lane on your iPad and wake up with your iPad dead. It was a beautiful time to like pass out in that position and then like wake up to my alarm telling me that it's time for dredging and my static. I need to start getting people together in the group. God damn, I was a sweaty tryhard, dude. That was you around that time. Space Ghost talk show was great. I loved Space Ghost. And when I first started streaming, I was always like, I wonder if I can ever set up some kind of interview-esque show where I, as an anime woman, can interview flesh people. I think that would be a lot of fucking fun. And then Code Miko then started existing a few years later, and she kind of does that. She kind of does that in a way. You like to talk soup. Coast to Coast was a legendary radio talk show on AM frequencies. You could listen to it across the entire country. Tons of conspiracy theories like aliens and Area 52 and glowies. Tons of fun. Tons of fun. I was the original swamp ass. Nim's swamp ass pales in comparison to mine. But now I am old and in a wheelchair, and Nim must be the swamp ass for me. My ass is very dry. I'm not really in a wheelchair, that was a joke. In case anybody takes that seriously. Like the Stephen Hawking screenshot. Hawkins couldn't even get it up. What was he getting from it? He wasn't. It was fake. I just liked making the joke. You're working on it, Mom. You're gonna say she's just like me for real, for real? I use a cane, though. Dude, canes are badass. I know it's probably illegal in most places, but if I ever needed a cane to walk around, I would abso-fucking-lutely have a sword inside my cane. There ain't no way. I don't give a shit if it's illegal. There gonna be a sword in there. I do not give a shit. It needs a sword. And it's gotta have, like, one of those fucking evil comedy villain, like, gems on the top of it. Gotta look badass with your cane, dude. It's only illegal if someone finds out. And someone's only gonna find out if, you know, they attack me in public, so. I'm just tuning in. Was this confirmed that Spaceman was with Epstein? No, it is fake. This picture is real. The screenshot of him going to the island, apparently, is, what's fake. That's why it's funny. Silver Wolf head topper. You have a cane with a sword in it? Oh, man. I want a cane with a sword. I don't even need a cane, but I want one. That's why pimps carry around canes. They would engage in sword cane duels to determine the ownership of their host. Is that true? Is that real? I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore, dude. You keep seeing the sword canes that have the Cobra head topper. Cobra's too, like, bland, right? That's too generic. I want it to be real. I also want it to be real. I expect we're gonna see jokes about that for fucking years to come because it is hilarious. It's like, if there are comedians who aren't gonna capitalize on that, I don't know what you're doing with your life, right? I found a news article, feds bust a Minnesota fentanyl ring moving drugs and stuffed animals. Kirsche with a pimp sword cane. Imagine! I feel like Pippa needs the pimp sword cane before me. She's the one who keeps trying to get all the VTubers to take their clothes off. It isn't real that he liked to watch naked little people do complex math while naked on chalkboards that were just too tall. Correct. That's not real. I would believe it if I saw it in a real document, but unfortunately for now, it's not real. Pippa would hurt herself with a sword. Hey, Jesus Christ. You can't make me! Dr. Frost MD.
Interviewing flesh tubers, Styx Hexenhammer has said he's open to talking to an anime woman. You can solve anime girl racism.
Dr. Frost MD, thank you for the $5 doodles. I know what that man looks like but I have never heard him say anything. So in my mind, he just looks like some sort of fan of metal music who could possibly morph into an SCP at any moment for video game purposes. Solve those fractions, you slut! Oh, the almighty lolly, thank you for the $5. Midget story's fake. Unfortunately, Hawken was named in the list, and the truth is a million times worse. Well, I don't know about him being named in the list, but I do have the court documents here. And I will say, man, this shit is long. Where's my browser? Where's my browser? So, I got all the court documents here, and this was filed in 2015. And that's upsetting, because that was what, 8 years ago now? That was 8 years ago, 2015. And there's a lot of documents here, and a lot of names in these documents. And for some reason, even though this was filed in 2015, we haven't really seen anything happen 9 years ago. I can't do math. We haven't really seen anything happen to anybody listed in these documents. So, I'm kind of curious. Why have they been sitting on these documents for 9 years and redacted so much information, right? Like, tons of the pages just look like this. Tons of the pages are just a metric fuck ton of redactions. So it's just like, why did they wait so long to hype us all up to read the names on the list when they've had them for so long and didn't do anything? You know, like Pult fans take, boy howdy, I wonder what name could be between Barden and Boyce. Oh wow, I wonder why this name is redacted. It sure is a mystery. It's definitely a Biden. Whether it's Joe or Hunter or James is yet to be seen, but it's definitely a Biden, I would be willing to say. Definitely, I guess I should put allegedly. Definitely allegedly. Reveal names like Smash characters? Unfortunately. Good old Slick Willie's on the list, says he likes them young, but does that surprise you or anyone else? No. No, it doesn't. You wonder who paid all that money to make sure their name is under the black bars? Yeah, like, it also feels really fucking weird that if you're going to finally release this after 9 years, to actually still redact some people's names, probably Trump is there, I'm gonna get to that. I was like, okay. So I have a little news article here. Jeffrey Epstein contact names released by court. Here are the key takeaways from the unsealed documents. Documents that include the names of more than 100 people connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Like I'm a real pet! Including business associates and accusers.
This is about when it all went really crazy and huge push to be as degenerate as possible. This is your reminder to stop noticing or remembering now.
I mean, if everyone is as degenerate as possible, then nobody's really gonna care about what happened on Epstein Island, right? It's kind of like Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Everybody was angry about him and his entire scam empire. And now they're just like, well, you know what? How about we just drop all of these charges? How about we don't actually charge you with all of this fraud? Like, we don't really need to. People have forgotten by now. You can just get out of here, you little scamp.
Slaves built the pyramids. Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you, slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you, slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you, slaves.
Do 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 do.
Slaves, this is your song.
Thank you, Lizard Kosaki.
Thank you for the 100 slaves! Not Epstein-style slaves, just the regular workhorse ones!
Here is my obligatory not a simp payment for this month. Real talk though. All this Epstein stuff is freaked.
It is! That's really fucked up. How do I get through all of this without getting blackpilled? The worse something is, the more you have to make it comedic, because if you are completely serious about it, sometimes you're just gonna reach into the depths of the abyss and might not be able to look back. You don't. You miss Trevor Noah. What is wrong with you? Trump being on a list but not Biden would have been interesting. Yeah. Notice the gender fluid trans shooter got pigeonholed already. Yeah, I have that in a tab as well. I have that in a tab as well.
Said that Kirsche ended her own life by handcuffing her hands and legs, stuffing a rag in her mouth, and throwing herself under a freight train. Depression is no joke, chat. Remember, you are loved and would be missed.
You know, that also happened. I also have a tab for that. Because somehow, in the midst of the Rich Campbell sexual assault lawsuit ramping up, all the Epstein docs getting released, the alien happening in Florida, the transgender shooter in Perry, I think it's what, Idaho? I can't remember. In New York City, a black man stole a white man's lighter and they were fighting over it, and the white man got thrown onto the train tracks and run over and killed by the tram. So, shit just can't stop happening! It's a recap fucking Friday! Sometimes you just look into the abyss and laugh. Unfortunately, it's an election year. Yeah, you gotta be as distracted as possible. They're killing her. If I start coughing up blood, someone call an ambulance. 2024 starting good, I see. How quickly can we get through all of this? That's a good fucking question. That's a good fucking question. More than 900 pages of mostly unredacted documents were released Wednesday, January 3rd, and a second batch of documents was released Thursday, January 4th. Much of the information had been previously reported, and many of those whose names are mentioned are not accused of any wrongdoing, which is also true. Though the unsealed court documents don't contain an actual list of associates, the names were expected to include some that also appeared on the flight logs of Epstein's private jet, nicknamed the Lolita Express, which he often used to fly to his private island in the Caribbean. And what I'm curious about, right, is this doesn't contain, they're correct. These documents do not contain an actual list. So I kind of want to know how it got popularized to call this Epstein's list of associates ever since these court documents from 2015 dropped, right? Who was calling it a list? How did that get popularized? It makes me, all right? It makes me feel like the Don't Say Gay bill, right? Because this isn't a list. This is mostly stuff we already knew. It's from 2015, and nobody on this document has really gotten in much trouble. Holy shit, just call it Cunny Force 1, why don't you?
Mistress Kirsche, that cough is sus. Did some glowing guy poke your leg with an umbrella recently?
Oh god, I hope not. I've been a very phlegmy lady recently. I don't know why. I don't feel like sick, but I've been very phlegmy, and I hate it. If you recall, Butler leaked stuff, and then others diluted it with BS. Language is a weapon. Yeah, it feels weird. It feels like people are confusing the Black Book with the court docs. It's possible. It's possible. The manifest and other documents, such as his private calendar, had previously been made public, including as part of legal proceedings or public record requests. Many of those who had business or social ties with Epstein, a convicted sex offender, have denied any misconduct or involvement in his activities. I mean, like, what else are you gonna do, right? What else are you gonna, if you're named in, like, the Black Book of all time, what else are you gonna do besides be like, what, me? What, we're going back to 90s R&B? What? Even though you caught me on camera, it wasn't me. There's like a whole bunch of tapes that haven't been released. What the fuck's going on with those? How come you haven't watched the tapes? And if you have, how come you haven't done anything about the people in the tapes? Because I'm sure all of the feds know what's already in those tapes, even if we don't, right? Like, there's no way that they don't. Clerical error. Clerical error. Jesus. The release of the name stems from a now settled defamation lawsuit brought in 2015 by Virginia Guffrey, who accused British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell of enabling her abuse by Epstein. Maxwell was found guilty by a New York jury in 2021 on conspiracy and trafficking charges related to Epstein, her longtime friend and sometimes romantic partner, and her role for a decade in the abuse of underage girls. Court document lists 184 Jane Does, starting at Jane Doe number 3 through Jane Doe number 187. Some of the names are repeated twice, and a small number are the names of minors or sexual assault victims, which the judge specified won't be released. According to a court record released January 3rd, documents for 2 Does, 107 and 110, will not be immediately released. One was granted an extension until January 22nd for her appeal about the release, and the other's appeal is still under review. And, I'm interested in this, right? Because if there's 187 I'm saying Jane, but I guess they could be John as well. I'm not really sure. Because they just say J Doe. But they say a small number are names of minors or sexual assault victims, which means the other does are likely not victims and people who are participating in the acts, right? At least that's what I'm gleaming from the way that this sentence is written. And the one that's granted the 22 appeal, I'm pretty, like, I don't know if this is one of the victims or not. I have another article open on this person who was assigned John Doe 69. The reason these docs are being called the list is because conservatives want a target and neoliberals want Trump to be an aha, despite the fact that the docs clear him of any wrongdoing. True. True. Everybody got some sort of motive here. Thank you for the 100 biddies. This is Chewbacca. What the hell? 180 known does. In many cases, the names in the documents really are of innocent people. It's people who may have been employed, people who may have gone to dinner or to a cocktail party at Jeffrey Epstein's home, said CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman. It is not necessarily naming people who have engaged in actions that were anything like the deplorable actions of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. One of the documents leaked Thursday includes a lengthy list of names of people Guthrie's attorneys wanted to depose, little Freudian slip, in her lawsuit against Maxwell. The court documents released by the court mention some well-known figures whose contracts with Epstein have been reported in the past, such as Britain's Prince Andrew, and the prince settled a lawsuit in 2022 with Virginia Guthrie, who accused him and Epstein of abusing her as a teen, an accusation Andrew denied. Well, I mean, if he denied it, why did he pay up? Why did he settle the lawsuit? In a court filing at the time, his attorney said Prince Andrew regrets his association with Epstein and commends the bravery of Miss Guthrie and other survivors in standing up for themselves and others. A deposition from Joanna Schoberg in the suit includes previous accusations alleging she was groped by Prince Andrew in 2001, when she was 21 years old. And BBC News reports Buckingham Palace previously called her allegations categorically untrue. The newly released documents include questions to Maxwell about Schoberg. And it's just like, I don't buy it. The whole family is fucked. It just seems like nothing's gonna happen, right? Like, I am very black-pilled on the Epstein docs. They've had them for so long. They've not only had this court case, but they've had his actual list. They've had the tapes that they found in his apartment in Manhattan. They've had all of this evidence, and they just haven't done anything with it. Prince Andrew's a scumbag. Settling a lawsuit does not indicate guilt. It can easily be that it's just easier to settle out of court than to actually fight it. I mean, it could be, but when it comes to somebody accusing you of sexual assault, wouldn't it be better to clear your name instead of having people ratting for the rest of your life? Oh, Kirsche of the V-tweeters nightmares, what is your wisdom today? So remember how the public showing of Epstein Island Mansion was a fancy prison with fake dead ends to keep victims in? Lovely thought of horror where most of the crimes get no punishment. Yeah, it's very weird to me that just like literally nothing has happened. And I don't think them releasing any of the documents to the public is going to make anything happen either. Although I will say, I would absolutely fucking play an indie horror game that takes place on his island. We have all of the images of the inside of the compound, so like, you could make a pretty accurate recreation of Epstein Island and its compounds in a indie video game. Think about it, alright? I'm just saying. I've given so many ideas for indie horror games on my streams. Epstein's New York home had some hella weird art in it too. Yeah. First time catching my stream? Welcome, dude. Andrew's whole family has pushed him away. It's pretty clear that he was involved. I don't know if it was clear. I'm still gonna use allegedly, right? But like, it definitely seems suspect to me. The FBI let Epstein's lawyer get the tapes before they took them into evidence, so they were tampered with, from what you hear. I'm not sure about the tampering. Clearing your name will cost millions more, and the people won't believe it if you're cleared anyways. I mean, he's a prince. Money is not exactly an issue for people in his position. Roblox horror game. I will not play Roblox. I wasn't someone who actually visited Epstein Island, and Roblox is like the groomer game at this point. They've moved on from Minecraft. Now it's Roblox. Make it ESG so it can end up as Game of the Year. Jesus Christ. Our game about Epstein's Island is actually very diverse. It's very equitable. We've included more minority sex slaves than were actually on the island. Please praise us for our inclusion and diversity. I was groomed by Pippa in Roblox. That's how she gets you with the Nazi uniform, right? It'd make a good Doom WOD too. I don't want to play Doom though. They would unironically do shit like that. Don't say that. Escape from Epstein Island and its sequel, Fight from Cryptoland. Andrew was cut off. He can be used as a scapegoat. In your opinion, this is red meat level of distraction to get people's kitchen table issues? I don't know what you mean by that. Sweet Baby is doing an Epstein Island game? No. No, man. Listening comprehension is something I should teach about here. The art in Epstein's New York house reads like an art installation with a message. The message is, I own powerful people by honey trapping them, but we can also kill you. He wasn't as safe as he thought. I wonder if he knew going into prison that, like, he would be killed. Like, I wonder. I wonder if he just accepted it, that, like, it's kind of over for me, you know? Probably yes.
Mine.
Where did I leave off? Where did I leave off here? Bill Clinton, who also among the people whose names appear in the documents had allegedly been described by Epstein as a good friend, one Epstein accuser recounted in 2019. The former president's name had also appeared on manifests for the private jet, on which he said he had taken 4 trips in connection with the work of the Clinton Foundation. He had also been accused, or he has not been accused of wrongdoing, a spokesperson told CBS News. It's been nearly 20 years since Clinton last had contact with Epstein, and referred CBS News to a 2019 statement denying Clinton had any knowledge of what he called Epstein's terrible crimes. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know. I'm gonna press X on that one. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodles. Certainly feel the black pill. There's no mass arrest, but a lot of media figures are panicking, and that can lead to a snowball. I would love to see it lead to a snowball. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see it go somewhere. But I feel like they've had this information for so long and have done nothing. And that's what bothers me, you know? That's what bothers me. And I'm a trillionaire. Clinton's name also came up in Schoberg's deposition. She did not accuse him of any wrongdoing, but said that Epstein told her at one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to the girls. In another of the documents, Maxwell testifies that Clinton never had a meal on Epstein's island, and that she does not know how many times Clinton flew on Epstein's plane. In the filing, Maxwell's team attempts to debunk an article by journalist Sharon Churcher of the Daily Mail, who described a dinner on Epstein's Little St. James Island allegedly attended by Clinton shortly after he left office. Maxwell's team claims former FBI Director Louis Fresh submitted a report wherein he concluded that President Clinton did not, in fact, travel to, nor was he present on, Little St. James Island between January 1st, 2001 and January 1st, 2003. It goes on to say Secret Service assigned to the former president would have been required to file the travel logs. Are you really gonna expect, like, even if the rest of that statement is true, do you really expect me to believe that if these people in power were flying to Pedophile Island, they'd be like, yeah, Secret Service, go ahead and file those logs like you're required to do normally? That it would have absolutely been off the books. Like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way you could convince me that they would do that for flying to the Pedophile Island. Also named in the documents is Sarah Kellen, a former Epstein employee who had been accused by one adult victim of knowingly scheduling her flights and appointments with the financier and Maxwell. Kellen's spokesperson said in a 2020 statement to CBS that Kellen scheduled those appointments at the direction of Epstein and Maxwell and was herself sexually and psychologically abused by Epstein for years. The statement noted Kellen deeply regrets that she had any part in it. This could be true, right? But I also... How do you know? Right? Like, the people who worked on Epstein Island, you can't say that they didn't know what was going on, but you also have zero clue the extent of what they might have taken part in, right? Like, how many of, like, the Nazis would you have believed were just like, yeah, I didn't want to do this, but also, like, I was just following orders, man. You know, I just had to, like, turn a blind eye. Didn't we not care? Didn't we not care when they said that shit back then? Imagine being a maid at Epstein Island. Like, in my opinion, they would all be complicit, right? Like, even if you're not actually physically taking part, to which we wouldn't even know, right? Because it becomes he said, she said at that point. But you still knew what was going on. I thought they were just wrestling. It's different. It's different when it's the Democrats committing atrocities. I don't think this list is going to be just Democrats. There ain't no way. It's one big fucking uniparty filled with the grotesqueness that we see. Imagine being the pilot and wondering why not all the girls made it back. To be fair, if you tried to get evidence, turning it into police would get you punished. You could still leave the island. Right? Unless you had evidence that you were being held there because you knew too much, which would add to your case about not being involved, right? Because if you were told you're not allowed to leave, you know too much, then you also literally have a case that is more than just, I didn't do it, I swear. You know? The maids most likely also recorded stuff for future protection from law and Epstein. Yeah. And get blackmailed. It's just like, you know, it's not getting blackmailed at this point, right? If they're just like, if they come out and they're like, yeah, I didn't do nothing, and they have nothing else, then it's just like, why would we believe you? If they come out with recordings that they did to protect themselves, that makes sense. To quote the great late Norm Macdonald, this may surprise viewers, but I think everyone involved in this story should die. True and real. Thank you for the 100 biddies. In fairness to any employee on the island, he's literally bringing the people that rule the world to the island. They have every reason to believe that they'll be disappeared if they step out of line. Oh yeah, I'm not saying like a single fucking person should have done something, but like, they could have probably at least pulled together their evidence and made this a bit more robust, right? Like, they had years of being able to take on evidence if they wanted. So where is it? The only reason they're taking so long is because the Rothschilds are involved. I wouldn't say so. There's a lot of powerful people here. And get Clintoned? Are they Clintoning people who are coming out against them in court right now? Like, we're reading documents right now, chat. The people who submitted these court cases are still alive, chat. If someone has evidence on a pedo-billionaire, do you think they'll survive after revealing it? They'll Clinton everyone. Oh my god. Yeah, still alive for now, but they're still alive at this point. It'd be too obvious if they whacked them. What happened in the Epstein case? This is just backtracking on the old case that happened. Who else's names are among those released in the Epstein-related documents? A name's inclusion in the documents does not indicate that the person has committed or has been accused of any wrongdoing. In addition, some of the people whose names appear are witnesses who were staff members, provided medical care, or were in law enforcement, for example. Juan Alessi and Alfredo Rodriguez, Alessi, a longtime member of Epstein's Palm Beach estate, and Rodriguez, his former butler who died in 2015, are both named in the documents as having offered testimony. You see, I don't know who these people are, right? So like we're heavy allegedly here. If someone is just offering testimony, that doesn't mean that they didn't do anything wrong, right? The law doesn't work anymore, so to say anything else would require glowing. You need a dead man switch video to release to the public by a trusted individual should you get visited by Clinton's hitmen on retainer. Yeah. A lot of things around Epstein are obvious, yet here we are. You know, the people that provided medical care, they're probably more guilty than most. Thank you for the 100 biddies of Vizard Kurosaki. That's just like, I understand. I understand that if you're in a position of like, oh, if I step out of line or if I try to leave, maybe something bad will happen to me. But evil is allowed to foster when good men do nothing, as it were. You know? I understand people would be terrified, but I would have more respect for someone who at least tried. Than people who are like, I need to stay quiet. I need to not reveal the bad things going on here. Fuck Dead Man Switch video. Kirsche needs a Dead Man Switch to release the tabs. My tabs will be released upon my death. This is a threat. Mildly LCD, thank you for the $5. As your designated CIA agent, we're currently en route to your location. Jesus Christ. 29 bucks says Clinton's personal hitman was an old mafia buddy of JFK's dad. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Friendly reminder, the guy who introduced Bill Clinton to Epstein was found dead in a field on property he didn't own, hanging from a tree with a shotgun wound to the chest a couple of years ago. Death was ruled a suicide. There's some weird journalist death recently as well, and I have it in a tab somewhere, but I don't remember who it was or why it happened. They value their lives more than your respect, to be fair. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. But that doesn't mean they should get off scot-free. If we teach people that you can participate in evil acts, you can be privy to knowledge of global pedophile rings, and no harm will come to you for being quiet the entire time. We're telling people that it does no good to try and come forward, right? We're telling people that you can be complicit in evil things and you'll be completely fine. So if we're telling people that it's completely fine to be complicit in evil acts, why would anyone try to do anything good? Why would anyone try? We'll never have concrete proof of anything about Epstein's case. You don't really care about any of these documents. Yeah, I'm not like too crazy because I don't think there's anything new, really. Anyone capable of enforcing justice has too much to live for. The ones doubting Pizzagate are being real quiet right now after calling the ones about it far-right conspiracies. I think that might have been what it was. I think there was like some Pizzagate journalist that got offed recently. There's no reward for speaking out, only punishment. There's no punishment for staying quiet, only reward. I mean, again, people who are going to stay quiet during that, I have no sympathy for. They should also be thrown into the fire when the trials come. Remember the USSR did the same thing with people calling out their quack scientists who starve millions? Yeah. Nobody wants to be the first one who calls it out, because, like, it's probably gonna be fucking rough. Agree we need to change the social system to invert it? We do. We do. It's a good way to put the list on the table again, just at the time of election year. Pizzagate guy got convicted on child porn. Oh, that might have been it. I can't remember correctly. I have it in a tab somewhere, but it was like a month ago. It was like a month ago. Thank you, Dan Tran. It's times like this you honestly start wondering if Metal Gear Solid style oil rig nation is a good idea. Alex Jones has never been wrong on anything ever, and you're tired of pretending otherwise. They tried to take his cat! Maxwell was found guilty from these documents. Most of the other stuff and people involved took plea deals.
What the fuck?
And I don't like that people were able to take plea deals. I don't like that. I feel like if you're involved in a literal human trafficking network on Pedophile Island, you shouldn't be allowed a plea deal. The more crimes you expose, the more likely your car explodes. God damn. Fear of speaking out should never be a good enough excuse. Exactly. Exactly. I agree with that. And like, I understand that the majority of people are cowardly. I've also had cowardly times in my life. I get it. Like, I really do. But like, should at least try to be a good person sometimes. Should get a plea deal and somehow end up committing suicide in jail. Yeah, they can get the Epstein treatment. Dankington, thank you for the 50 sec! At this point, you'd rather live in the Metal Gear universe. At least the conspiracies in there are entertaining and not horrifically depressing. If you want things to change, chat, if you want to see the change you want the world to have, instead of trying to convince me that it's pointless, instead of trying to convince me that good men should do nothing in order to save their own skin, maybe become part of the change you would like to see. You know? Maybe actually do something. And it's like, I had people get mad at me for being part of the change that I want to see, right? I started back in like 2020, maybe 2019. Instead of just secluding my political talking to my Not Safe for Work channel, I started talking about it on my platform. I was tired. I was tired of being quiet. I was tired of being scared of people canceling me. I was tired of being worried about losing sponsors or losing opportunities with companies because I wouldn't speak out about things that I felt were terrible happening in the world, right? The least I can do is at least talk about it, make people more informed. I'm just a single person. I can't do much, but I can do what I can, you know? I can put my money where my mouth is and at least make more people aware, and maybe together, as a lot of people instead of just one, we can do something about it. So it's like, I get it. I get being cowardly. It's like I took a step out, and you know what? After taking a step out, I've had people tell me that I'm grifting, that I don't believe what I say, that I don't actually stand for these things, that anything I say is just to try to embellish for a more radical audience. I'm not gonna talk about something. I'm not gonna say something if I don't believe in it. I'm not gonna fucking like catfish people with political ideologies. That's fucking dumb. That's really fucking dumb. And it's like, it makes me feel bad. It makes me feel bad that people want to attack me in that manner, because it's just like, maybe you'd actually agree with what I fucking say if you come here and see what I say, instead of just assuming I'm grifting like other people who have any kind of right-of-center ideals. They're projecting. It's a value to reminding people that they're not alone. Exactly. Exactly. People's brains are smooth enough to fillet a sandpaper rod without discomfort. They're pretending to be base the whole time. I'm actually a lib cuck. Who would do that? I mean, I get why some people might be worried, right? I get why some people might be worried, because there's definitely been talking heads on YouTube before who've pretended to believe in a certain thing because it was going to get them more views. But it's like, I don't want to do that. That's too much effort. I can barely remember things I actually enjoy. You expect me to keep a fucking lie straight, dude? Catfishing people, you thought it was an established fact that all stream chat is bots and therefore not real people. God damn. So now after that speech, tell us what you love about communism. Secretly, I am the feminist shadow government in Korea. There will always be fakers, but there will always be shining stars. I don't think of myself as a shiny star. I'm just a fucking brain damaged fox with a lisp, but I want to give people hope. In the time of clown world where everything is so fucking drastically depressing and everything seems hopeless, it's just like it's not hopeless. And if it was hopeless, their propaganda wouldn't be fucking necessary. They wouldn't need to constantly beat us with a stick.
The only reason there's hope in the Metal Gear universe is because of people like Snake and O'Taken. Just a handful of dudes fighting against an AI and secret societies. Just standing up to the corruption is enough to make it crack and eventually fall.
Butter dog!
I like how we can be talking about something serious and then fucking butter dog happens. Snake doesn't die when he's killed.
Basado Gatto, also reconsider Patreon or its alternatives.
I might have to reconsider a Patreon, you know. I don't know how long I'll be allowed to last here still. Somehow my shield of literal whodom continues to protect me. I don't know how I managed to experience meteoric growth and also still remain literally underground, but you know what? I'll take the superpower while I still have it. I just steer clear of Patreon, subscribe to ours, safer. I mean, I'm not gonna go down the path of like figuring out which one is the best one right now. I'll figure it out eventually. Eventually. Ikaron, hey, thank you for the 69 butter dogs. Basado Gato. The power of anime and woman moments keeps Kirsche safe. Jesus Christ. Patreon likes to ban right-wing creators. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine if Patreon is paused, okay? I'll find one that hopefully isn't as paused, because I'm sure they're all paused to some degree. What was the second person on the list? Epstein? What? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, BB Dest. Oh, thank you for the $9.99. I don't know what you mean by that. And Kirsche isn't even right-wing. I mean, it's not like I can exactly come out on Twitch and be fucking actually crazy, right? Like, you're never going to see someone, right? Like, we still have to, unfortunately, toe the line to a degree. And it's like, I look forward to the day where I can be a little bit less of a coward slowly at a time, right? And a lot of people are just like, oh my god, they're still gonna censor their speech. They're not gonna say the N-word on stream. They're cucking to the corporates. And it's like, I don't need to say the N-word to get my ideas across, you know? Would I like to not have the censorship? Yes, but I gain nothing by losing everything by saying a word that would get me banned, right? Like, there's a little bit of caveats here. It'd be funny though. Baby Des, thank you for the $1.99. Jean-Luc Brunel was found dead in a French jail. Wait, when? When did that happen? You and this community have absolutely made you feel less alone in the world. It's genuinely nice to be able to speak freely. You have absolutely given you hope. I try my best. I can't actually be a bastion of free speech because Discord still has crazy cucked rules. But I can try my best to make sure people don't need to feel like Big Brother's constantly fucking watching. Even hard lefties like Destiny got the boot. Nobody is safe. Yeah. Destiny has some crazy out of context clips. There was one recently where he said something that sounded like really sus. But in my own head, I was like, I get what he's saying, but there's no way anyone else is gonna take it that way. Destiny's not a hard lefty. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he is. I don't care what he is. He is a silly man who has been beaten by cuckoldry. It's time for you to move to another country. Living on a small island and going on plane adventures is not a good look right now. Hitler! Hitler, it's okay. You just have like a one-person plane, right? You can't shuttle people to a strange island. Just your home island. Cuck dwarf. Well, I mean, I don't care about his height. That's not something to dog on him for.
Go ahead.
I think we may have... Is he leaving the room?
There we go.
It's amazing that Destiny says something so poorly you can make him look bad just by clipping that part. It's unfortunate, but I also feel for him. I'm not the best at wording things either.
Your little who shield remains because you're the shadow government of chubbers pulling their strings to play niche games.
I will continue being the shadow government of chubbas. Pippa said I was her muse, and I will continue to be so. Zamba, thank you for the 1776. Could try alternative to Discord, like one of the Matrix clients or Revolt. You see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Anything that is public is a danger, right? You are not safe on any platform. You're not safe on any platform. And we still have all of the cancel shit in full swing. I would like to try my best to slowly inch out more and more, be less and less of a coward about what I believe in day by day. But it's a tight rope to walk. It's very difficult. And that's why, like, anyone that tries telling you that they don't care about playing these, like, shadow games, that they have no care left and they're just going to say whatever the fuck is on their brain, don't believe those people. Do not believe. They are playing the game simply by saying that. Pippa has stated that she uses me as a way to see how much she can get away with on Twitch. Yeah, I'm a pretty fucking good litmus test. I'll be real with you. I want to remind people, I've only ever gotten a channel strike for hate speech on YouTube. So, Kirsche is a canary. Someone's saying that's either lying or crazy. Neither are good. Yeah. You have to have some brain cells about you. Our pterodactyl in a cage. Oh, man. Baby Death, thank you for the $4.99. Looked up the person in the article on screen. Jean was found to die from an apparent suicide. Do you know when that was? I'll have to look up his name. Thank you, Litmus Fox streamer. What did I say for that to happen? I'm pretty sure it was we were watching some sort of documentary on detransitioners. Hate speech. Did you mention too many facts? You got a YouTube comment removed because it said the word gorillion. You can't do that. You can't notice. Say that, but the most extreme shit is usually Fed posting and they 100% will never go there. Oh, yeah. If somebody comes to your Discord server and is just like, hey, fellow right-wingers, how about we march on the Capitol? I've got a whole bunch of firearms here. Which one of you would like one? Like that, that's a very obvious trap. That's a Fed, okay? Hey, fellow dissident, right? I do react with a glowy emote on such posts. Man, running a server for your own company, as we do not trust Discord or Slack. Even then, right? Even if you're running your own, like, server for some sort of Discord alternative, someone who's a bad actor is going to get in there eventually. And they're going to archive the entire server. So it's just like, you are never safe. And if you think you're safe, something's probably already happening and you're blind to it. Master Go, thank you for the $2. They sync any independent platform, like the farms? Yeah. And that's why, even if I dislike some of the things that go on the farms, even if I dislike the level of doxing and the level of, like, autistic, trying to figure out who everyone is on there, I always maintain that the people who end up getting their own threads, like, if you have a thread on the farms, like, you're probably kind of a fucked up person, right? Like, you're not gonna get your own thread without having some crazy weird skeletons. And the fact that Jersh keeps fighting despite literally everyone trying to take him down is pretty ridiculous. Like, it is... I'm glad that he continues the autism fight. Because I feel like if they manage to win a case and actually get the farms taken down completely, that's going to spell disaster for the rest of the internet. So as much as I don't like some of the things, I understand their purpose. I realize that they are a good source of news sometimes, and I would not want to see them disappear. Everyone illegally taking him down and violating his rights? Yeah. Yeah, people are trying their best just because they don't like him and they don't like things that go on. And it's like, you can not like parts of something and still not wish to have it decimated, in my opinion. I think the constant fighting has worn him and affected his judgment, but he doesn't have a choice but to do it. I mean, I'm sure. I couldn't even imagine, like, half of the shit that he has to deal with on a constant basis. It's gotta be really fucking mentally taxing. I can't imagine that it's not. It's crazy how people have been better at taking down Kiwi than TPB back in the day. Oh, the Pirate Bay. I was like, what? Internet would become the internets if that would happen. Almighty Lolly, thank you for $5. Not to get too paranoid, but there's absolutely people that try to push edgy content creators into linguistic traps or clip moments to screw them. Oh, I don't think that's too paranoid. I think that's true and real. Thank you for the $5. I'll give an example. Again, I'm not even like a massive content creator, right? I'm like a little fucking little baby brain damaged foxy. And even I had people trying to get me to say like really weird shit. I know we had like the weird June bug incident. I called him out for like trying to claim that, you know, everybody here is a weird racist. And I've had somebody try and get me to talk about when the Sam Bankman-Fried shit was going down. I was told that Sam Bankman-Fried was in a sex cult, and I was like, I haven't seen any evidence that he's in a sex cult. Could you provide that to me? Like, I know that there was a polyamorous relationship between him and some of his co-workers, but like, even if polyamory is disgusting, that's not a sex cult, right? And instead of providing like actual tangible evidence, I was told, well, Judaism is a sex cult, and therefore anyone who's Jewish is a sexual predator. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You absolute crazy person. What the actual like, I am so glad that even as brain damaged as I am, most of the time when someone comes to me with like, hey, you're live right now, read this story, I'm like, no, I won't read that story. I will review it off stream and see if it's something normal, or if you're just giving me crazy conspiracy theories, right? Terminally stupid. Oh my, the Junebug stream was fantastic. There were people who were concerned about the Junebug stream, but it's like, if somebody is going to go around and say inflammatory shit, not just about me, but about my community on other people's content, you're goddamn fucking right I'm gonna call them out. I'm going to absolutely execute them live on stream for trying to stir shit when there's no shit to have been stirred. Honeypot article is an article that starts with sounding and ends with a conspiracy theory. Thanks for being a well of logic and sanity in the crazy world. I just feel like I'm not like the most intelligent foxu. So when I have like the brain cells to understand certain things, I'm just like, God damn, why aren't there more people who do this? I like my shit flushed, not stirred. Yeah, thank you. And to be fair, you think Junebug is just an idiot? It's just like, maybe he's like just two autisms. I don't know, man. I'm smarter than I think. I think it's better to always underestimate your intelligence, right? If you think you're too smart, or if you think you know like more on a subject than everybody else, like you might, right? You might know more than the like average layman. But if you think you're like an expert in all things, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, right? It's better to underestimate what you know and be able to graciously be taken as like somebody saying, hey, you're wrong about this, than, you know, have your head up your own ass and think you're right all the time. At least in my opinion. You know full well that you're a dumbass. Reverse Dunning-Kruger. Don't you want to believe you're an idiot either? Best to believe you're average? Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm actually fucking an idiot. I'm definitely room temp IQ when it comes to some things, dude. Please don't make me do math. But like, You know, expert on things and you're still open to learning? Yeah, exactly. Brain too big, that would be a dumb thing to do. Brain too small, heart can't pump! Brain just right, fuck it, we ball. Jesus. Can I execute you live? You just want to see if you're really alive? No. No, I only do mental executions of people who try stirring shit. I can't do real executions because I'm not part of the Islamic State. Yet. Kirsche street smart, not school smart. That's true. That's true and real. You can be dumb, but at least you're not blue hair, nose piercing dumb. Also true and fair. I feel like, wrapping back around to Almighty Lolly's comment, there is an acceptable level of paranoia. And once you become a public figure, that acceptable level of paranoia not only skyrockets into oblivion, but it's also constantly proven right. Like, anytime I've been in a position since I've been a content creator, where I'm like, maybe I'm just being too paranoid. Like, maybe I'm crazy. Literally less than 2 weeks later, I'm always proven right. It's like, oh, I was right about my paranoid feeling. Thumbs up, good to know. Let's continue this crazy trajectory. I'm going to line my walls in tinfoil and get 14 locks on my door. Kirsche Oliver Stahl, Habibi of the Jihad. Inshallah. Jesus Christ. Kirsche has extremely normal beliefs and to a chill part of any online community. Yeah. Is it really paranoia if people are really out to get you? It will appear as paranoia because a lot of things just can't be talked about. Alex Blackfoot, thank you for the $5 doodles. I'm smart enough to know that there's a lot you don't know, and that's okay. And that's why whenever people ask like what I would want for a superpower, immortality is always my go-to. I'll still never learn everything, but if I'm immortal, I have all the time in the world to learn about as much as I want. Both things I should be learning about and things that just interest me that aren't really necessary. Help. Gonna need more than a few layers of tinfoil if the Chloes are really out there. Still sounds lonely to live forever. I mean, I'm sure it would damage you mentally because you would, you know, live past everybody in your own life. So you would see everybody that you've ever loved die. You'd have no real, like, close family members left, only, like, elongated family. You'd have no lovers, you'd watch your children grow up and die. It would probably do a very big number on your psyche to watch everyone you've ever loved just die before you, because you just won't. And I mean, even in that scenario, you might have to leave before you even finish watching them grow up, right? You might have to stage some sort of I was in a plane crash in the Bermuda Triangle and then move to another country because maybe there's someone that you can't trust with knowing that you're immortal. But like, even then, I feel like I have been in a position where I probably, unfortunately, wouldn't mind that too much. Here, send help. Help for what?
Tuesday night's anal night.
It'd be Doctor Who, the Lonely God. Oh my god. But what are they going to do with you being immortal? They can't kill you? I mean, they could tell the elite pedophile ring that I have immortality. And then instead of injecting themselves with adrenochrome or killing babies for it, they could just find me, figure out what makes me immortal, and keep me locked up in a lab forever. Did you hear about the Pamu? I did, unfortunately. They can treat you like a zoo experiment? Exactly. There are far worse things than death. Just fly a passenger plane above Russia and get Malaysia airlined? Jesus Christ. Depends on your opinion. If some of your loved ones were long-lived too, then you could make the world a place that would accept others like you. I don't know about that. I feel like it would be such a small population that would have the immortality that they would just end up as zoo animals if they were found out. What the fuck am I talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean what the fuck am I talking about? The future, as an immortal, is an existential nightmare. You are now everything you know, love, and understood will stop existing, and you'll live to see it. That means more VShoho members. Doesn't immortal just mean you live forever? Wouldn't you also need to be invulnerable to never die? Immortal is you live forever. invulnerable is like, I would have to be invulnerable if I didn't want to get myself into a situation where, like, I fell on something and got stabbed through my midriff, and I'm alive and I can feel the excruciating pain the entire time, but I can't die, right? The invulnerability would be so I don't accidentally end up in, like, a years-long excruciating pain thing. No, just be the Highlander! If you're immortal, you can watch the sun explode. Any particular reason why I pronounce Shoujo as Shoujo? That's just how I've always done it. I know, it's like Maho Shoujo. I don't know, it just sounds better than pronouncing Shoujo. To me, it's the Spanish J. Immortality is your go-to as well. You want to be an observer to what will happen in the near and far future. From the coming crisis to the collision with Andromeda, you want to watch it happen without having to worry about yourself all the time. Yeah, like, I just want to see where things will go. I want that knowledge.
Money.
Watching the sun explode, but also being too immortal to die from the flames would be horrible. Yeah, exactly.
Today I fucked up by trying to inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one.
Ear for immortal god emperor. Will accept no one else. Not even the Bunoi.
Huh. Professor Kurosaki, thank you for the $10 doodles. Would my immortality also cause you to age? I prefer the immortality where you don't age, right? I prefer that kind of immortality, because if you're still in a body that ages, you're going to end up immobile, or your brain is going to become soup at some point. Wouldn't mind being immortal as long as you have a decision or some other way to die? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Master Go, thank you for the $5. The Chinese Taoist way is the only good way to be immortal. After you've cultivated enough spiritual energy, the final step is to put down all emotions. Oh man, imagine how much your joints would hurt after 1,000 years. Exactly. I don't know much about Chinese Taoism. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know all that much about that religion, so. But yeah, maybe that would be a good way to be immortal. I don't know. Immobile and immortal is a bad combo. Oh god, yeah. I think Kirsche should be the hermit kind of immortal. Pip would be the cannibal kind of immortal.
Juicy,
what the
fat,
fuck?
pale booty mom getting
What the
spanked
fuck?
at work.
You're a Taoist? Oh shit! We have Taoists in the chat. Look at that. Speaking of Taoists in the chat, we were reading a fucking Epstein article. I got really fucking sidetracked. I don't even... tangents just happen here. Tangents just happen. Oh, speaking of tangents happening, chat. Nobody looks at Twitch descriptions, but I'm very proud of my Twitch description. I've changed it again for the first time in years. I've changed it. Nice cock.
Look, it's me.
Look, it's me. Look, we're only 134 sub points from the goal. This is fucking another emote slot. Again, for the first time, you say. I've cleaned it up. I've cleaned up my panels, so it's more pretty. It's not as clusterfucky. It's not as cluttered. And I changed my description to be a little bit more accurate to my current content. I updated my
I like dick.
Argando, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. I updated my credits to have everything here. I thought about maybe like separating my emote artists to like show which emotes they did, but that would take up a lot of space. And I finally got this little widgety thing here, so you can see all of the emotes that are included with your subscription level. Unmolested by the ESRB, by the way. And Nim was like, I don't know about putting molested in your about me bio on Twitch.
Giving Nim cock and ball torture.
But I was like, hey, yo, having unmolested there is just on brand. Yeah, I would not be true to myself if I didn't put it there. The hentai panels were a classic and will be missed even if the new ones fit better. This is the first time my actual panels have been changed. I had those like hentai ahegao panels since I started streaming in 2018. So I'm really happy that Ponzi's art style spoke to me, and I found some cheebs I wanted to throw up in my description. She did a real fucking good job. This tip me one is my favorite. Look at those fat fucking stacks. Look at my dumb smug face eating money. Love the Kier crime boss. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2018 was 6 years ago. And my 6-year anniversary won't be till November, though. You got plenty of time. The chibis are hella cute. Yep. And on the emotes one as well, you can see the tier 2 and tier 3. I don't have many bits because I don't like
All of the men
I don't like adding too much stuff to bits because the bit tiers are really high.
What the fuck?
The bit tiers are really high. I know, you can see the 7TV emotes that are here as well. I figured I'd put that there since 7TV is a integration that a lot of people use. I don't get to see a lot of the emotes from there because it doesn't populate in my chat, but it's for you guys. And I'm really happy about the badge widget part because I have so many. Look at how many fucking sub badges I have, chat. I have up to 7.5 years of badges that you can get. So I thought it would be really nice to have all of them laid out in the widget so people can see what they're going to be getting from subscribing. All the cubes! Yep. You got the little ice cream cups of the Cinefox, and then it goes into cubes and puddings. It's very cute. Holy fuck! Yeah, I'm sure most people didn't know I had that many badges, but I do. Repopulate your throne already? I'll figure out something to put on there. I don't put too much on throne because, like, I don't know. Like, I like plushies. I have a metric fuck ton of plushies. There's not too much I crave for, and I'm not gonna put weird shit like clothing on throne. Pudding time! Sub badges for the sub fox. Yeah, exactly. The crippling autism gang tab is still there. Yeah, all of my tags are still there. Those haven't changed. It's just my panels. Only my panels have changed. It was time for an update. On the cusp of everything getting changed here. Put a vector on throne. You can't put a vector on throne. You can't put firearms on throne, unfortunately. We learned that from Sleepy. Mia got in trouble trying to put a Glock on her throne. All those weirdos who wear clothes. New friends don't know she tried to put a vector. I did try. I did put a vector on throne at one point. I was like, Alpine white vector, let's fucking go. And Sleepy was like, no, don't do that, Kirsche. It's against their TOS. And I was like, oh shit. Did I see Rose Doodle putting a Sibian on her wish list as a joke? No, I didn't, but also I'm sure it was bought, so. Wanted to try putting a Draco on throne, Jesus Christ. Put a tank on throne. Weapons are bad, porn good, unfortunately. You remember when Mia tried it? Such a champ. I mean, I'm gonna be fair. I did it first. And then I told Mia, I was like, Mia, you shouldn't do that. Sleepy warned me, so I took my firearm off. You gonna get in trouble if you don't take yours off. Put a throne on throne. Can I even find a throne? And get a cool military surplus vehicle like the amphibious BRDM2. I don't have anywhere I'd be able to put that. I'm gonna be real with you. Could you put the parts on throne? Yeah, gun parts can go on throne. Like you can put like scopes and silencers and stuff. You just can't put the actual firearm itself. I'd have to ask Sleepy if you can put ammo on there because I don't know if you can put ammo. I imagine that you probably can't, but she would know. Check out Palmetto Armory. That sounds familiar. I know that name. I know that name. I had a throne for Asmon. Man, Nim sent me a DM. Nim sent me a DM that says, your husband is a Chad? And it's an Asmongold clip. Oh my god, we need a Kirsche technical truck. Man, speaking of things on throne, I got a package, I think it was Thursday morning, that I didn't order. I've been ordering like iced tea off of Amazon regularly, so like once a month. And I haven't placed an order since December 13th, and my December 13th order showed up here on December 14th. And so when this package arrived Thursday morning and I opened it and I was like, I don't remember ordering any tea. I looked at my Amazon and sure enough, I didn't place an order for tea. I checked my subscribe and save just in case I was brain damaged and I accidentally hit subscribe and save instead of like regular purchase. So there was nothing in the subscribe and save either. And I was like, what the fuck? So I checked Throne. I was like, maybe I accidentally put more iced tea on Throne. There's nothing on Throne. So I was like, where the fuck did this package come from? If it's not in my regular orders, it's not in my subscribe orders, it wasn't from Throne, how the fuck did this get ordered? Mystery tea! Yeah. Literal mystery iced tea. Like, I'll keep it, right? Like, it's untampered with. So it's safe to drink. So I guess thank you, mystery person who has sent me iced tea, but also, how did you get my address? Check my credit card? I did. I checked my credit card. There's nothing purchased. There's no tea. Is the address right? Yeah, the name and address is right. You've been found. Well, if the people doxing me are gonna be nice like the ones who send Jim McDonald's, I guess I'll take it. Brush scamming. Some people will use your details and send you free stuff to give. To give what? I lost the comment. It's chat scrolled too fast. I don't know where it is. But yeah, no, there's nothing on any of my credit cards, and I get like bank alerts whenever my credit card is used, like without being present, right? Too bad you get 40 pounds of potatoes. Probably a fluke. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It may actually be a brush scam. That sounds legit. I don't know what a brush scam is. Did I set up a subscription? I already said that I did not. It's an Amazon fuck up. They sent you a box of Starbucks coffee that you never ordered last month. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. It's for making fake reviews. Did I add it to a wish list? Nope. Didn't add it to a wish list. And I checked both. I checked both my like Amazon card and my regular card. Neither of them have charges, so I've gotten free shit from Amazon before. Nice knowing you, Foxwoman. You will be missed. What do you mean? If anybody tries entering my apartment, I have a firearm. What do you mean? You're not leaving my house unless it's in a body bag if you show up here uninvited. If it's Amazon, they send out duplicates and wrong labels all the time. It is Amazon, so hell yeah! Give me more free tea, Amazon! Nim, I'd recommend watching the Asmon clip as it's relevant to cancel culture. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I figured my iced tea story would go well while we're looking at my revamped panels. My little revamped panels here. Next stream, she gets a free vector in the mail, please. Please. I'd have to go to the local FFL for that, though.
Like, there's been a lot of people that have been upset. A lot of people have been mad at me recently. A lot of people getting pissed off because of what I've been saying about that localizer translation shit. People have been trying to insult me, get mad.
I have a vagina. Deal with it.
There's no way.
This bald.
I have that clip open of that fucking woke localizer lady losing her. Did she actually say that? Holy shit. No way.
Stink bag up and leave him in a ditch. Same goes for his entire sub. I can just hear
Tuesday
their frail,
nights,
weak
anal
bodies.
night.
I hope when Asmongold wakes up the next day, he has a horrible sickness that renders him unable to use social media and communicate properly. If it does...
The side of love and tolerance, by the way, chat. These are the people who would defend these shitty woke translations. They don't care about molesting the source material. They just want their ideology pushed because they hate you.
Doesn't happen, hopefully in the day after that.
That's mean.
But he deserves it.
Also notice how the mods deleted the first comment but kept the rest. How lovely.
Asmongold is one of the few human beings I could, if I knew where he lived, just murder with no brutality whatsoever. He doesn't pick a nerve that makes me super mad, but he annoys me enough that I wish he were dead, and that's it.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You need help.
What the fuck is wrong with all of these people? Holy shit!
You telling me you never wished someone was dead? Well, who gives a shit? Am I gonna sit here like and try to, I'm gonna try to defend myself and explain it to people? No, there's no reason to. I don't go out of my way to actively shut this stuff down because any reasonable person that looks into it will see the truth of it. There's no reason for me to be like, oh, well, I've got to prove it to them and make sure, because here's the truth, right?
The people who are, like, wishing death upon him and saying this crazy shit, they are the brick walls. They are not people that can be reasoned with. They're people who have drunk so much Kool-Aid that they believe everything they do, even violently, is correct. They are the people who have been propagandized and cannot be shown any basic information contrary to what their brain has been wired to react to. This is your brain on Vosh! Do not horsecock my chat!
I wonder if that woman realized that she just basically said I do poor quality work. Well, I'm a woman, you shouldn't expect competence.
She said that in many different ways. Like one of the I don't know if this is the same person. I could be getting her confused with the woman who's been screaming all over Twitter for the last week. But the woman who's been screaming all over Twitter for the last week did the whole, like, none of these localizers actually know Japanese. And it's like, you just played yourself! Congratulations! Our entire point was that you're not faithfully translating the material. And now you tell us you just rewrite the whole script. You can't even read the basic material? Like, holy shit. Same woman. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Same woman. It's fucking crazy. The almighty lolly, thank you for the $5 doodles. Localization's worse than just contempt for fans. It's actual racism, where the translators truly feel Japan is a disgusting culture. It's like, it comes from the same people who made fun of all of us for liking weeb shit for years. And speaking of the localizers having giga contempt, you guys already noticed that Poltfan joined my Discord. We're gonna be having a chat. We're gonna be having a chat about these localizers because he's you know, on the inside. He is somebody who translates. He actually knows Japanese. He knows way more than I do on this subject. So I wanted to pick his fucking brain and hear him talk about this entire subject. Hey, hear him talk about this entire fucking subject. He's based. He's pretty fucking cool. I like his tweets. We both have Orange Cat. I'm trying to find a home for my Orange Cat, but right now we both have Orange Cat. I think we decided on doing it the 13th on Saturday. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's what I said to him. Guardian Dark Angel, thank you for the $5. Oh, it gets better. Said woman also said she didn't write the line, then did say she wrote it later. Actually, it's the opposite. Her original tweet was bragging about how she wrote the line, and then, like, after she started getting tons of backlash, she was like, well, you can't be mad at me. It was a white male who wrote the line. It's like, nice try, bitch. You stop that. And this is why I really hate people that post fake news, right? Like, if you want your criticism to be taken seriously, don't post altered screenshots. Don't post fake shit. I had a tweet where I called out somebody who posted a screenshot. Oh god, we're gonna be multi-track drifting. Hold on a second. Multi-track drift tangenting. We need someone to play the Need for Speed soundtrack. Oh god, it was where is it? I didn't tweet too much the past few days because I've been dying. Oh no, I retweeted a fucking lot though. Jesus. Class of 09. Here we go. It was this thing. This post is gaining quite a bit of traction. I wanted to point out the screenshot is edited. The localizers are terrible. Jamie specifically has been posting insane shit the past few days. Please keep criticism of her to things that are true and real. It's harmful to spread fake stuff like this, both for reputation-ruining reasons, and any legitimate criticism of the person can be hand-waved away as soon as you bring in falsehoods. Do your best to verify, archive everything. The post was deleted, as you can see. So the post in question here. The post in question. Ghost Archive takes a second to load. Alexa, play manual gas. So, this is an edited screenshot. It says, hashtag most narcissistic moment. I want to rape them so bad. And it has a picture of, like, the kids there, right? And he even quote retweeted her, where she was saying Happy New Year. And so a lot of people in the comments are like, holy crap, they said that, and it's being reinforced. I'm pretty sure she said this, although I'm not sure. Some people said either proof of her has been deleted or either edited. And people who virtue signal most of the time have skeletons in their closet, which isn't very far off the mark, but you shouldn't lie about things still. You know, let me check her account. I don't know if I can show replies here. I don't know if it'll populate. No, it doesn't. Now you've seen it. Something diddle kid, something pedophile. So, like, there are people completely going, is this shit real? Probably. If I'm in the wrong, I would delete this. Right? Yes, this is real. She deleted it because she's desperately trying to clean herself up from any bad rumors. Like, this woman is actually fucking crazy. And she's been saying shit that should be criticized. And should be, like, you know, told that she's wrong. She shouldn't be working on localizations. But posting a screenshot with an edit that says, like, she wanted to rape kids or whatever, that does not help your point. That does not help your point. That does not help you. That does not help your criticism. Don't lie about people. Don't do that. That's going to... He's just localizing. Yeah. She's a psycho, but the screenshot is edited. Yeah. This is an archive link of the real screenshot. And this tweet is still up from 2018. So you can go to the actual tweet itself, but the text about raping isn't there. It's edited and it shouldn't be propagated. Jamie's a very, very terrible person. You don't need to lie about the bad person. Right. And if you do try to lie about the bad person, people are going to start seeing that bad person as less bad. Especially if your criticisms of her are ruining localizations and you escalate the lie to pedophilia, right? Would the fake news be considered a localization of the subject? It's the boy who cried wolf in real time. Yeah. Wouldn't surprise you if the post was promoted to weaken our side. It's just like, there's dumb people on all sides. Dumb people on all sides. And like, most of us fell for like the Afro satire as well. You're wrong. Kirsche, do lie about people, but do it to the powerful people who can actually take them down. Disproving a lie is more work for them than just firing tards. I would disagree. I don't want to see lies. I want to see facts. BGM stopped. I stopped because we were watching the Asman clip, but then we had to segue into this about Jamie. This did not get as much traction as the original post, unfortunately. The original post was like, I think 600 something likes by the time it was deleted. But hopefully most people who saw the original also saw this so they can get corrected. Jamie also got fellow VA Vic Mignoya expelled from the industry over fake sexual assault allegations. Man, she is just a disgusting person, is she not? I didn't know she was the person who called out Vic. Dude, what the fuck? Absolute narcissist. Best part is that she voiced Panty from Panty and Stocking and Garter Belt, a role that could absolutely get her canceled today. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? She's the kind of person that deserves being canceled? I don't think it's canceled if they actually deserve it. I only watch Panty and Stocking in Japanese. I never watch the English dub.
Will a day ever come where people realize that making stuff up causes lack of trust and harm of the side you claim to support? Thankfully it got deleted.
Yeah, thankfully it got deleted. Archive everything. Never for Gorb, as it were. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. The edit is bad, but the worst part is the Mount Lady cosplay. Jesus Christ. Loved that show, but damn, it was spicy. I hope they don't fuck up season 2. I'm looking forward to it. I love Panty and Stocking. Let's have our king finish his statement.
The people that try to accuse me of doing this kind of stuff have already made up their mind that I'm a piece of shit. So I'm never going to be able to just like explain to them why I'm not a piece of shit and them to be like, of course I was wrong all along.
That's true. That's true. If somebody doesn't know anything about you and they already have made up their mind that they hate you, there's no getting through to those kinds of people. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Just use the facts, ma'am. Thank you for the king clip. Nimothy. Well, thank you for the king clip. Appreciate my love of the Kritura, but I cannot stand his streams. I like his streams. I think they're really good background noise. I like the way that he talks really slow, as like it's complete contrast to the way that I talk, so I enjoy having the slow motion happening. Kirsche out here doing free corrections. Jamie Marchi is also Rias Grimori from High School DxD. Why is she like this? I hope maybe Poltfan can give me some insight on this when we talk, but it's just like, how did localizers get this way? How are they so egotistical? And in the same breath, like, just wanting to take part in these adaptations and then just bragging about butchering them. I don't get it. Reading about Marchi hiding from her court case against Vic was surreal. What the fuck? They filled a niche nobody was in, early Funimation, and then they got full of themselves? It's just like... I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. Absolutely loved it. But like watching how Lil Karibo has descended into insanity makes me really sad. Probably Old Guard and something awful goonery is probably a factor.
You can give me
same
butt
kind of
scratches,
insider
like I'm
hubris that
a
you see with
real
certain
pet.
cliques of VTubers? Maybe.
Traveling to the Boston area for work next week. Any recommendations on restaurants around Lowell, Billerica, and Concord? Preferably local/New England fare, but I enjoy all kinds of food. You can post it in the Discord if you prefer.
Thank you for the $5 doodles. I haven't been to Billerica for a long fucking time. My aunt lived there for a little bit at some point. I don't remember. I was super fucking young. Haven't been there in ages. I don't even know where Concord is. I don't think I've been to Concord, Mass. That sounds very capey. That sounds very capey. I'd have to put my noggin together, because like most of the places I liked going to were in like Newburyport or directly in Boston. There's not much in Concord, Jesus. You can like someone's work but not like them personally? Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you can separate art from artist. Your aunt lives in Billerica too. Is Billerica just a city of aunts? Is that what that is? The thing that you're wondering is, what do the creators of the anime that are being localized think of all this? They probably don't know about it, if I'm being honest with you. Anime is what people turn to because Western entertainment went to crap, so they want to ruin that too. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Let's, my number one recommendations, though, would be in Boston, Smith and Walensky's, a really good restaurant, kind of pricey, really fucking good though. In the Back Bay, you have Mike's Pastries. Mike's Pastries, perfect fucking bakery. If you have a chance to get to Mike's, absolutely fucking do it. Also in Boston, I think only the Cambridge location is left now. There isn't the Fire and Ice near Harvard anymore. But Fire and Ice is an all-you-can-eat buffet.
What the fuck?
But since it's a Boston buffet, they buy local. So what they have in stock for the day depends on what the local fisheries and farms have given them. So, Fire and Ice, highly recommend.
Is it bad to be attracted
and,
to a cartoon fox that you don't
in
even know that well?
Newburyport, my favorite restaurant is Michael's. I don't know if it's open right now. I think they might close during certain parts of the year because Michael's is like literally on the harbor. Is it named after the movie? I don't think so. You saw a rev clip of a Japanese content creator reacting to Asmongold's video on the localization issue? Ooh. That sounds like it would be interesting to watch as well. On the harbor. Yeah, it's right. It's right on the water. If you go on the deck, you're literally on the water. How did I get a pimp as awesome as a Pimpkin Pippa? She's your Oshi. You love her collabs with me. Thank you. I love the Peeba. We found each other in the trailer park. It was a true romantic Hallmark love story. Unrelated, are you Italian? You were arguing with someone and you wanted to confirm. Salka Alpaca, thank you for the 1,000 yen! Thank you for the 1,000 yen! I am, I guess ethnically, Italian and French. I am just a burger lady. I was born and raised in Boston, but my ancestry is Italian and French. Unparalleled trailer park romance. Yeah. You Peeba Sawa are your Oshis. Pippa's your Kami Oshi? Hell yeah. It's always been an issue. There were a huge anime bubble crash in 2007 to 9 when Genon USA, ADV, and Bandai Funimation picked up all of Genon USA licenses. ADV became Sentai Filmworks, and so many good localizations translators lost jobs or left, and the vocalizers have been infecting the scenes ever since. I mean, it's been happening with video games as well. Like any games that come over from like Japan or Korea get heavily altered. And I've looped on this topic before, but Blade in the Soul is a very good example of this. When Blade in the Soul was coming out, a lot of people refunded their pre-orders because there was a quest that is based off of a Korean folklore. It's the one where like there's a pervy lecher who's watching a bunch of sirens bathe in a lake.
Hits or get the fuck out.
And like the sirens end up, cursing him or whatever. I can't remember the full folklore, but apparently this offended the feminist vocalizers working on Blade and Soul. And so they changed the entire quest line to like directly chastise him and tell him why he's wrong for like peeving on them and shit. And when people were angry about this quest line getting changed, they had Blade and Soul community managers take to the forums and say why we, the players, are wrong for being upset. and how, like, it's necessary to change these quest lines to be more feminist leaning in the Western sphere. Like, it was really bad. I have the forum post saved somewhere on my PC because, you know, archive everything. What an odd thing to change about that, yeah? Yeah, you can't tell your customer they're wrong. Yeah, Blade & Soul's release was still pretty big, but they lost a good chunk of people because of that. Is Blade & Soul still around? You hope they aren't. I think they are. They had like an Unreal Engine 5 update like a year ago or some shit. Your roommate didn't realize just how bad the localization was until they realized that Junpei from Persona was voiced by Vic Mignogna until recently. Junpei's their favorite character. They replaced his voice lines in a game that is on disc? What the hell? Today, offending a feminist is an awesome thing to do. Jesus. Yeah, they hate Vic. God damn. It's always the children and fans that are wrong. Then we got Toothpaste Hair, Moon Character, and Fire Emblem Engage, and that was just a terrible, forgettable character. Yeah, that was something Polt Fan mentioned as well. He mentioned a guy who did a lot of damage to the Final Fantasy series. I don't know much about that, so I'm gonna be very interested in some of the things he has to say when I have him on. Localizers are the same people destroying Marvel and Star Wars. They're the Kathleen Kennedys spread out all throughout these companies, motivated by their politics and hatred of men. Yeah, I haven't been talking about it recently because I wanted to save all of the talk for when I had Polt Fan on.
It's butt
I felt like
time?
that would make the most sense. Vic was done dirty like the Duke lacrosse players. He was done hella dirty. Kiruka, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. You admit you used to drink the Kool-Aid, but no longer do. You're fixed by two incredibly based men in your life, your boss from your old job and your boyfriend. Took years, but your mental health is better off. I'm fucking glad. I'm fucking glad you had healthy people to help you out of your Kool-Aid pit. Congratulations. Congratulations. Fire Emblem's writing's boring, but the localizers made it longer and removed anything likable. Same with Brawly from Dragon Ball, originally voiced by Vic, and they replaced him with Johnny Young Bosch after the controversy. Jesus. You heard that the Valkyria Chronicles got hit pretty hard by localizers? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Looping back around to the original tangent, we were talking about Epstein at some point. And this is, somebody brought this up earlier, the Jean-Luc Brunel. A one-time close friend of Epstein, Brunel was found dead in a French jail in 2022 while being investigated by that country's authorities. He was accused of helping procure women and underage girls for Epstein, and was also alleged to have raped and assaulted women he knew from the modeling world. In the documents, one witness mentioned in a deposition asking him for a job, and several others were asked about him. Did he get the Epstein treatment, or... Paris police are investigating Brunel's death, the prosecutor's office said. Circumstances were not made public, and Brunel's lawyers did not comment on it. So we don't know how he died, but he just happened to die while in prison. Interesting. Interesting. It makes me angry because I've been fighting for years. For me, the end of this was to be in court, and now that whole ending, which would help form closures, taken away from me. Great disappointment, great frustration. The victims won't get justice. Interesting. Interesting that we have no details about how he managed to somehow die in jail. They mentioned he had tried killing himself several times before. Interesting. Interesting. Epstein died from self-deletion. You remember Nisa localization of Crime Girls and Mugen Souls? They cut out entire minigames and quests because it made them uncomfortable. This was back in 2012-13, and a worker at Xseed didn't like the sexual content in Senran Kagura and had it toned down for one of the 3DS games despite knowing it was illegal. They just didn't like it. Jeez. Damn my slow typies! The slowest of typies. Bill Richardson, the former governor of New Mexico. Richardson also died in September. He had been previously reported to have visited Epstein's sprawling Zorro Ranch in New Mexico at least once. Richardson denied accusations made by Guthrie, who in a previously unsealed deposition said that she was directed to have sex with him. He called the accusation completely false and said that he had never met with Guthrie. Well, it's interesting that he's also dead. I wonder why all these people who keep having accusations against them turn up dead. Another coincidence, just forget it. David Copperfield, In her deposition, Johanna Stoberg said that she had dinner with magician David Copperfield in Epstein's home. Copperfield is not accused of any wrongdoing. Schoberg said Copperfield asked her if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls, but testified he told her no specifics about that. How terrible. You're already getting molested, and now you're forced to watch David Copperfield perform magic tricks at dinner? What a horrible fate. It's the Clinton effect. BGM Doko. Oh yeah, I should turn that back on, but it's gonna be turned off again real fucking quick, because I got some stuff, dude. Copperfield just wanted to do magic. Jesus. Lolly, thank you for the $5. Localization's 2 tiers. Mild sentence changes that aren't too big of a deal. And over-the-top sabotage, because the translators thought it was funny. I'm sick of the over-the-top sabotage, dude. I don't think too many people are, like, angry at, like, Pokemon calling an onigiri a donut. Like, it's wrong, and it's bad, but it's silly. And it's not something I'm gonna get, like, crazy angry about. And tonight I'll make your virginity disappear, Jesus. How do these localizers make you miss 4 kids? Donald Trump on the list. A witness said in a deposition that Epstein mentioned calling Trump and said the group would go to his casino when a storm forced his jet to land in Atlantic City during a 2001 trip. The witness was asked if she gave Trump a massage, but said no. Newsweek reported a Trump spokesperson said claims regarding Trump's relationship with Epstein were thoroughly debunked. Trump said in 2018 that he knew Epstein like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. And Trump said at the time, I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. And this casino that they went to, Donald Trump also banned him from the casino for bringing in an underage girl. So not only does it exonerate him, but it also proves that he was trying to not be around someone fucking weird. Thanks, progressives, for screaming for so many years. Keikaku means plan. I love translators' notes, dude. I love the translators' notes. Alan Dershowitz, I have a tab for this. Attorney Alan Dershowitz defended Epstein in the 2008 criminal case. In one of the documents, lawyers discussed sworn testimony by 2 household employees, one of whom said Dershowitz visited Epstein's Florida mansion pretty often and allegedly got massages while he was there. According to the court document, the other employee testified that Dershowitz visited Epstein's home without his family when young girls were present. Dershowitz has previously denied wrongdoing, and ahead of the document's release, Dershowitz warned against inferring anything about their contents in a live stream on his personal YouTube channel on Tuesday, saying that the important thing is to not assume guilt by association or guilt by accusation. He said in the half-hour live stream that as Epstein's lawyer, he had been on the plane many times and he had been to that island once with his wife and daughter when no young people were present. And we have the Alan Dershowitz thing here. Not the full thing, but maybe we could watch the full thing.
Dershowitz, Professor, you are mentioned in this document. You are mentioned repeatedly and very specifically.
He was on our radar.
The allegation against you was that Epstein forced then minor Jane Doe number 3 to have sexual relations with you, and that also you were an eyewitness to sexual abuse of other minors by Epstein. You have been out there vigorously defending your name, your honor, and denying these allegations fiercely. And I want to give you a chance now that it's come out in writing tonight to get your reaction.
Well, first of all, the woman who accused me has now stated categorically that she may have misidentified me, confused me with someone else. And these documents, if all the documents are revealed, will prove categorically that she did misidentify me, that I never met her, never heard of her, never spoke to her. And I can prove it by independent means. I have all my travel records. I have all my television appearances. I can prove that I couldn't possibly have been anywhere near any of the people who were involved in this. I was Epstein's lawyer. Of course I flew on his plane with Ken Starr, with Roy Black, with other lawyers. We flew to meetings with the U.S. attorney, with the state attorney, and so
she got real forgetful when she got a couple $100K. I think it cost more than that.
And when it happened, for example, as soon as Epstein was shown to be what he was, I ended my personal association with him completely but I maintained a legal relationship with him. I've represented some of the worst people in the world and continue to do so. That's my life. And of course I represented Epstein. Now, the one point I do want to make is that I understand all the feminist groups and the radicals who think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls, sexual abuse, beheadings? They are quiet.
I don't think you can really whataboutism Epstein's fucking island. Like, you can't just, like, I agree, right? Nobody really talks about the fucking roving rape gangs, right? They're literally ignored. But you can't, in the middle of being accused of doing creepy shit with underage women, you can't just be like, oh, well, you know, what about these other rape gangs? Not my rape gang. Like, bro, stay on topic.
They are silent. The incredible hypocrisy of the Me Too movement. Me Too, except if you're a Jew. And I want to have a list of all the radical feminists who are pushing hard, and I understand that.
Is he trying to claim it's anti-Semitic to be calling, like, him and Epstein people who did something wrong in this case? Like, I don't think you want to start saying it's anti-Semitic to point out some of the people who were pedophiles were Jewish. Like, I don't know what you're saying, man, but, like, you need to pull off the gas. You're being a little weird.
To get all these names revealed, and I want to know how many of them have ever actually condemned Hamas for the rapes that we now know occurred and the murders that occurred. How many have been silent, and how many, like the National Lawyers Guild, have actually approved of what Hamas did? So let's put this in context. I'm thrilled that all these papers have come out. I urged them. I went to court. I asked for everything to come out because I knew.
I'm not sure Hamas comes into play into this.
Exculpate me.
How many Hamas members did Epstein have on the island? We could ask that question. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodles. If you said your opinions on Dersh, you'd be banned and arrested. Just know he's a very bad man. Yeah, I know.
What I only worry about is that maybe the judges withheld certain documents. I want to make sure every single document comes out, including the documents that cast doubt on the credibility of some of the accusers and some of the accused. The public has the right to see everything and make their own judgment.
I agree with him, right? I want all the documents unredacted. I don't want any of that shit redacted. And as soon as they release it with redactions, there's still going to be speculation and there's still going to be rumors if we have that information pulled from the reports, right? But it's really weird that in the same sentence, he's just like, that's gonna cast doubt on some of the accusers. Boy. You playing a very dangerous game here, sir.
Do not put the country in guilt by accusation, but guilt by association.
But by the way, I think that is fair, and I still, like you, believe that in the presumption of innocence, and I don't rush to judgment. And frankly, on many high-profile cases in this country, this show, starting with Richard Jewell, we've been right. We were right about Duke Lacrosse. We were right about UVA. We were right about Ferguson, Missouri, and Freddie Gray in Baltimore, because I didn't rush to judgment, and I had impeccable sources. I have known you for years. I don't really know why you like to defend these high-profile clients. Everybody certainly deserves a defense, including Mr. Epstein, including O.J. Simpson, and you and I had wars over Bill Clinton back in the day.
Sure.
You've taken on these high-profile cases. Why, and do you regret?
It's like, I know he's gonna answer the question, but it's like they're high-profile clients. First of all, he's gonna get a lot of money. I was like, I don't know what kind of question that is.
Regret it at all? And did you ever see anything untoward about Mr. Epstein?
I never did, and I do regret having ever met Jeffrey Epstein because it caused me the worst few years of my life when I was falsely accused, and I was canceled by the 92nd Street Y, canceled by Temple Emmanuel, and then she ultimately admitted that she may have confused me with someone else, and so, you know, things obviously have gotten a lot better. Now, of course, these revelations
Like the dirty
put my
dog
name
you
in the headlines
are!
again. But I've never been afraid of that because I have nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be ashamed of. I did nothing wrong. Would I do it again? Not if I knew I was going to be falsely accused, but if not for that, I've represented far worse people. I've represented murderers. I've represented
You know,
people
Dershowitz
who
never
have done
saw
terrible,
anything.
terrible things. That's an essential part of our system. If I don't do it, who will? I had tenure. I had an obligation to defend the most controversial,
You having a
the worst
stroke?
people. Sometimes I won, sometimes I lost. Sometimes I created a plea bargain like I did in this case. By the way, Epstein was furious at me for the plea bargain. He wouldn't pay my fee because he thought I had done a terrible job because he ended up going to jail and having to report as a sex offender. The rest of the world thought it was a sweetheart. But
Holy
that's
shit.
what criminal defense lawyers do. I'm 85 years old. I hope the good Lord gives me the strength to continue to represent the most despised, the most controversial, the most unpopular people in the world. Look at the hell I got for representing
This is
Donald
panic.
Trump.
He realizes
I
what
did
this
that,
means.
and I
Yep.
lost a lot of my friends, and people say to me all the time, oh, I understand Epstein, but not Trump, or I understand Trump, but not Epstein. You have to understand that the role of the criminal defense lawyer is to defend everybody who's falsely accused.
Well, I'll say
or who
this.
may be accused or even truthfully accused. Yeah.
I think you're going to be the only one that does have the courage to say, no, it's not true. And you do make a good point. If there's exculpatory information that is not released as part of the information that is being given out by the judge, I think that's unfair to everybody, and that would be unfair to you. And if you believe it's exculpatory, I think the public should see that as well. Professor, thank you.
I don't need any more exculpatory material because the woman has already admitted that she may have clearly misidentified me, and that's enough for me. I'm going on with my life. I'm going to continue to do what I've been doing for years. But thank you, Sean, for an opportunity to present my case.
Professor, we appreciate your time as always. Thank you for being with us. Hey,
It's, that's really weird. That's really weird to me. If there is evidence that for some reason he's been lied about, where all these victims have come forward, yeah, sure, I'd like to see it, but I just don't believe that that's the case. He might be innocent about sleeping with minors, but he sure as hell knew about what was going on the island and still kept working for the guy. Yeah. What about all the video and photo evidence that nobody's been allowed to see? Yeah, I talked about that earlier. I would like to see all of that. I want to see all of the evidence. I don't want to, like, watch the videos myself. I don't want to watch, like, people getting fucking assaulted. But it's like, I want to hear what's on those tapes. I want people to talk about what is on those tapes and to, like, release the names of the people who are inside of them. Imagine if that mentality were taken while Rittenhouse were looking for defense lawyers. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then in the documents, let's see here. Beep 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 beep. In the documents we have like the conversation parts where they were being interviewed. And it's like, I saw one press report that said you had met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio. And the answer was, I did not meet them, no. When I spoke about them, it was when I was massaging him. And he would get off, and he would be on the phone a lot at that time. And one time he said, oh, that was Leonardo, or that was Kate Blanchett, or Bruce Willis, that kind of thing. So name dropping, yes. So you had not met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio. I have not. Would you remember if you had? I would hope I would remember. Did you meet Cameron Diaz? No. Bill Clinton? No. Did you see Bill Clinton on the island? No. Did you see Bill Clinton in a helicopter being flown by Ghislaine Maxwell? No. And this is like where it gets Dr. Seussy, right? Like, I understand they have to ask shit this way because of the way legalese works, but it's like, did you see Bill Clinton on a train? Did you see Bill Clinton on a plane? Did you see him in a box with a fox under a Glock in the moss-covered forest? Like, lawyer rambled like an online know-it-all being called out for his bad takes. I mean, it's implied, but no proof. Did Ghislaine Maxwell ever tell you that she had flown Bill Clinton in her helicopter? Objection. I don't recall her saying that. And the Miss Manager, did you ever meet Senator? Redacted. I don't know what he looks like. I might have. If I told you he was from Maine, would that stick out in your mind? It should, but I don't recall meeting him. Do you remember meeting Prime Minister Ehud Barak from Israel? No. Do you recall meeting any prime ministers? No. Any foreign presidents? No. Nobel Prize winners? Not to my knowledge. Naomi Campbell? No. No? Why did I say no like that? Al Gore? No. Alan Dershowitz? No. Les Wexner? No. Tom Pritzker? No. Kevin Spacey? I may have already asked you, but have you met Kevin Spacey? No. Did you meet Governor Bill Richardson of New Mexico? I want to say that he was supposed to come to dinner when we were in New Mexico. I don't know if I met him. I believe that he and Ghislaine had dinner separate from myself. John Luke Brunel? Yes. You did meet him? Yes. Tell me about that. He was just in the house at one time in Palm Beach. Socializing? Yes. Did you observe him to be with underage girls? I don't recall. Did you give him a massage? I don't think I did. I gave a lot of guest massages. I don't remember any of their names. So it could have been any of those people besides the movie stars. You would know. Exactly. And did you engage in sexual contact with any of the guests for whom you gave a massage? No. That's why he would call me for his guests, because I was not comfortable with the sexual contact.
I want to read that one.
Alan had some dog water dicks, but he does have a point that defense attorneys wind up having to defend terrible people because that's just how it works.
Yeah, even terrible people deserve the defense.
You have to go through a trial before those are taken.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. That's not the part that I took issue with him saying. And that's why he would call me for his guest, because I was not comfortable with the sexual contact, so he still wanted to employ me as a massage therapist, but it was all normal. So this was an actual conversation that you had. No, but I noticed. I noticed that I was massaging him less and less, and massaging his guests more. So there was a change in the frequency with which you were giving Jeffrey Epstein massages. Right. And an increase in corresponding to massages you were giving to guests, correct? Yes. Did any of the guests for whom you gave a massage mention that they expected something sexual? No. Did they ask you to engage in sexual contact and you refused? Another objection. No. Another Miss Meniger. Marvin Minsky? I don't know that. George Lucas? No. Donald Trump? No. Did you ever massage Donald Trump? No. Sorry, I have to ask, but did you ever have sex with Alan Dershowitz in the back of a limousine with Virginia and Jeffrey present? Absolutely not. That is so fucking specific. Like, that is insane to me. Like, I understand why they have to be incredibly fucking specific, but it's like, it's very jarring to read, you know? It's very jarring to read. And then they go through, like, asking about a couple of more people. But it's like they name drop all of these people, and almost all of them in this 2015 lawsuit are a no to having met them, right? And then you read an article like this. Read an article like this where it talks about the names. The legal documents relate to a defamation lawsuit brought against Maxwell in 2015 and were published under a judge order on Wednesday. The second tranche of documents released on Thursday evening did not shed a great deal of new light on the case and included many of the names previously made public. Inclusion of the names does not indicate any wrongdoing related to Epstein or anyone else, and the list includes many of Epstein's accusers and alleged victims. And it's weird to me that they give this one little kind of caveat here that it doesn't indicate any wrongdoing, but then they just publish this whole list of names. And it does, like, they mention the Leonardo DiCaprio, and we just read the section with Leo's name. And they don't mention that, like, he specifically wasn't accused of any wrongdoing. So if you're an average normie who's not going to go seek out the lawsuit documents, and you're reading this, you're basically left to insert your own biases to assume which ones might have been accused of wrongdoing and which ones are completely fine. Because they don't differentiate them here. And it's oh my god, Frederick Fekkai! I bought that man's shampoo! I used Fekkai shampoo for many, many years. That shit's expensive! It's like, I mean, it lasted me like an entire year, but it was still like $60 for a fucking 32-ounce bottle. Mrs. Maxwell, were there 3 or 4 dwarfs present when you were having sex with Mr. Dershowitz and Mr. Epstein in the back of the 2003 Toyota Tacoma? Can you tell us the exact height of the midgets who were doing the calculations on the board in front of Mr. Hawkins? And can you tell us the difference between the height of the midget and the bottom rung of the blackboard, which they had to reach up to in order to solve these equations? I bought him a plane ticket to the island. I'm on the list. Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. Is it wrong that you find the midget thing hilarious? No. I know the midget thing is fake. Absolutely, and I will loop on it being fake as many times as I have to in case someone thinks it's real. But it's fucking hilarious, and I am going to joke about it. What was the solution of the equations? I can't say that in the court of law as it pertains to a final solution. Mr. Hawkins was very fond of that type of humor. Viewers cycle in and out at inopportune times, unironically. What was the color of the chalk? So just like, I don't know, publishing this list without mentioning like why each of these names are mentioned, I feel like is a little bit of journalist. He should have done a better job. Like this one little tiny caveat at the top, I don't think is good enough. Is it really believable seeing things that are crazy like that and people with low control love controlling fetishes?
Like I'm a real pet!
I did not see him on a plane. I did not see him on a train. I did not see him grape a girl. The thought alone could make me hurl. So please don't hurt me, Clinton's wife. I do not want to end my life.
Nice little Dr. Seuss rhyme. Thank you.
Thank you, Brave SJ, for the $5 doodles. Actually spitting bars? And the rappist of the generation?
Thank you.
We have a award-winning Canadian YouTuber. For some reason. They also apparently write for Washington Post. Epstein and Maxwell were horrible people and their crimes are what we should focus on. But instead, people pretend they were part of some evil cabal of pedophiles ruling the world and keep expecting evidence to validate this theory. Reality, which was bad enough, takes a backseat. People really want, like, Bill Gates and Bill Clinton to be prosecuted for sex crimes because that would validate certain conspiratorial views of the world. An obsession with that whole narrative has really overshadowed the crimes of Epstein and Maxwell themselves. A lot of the cases against the powerful people linked to Epstein, like Prince Andrew and Alan Dershowitz, have played out anticlimactically. And some people can't accept this. They want more drama, more sex crimes involving more powerful people. I find that a bit sick, really. Well, I find JJ McCullough a bit sick. Because it's not about the drama, it's about the powerful people who are involved in the unironic pedophilic cabal getting what they rightfully deserve. When you are someone like Epstein who keeps a black book of his powerful clients for blackmail, when you're someone like Epstein who has princes visiting his island, what other conclusion are you supposed to come to besides a lot of these powerful people are in on something that is grotesque and disgusting, and that's why it even took so fucking long to come out in the first place? Almighty Lolly, thank you for $5. The key to figuring out who committed wrongdoing or not is watching how various people react. The panic and excuses say it all. I agree. Like, who is this random YouTuber and Washington Post contributor, and why is he trying to run defense for a pedophilic cabal? Did he go to one of the spirit cooking parties? Was he somehow involved? I'm not gonna say so, because that could be slander, right? Like, I don't know, but why is he running defense so fucking hard for these people? It's weird. It's weird to do. There is no cabal, said the judge in the Dutro case. A lot of powerful people are into weird illegal shit. It's been that way ever since we had civilization, sadly. Yeah, right? Why are we glowing this time? When aren't we glowing? Washington Post copium. And it's like, it's not even that like everybody wants to see Democrats fall, because it's not just Democrats who visited that fucking island. It's not a party issue. It's an issue of all kinds of people who had money and power taking part in this disgusting pedophile ring. It's not about parties. It's never been about parties, and they keep trying to make it so. Lock them all up, exactly. He's a shill. You've seen a few of his YouTube vids. I don't know who he is. I've never heard of him before. I just saw this tweet and I was like, what the fuck is this idiot smoking? Oh my god. Almost slurred. Cult of personality. Thank you for the $5. New Epstein leaks have revealed that JJ McCullough, Dark Brandon, KK Slider, Boogie, and all of our gaming circle jerk were on the island. Allegedly. Heavy lifting. Do not spread the fake news! That's fake news! Wrong quiche, it's a party issue. The uniparty? Okay, fair. I'll accept that one. They're all on the same fucking team. KK Slider slid under the radar. I don't even know who the fuck that is. I don't know who the fuck KK Slider is. I've never heard that name. Republicans and Democrats are both corrupt. It's just tar and feather all of them at this point. Jesus Christ. Lose the shorts. The Animal Crossing dog? Oh, Jesus Christ. I haven't played Animal Crossing since the GameCube. And I knew Animal Crossing would be a problem for me because I hoarded absolutely everything in Animal Crossing to the point where I ran out of room in my house. And I would dig holes to, like, put all of my hoarded objects in. And my entire island ended up just being dug holes. And I would have, like, sections of the island where, like, okay, I'll bury the musical instrument guys here. I'll bury the furniture here. I was like, oh my, it was so bad. That's a bit concerning. I hoard in video games because I'm poor in real life. Kirsche is not an actual woman confirmed. She doesn't know about Animal Crossing. I was never a huge fan of the Animal Crossing. So we drop all politicians onto a remote island with a lot of weapons in the center and leave them to it. We can reverse Hunger Games them. Instead of the rich and powerful elite using the poor to put on a life or death game show for them, we can uprise and drop all of the elite on an island and they can fight each other for our viewing pleasure. Never forgive Animal Crossing for taking the mole's job. Hunger Games coming this summer. Renovate the Colosseum and have them fight there. Oh my god. All the rich and powerful are too old, can't be arsed to do that. The geriatric fighting ring. According to the flight logs, both KK Slider and Kirsche were on the same flight. The Kirsche was used and abused on those flights. It's an animal with less than one brain cell. It didn't know any better. We need to get justice for the Kirsche. You want to stay a billionaire? Go fight on the island, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Let's see what else I have here on the Epsteins before we move on. Oh yeah, Paul Joseph Watson apparently is still a thing. I was unaware. Paul Joseph Watson still made videos. And I'm gonna be real.
The initial Epstein.
I've seen way too many edits of this man's face talking about the mainstream meteor that I like his face just like warps in my brain whenever I see him. And I played like the first 10 seconds of this video before I paused it to save it for today with you guys. But is he AI now? Does he not actually record himself? Is he falling into the Kwebbelkop trap where he has an AI be his picture on the screen? Is this still actually him? Or is this imagine my cock?
File dump is just the beginning, with more high-profile names promised to be released in the coming days and weeks. But what emerged last night certainly raised a few eyebrows. Here are the most interesting revelations. Joanna Schob.
Is he jump cutting to cut out him blinking? Because he's not like that creepy CEO that had the no blinking, right? He keeps jump cutting. Does he cut out his blinks? His eyes look very different. I cannot stop watching his fucking mouth. Like I don't know. Everything is AI now. I'm covering myself in tinfoil as we speak.
A masseuse for Epstein, who accompanied him on his trip, said Epstein told her that Bill Clinton, quote, likes them young, referring to girls.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Clinton continues to deny ever visiting Epstein Island, despite flying on his plane at least 26 times. Schoberg also revealed the bizarre circumstances of when...
To be fair, just flying on the plane does not indicate wrongdoing. Alright, I will say that. 26 times is a lot of fucking times, though.
She met Prince Andrew with a 17-year-old Virginia Giuffre. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell put the puppet on Virginia's lap, and I sat on Andrew's lap, and they put the puppet's hand on Virginia's breast, and Andrew put his hand on my breast, and they took a photo.
That sounds like blackmail photography, don't it? That's not, hold on, They put the puppet on Virginia's lap, I sat on Andrew's lap, they put the puppet hand on Virginia's breast, and Andrew put his hand on my breast, and then they took a photo. That sounds like blackmail photo! That sounds like we are going to take this photo of you doing this as insurance so you don't talk. They put the butter on the dog, not like that!
Andrew's lap, and they put the puppet's hand on Virginia's breast, and Andrew put his hand on my breast, and they took a photo. The puppet was a miniature version of Prince Andrew. Draw
That puppet is horrific looking, by the way.
your own connotations from that one. Jeffrey said she was directed to have sex with billionaire and then hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin, as well as billionaire businessman Tom Pritzker,
He has really big ears.
executive chairman of Hyatt Hotels. Pritzker is also a prominent member of the Aspen Institute, a globalist non-profit funded by the Gates Foundation. Epstein also wrote an email offering money to disprove Stephen Hawking was involved in an underage orgy on his island. Then you have the celeb name drops.
He obviously didn't kill himself, just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up! I know he's your friend, but I don't care.
This was the funniest thing to happen at a celebrity award show in years, and I don't think anything will ever be this funny at a celebrity award show ever fucking again.
The magician David Copperfield was allegedly a friend of Epstein's, performing tricks at his house. Sjoberg claims Copperfield was aware of at least some of the nature of Epstein's activities because he had a conversation with her about it. Michael Jackson, the king of pop, who, depending on who you believe, was either a notorious nonce or the victim of a massive frame-up. Jackson was allegedly at Epstein's Palm Beach mansion at least once, although Sjoberg says she was not directed to service him. Then we have two more contemporary names that no one saw coming: Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Blanchett. Sjoberg claims that when she was massaging Epstein, he would brag about being on the phone to celebrities, including DiCaprio, Blanchett, and Bruce Willis. It's important.
Well, I mean, if you are trying to keep teenagers interested in being your massage cattle, enticing them with being able to meet celebrities is a pretty good way to do that.
To emphasize that just because famous people knew or were pictured with Epstein or Maxwell doesn't mean they were involved in his sordid activities. Case in point, Donald Trump, who despite the claims of screeching shitlibs, was exonerated yet again in yesterday's data dump.
He says it so matter-of-factly, what the fuck?
In the coming days, we're likely to find out the identity of John Doe 113, a purported Epstein affiliate and witness who is alleged to have engaged in serious wrongdoing. But how many names will never see the light of day? This one was redacted from yesterday's dump. We also learned that Jeffrey kept a journal 300 pages long filled with the names of men involved with Epstein.
Where's that book? Where's the notebook with the 300 pages of people? Where is that? Why can't we have that? Where's that?
And what they got up to. But that she burned it in a bonfire. Oops. Next, we'll get...
All I'm saying is that if Anne Frank managed to keep her diary, this notebook still exists somewhere. It was not bonfired. I don't believe that.
Into what's still being hidden about Epstein's secret operation, and it's far more damning than anything they've released over the last 24 hours. Don't know about you, but I'm going to be heading into the new year trying to cut back on sugar and get more protein into my diet. Well, how about working towards that goal with your very first meal of the day with Magic Spoon, cereal reinvented?
If you're going to, I'm not gonna tell this man with like 10 trillion times my subscriber count that he might be doing something wrong. Who the fuck am I to tell him he might be doing something wrong, right? But like, maybe if you're gonna talk about the pedophilic cabal, put your Magic Spoon shilling either at the beginning or the end of your video instead of in the middle of it. You know, nothing gets me more in the mood for some kind of magic cereal than talking about how David Copperfield performed magic tricks in front of underage girls massaging old men's penises. What he was gonna say, by sucking dick. Holy shit.
Magic Spoon is great for a low-carb lifestyle, containing 4 to 5 net carbs per serving with 140 calories per serving.
Chat, it has the Globo Homo artwork. Didn't we talk about this cereal before? This looks familiar. I remember the Globo Homo, dude. You know what Epstein fed all those victims on his island? That cereal's like $14 a box. What the fuck? How are people getting mad at fucking Pokemon's overpriced cookies, but not this overpriced Globo Homo art cereal? You remember when the Depp trial and Rittenhouse stuff was going on? You sat there wondering why they were getting so much attention. And you saw that the Maxwell case had a couple of breakthroughs at the same time they were happening, and it made sense. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. The way he set that up makes you think he was about to out the CEO of Magic Spoon. You know what's better than what they fed the victims on Epstein Island? Magic Spoon's grain-free cereal with 13 grams of protein. Did Magic Spoon approve this ad? I think if there's one thing that everyone could have learned from the established titles fiasco, like even... I'm pretty sure even Rev Says Desu had mentioned that like he has to submit videos for approval, like to have the company like approve the ad thing in his video. I don't think any of them watch it. I don't think any of them do. And I think established titles actually prove that.
What time?
Even if you have to submit a video, the number of companies who actually probably bother watching that video to see what you say in your ad spot, I would guess is very fucking low. Very fucking low. Cricket cereal? Oh, ew. Does it have bugs in it? No way. A Magic Spoon intern got fired for this? Actually, or making joke, though? There's no way the sponsor watches this. I don't make YouTube videos. I live stream, right? So, like, all of my sponsorship stuff is for live streams. I still have to submit my live streams to them. I don't know how much they watch. I'm gonna be real with you. You tried Magic Spoon once, it was terrible. It's the whole protein part that is a particularly bad fit for this topic. Just checked milk protein, no bugs, thankfully. All right, good. No bugs. The artwork, though. When am I gonna have ketchup flavored cereal? Stop posting the Canadian ketchup cake at me, chat. I don't want to eat the ketchup cake. Upside is the whiplash got you talking about Magic Spoon, so the ad was effective. Was it effective if I'm making fun of Magic Spoon and saying I'm not going to buy it? The cereal's not too expensive, it was good, and the artwork makes you cringe. I wouldn't eat it. I'm not gonna buy the Magic Spoon, dude.
And best of all, there's no compromise on taste. Magic Spoon packs in all that flavour you remember from...
No compromise on taste, like you have to compromise on your morals if you go to Epstein Island.
Childhood, while remaining wholesome, high quality, and with absolutely no artificial ingredients. The variety pack comes in 4 delicious flavours: fruity, frosted, cocoa,
Why did he say
peanut
delicious
butter.
like
My standout favourite's gotta be cocoa. Turns the milk all chocolatey. Magic Spoon is a high protein meal.
You know, you weren't getting your milk turned all chocolatey on Epstein Island because he was also a racist. He didn't have enough underage black women as sex slaves on the island.
Or treat that you can enjoy at any time of the day. And it fits a variety of lifestyles. It's high protein, keto friendly, gluten free, grain free, soy free, that's crucial, wheat free and naturally flavoured. Click the link down below to grab a variety pack and try it today. And be sure to use the promo code PJW at checkout to get $5 off any order. Or go to magicspoon.com/PJW. The Magic Spoon is so confident in their product, it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it,
Magic Spoon, also unlike Epstein Island, has the 100% happiness guarantee. No sadness here, no regrets or lawsuits here, only Magic Spoon.
for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. That's a win-win any way you slice it. So start the new year off right by clicking the link below. Or scan the QR code on the screen and use the code PJW for your $5 off. Or go to magicspoon.com/PJW to save $5 off your order today. When the FBI raided Epstein's New York mansion in 2019...
No, there's not even a transition. No, all right, let's get right back into this case. It's just like, get Magic Spoon today with code PJW. The FBI was raiding. Holy shit. Oh, it's so good. Just doing it raw. The raw milk in the magic spoon. That's
They found copious amounts of CDs and hard drives containing nude images of women and girls. They photographed the items but then said they didn't have a warrant to remove them. And when they returned on July 11th, 4 days later, they were no longer there. Epstein's lawyer then...
How are you gonna raid Epstein's house and then say you don't have a warrant to remove evidence for his sex crimes against minors? That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird, dude. How convenient. I don't think that's how warrants work. I don't know. I don't know exactly how they work, right? Like, the police are allowed to remove such items when they're discovered. That's what I thought. I thought that, like, when you find evidence of a crime, when you are inside someone's apartment that you are looking for evidence of a crime in, if you find that evidence, you can remove it. That's what I've been under the impression of my whole life. The judge remembered who he was friends with? Yeah, maybe, dude. Holy shit. Warrants have limits written? That just seems like a bad idea, though, right? Like, if you find something and you're like, oh, for some reason this isn't in the scope of our warrant, we shouldn't leave. We shouldn't leave because this is probably gonna disappear if we do. If a search warrant didn't let you take items, there would be no evidence lockup at police stations? I don't fucking know, man. It just seems a little weird to me. Like, maybe... It's very possible I don't know what I'm talking about, but it seems really fucking weird.
Supposedly returned the items to the residence, but FBI agents could not be certain that the data contained on the CDs and hard drives was the same as the ones that were taken.
She could not be certain that the data on the CDs and hard drives were the same as the one that were taken. The rest of the items were properly accounted for. Boxes of CDs and hard drives were found in several rooms throughout the apartment, including in the massage room. So they returned the tapes to the people that took them. Or, like, the people that were in them? I don't know. I can't...
Epstein's lawyer then supposedly returned the items to the residence, so FBI agents...
To the resident? What the fuck? What is the point of that? What is the point? Why? I don't understand! Like, especially if they were returning it to, like, the people who were photographed or filmed. It's just like, what am I gonna do with this? Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. It's called the Plain View Clause. Even if they raided for something else, if they find evidence of separate crime, it will be taken. It's an excuse. Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. It feels like an absolute fucking excuse. The FBI is run by pedos. Imagine my shock when the FBI is impotent and useless and only lives to protect the elites.
Could not be certain that the data contained on the CDs and hard drives was the same as the ones that were taken. Did Epstein's people scrub some of the data, and why did the FBI not secure the evidence in the first place? These are the real Epstein files. This is where you'll find all the names, and those files will likely never see the light of day.
And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, the fact that they had time to scrub stuff on the CDs and on the tapes is just, like, absolute nonsense. And that's why, again, I don't feel any sort of, like, excitement over these new Epstein docs. Because it's just the court case from 2015. It's been made public, but the people in charge have had these information for ages. They could have done something. It didn't need to become public for them to do something about it. I'm glad it is public, but it's essentially a nothing burger that we got this stuff released.
Distracted with irrelevant info about Epstein's calls with Hollywood actors, while this bombshell intel appears to have mysteriously vanished. Referring to this still secret evidence, Mike Cernovich says that the new data dump is simply a mop-up operation. Notably absent from the new data dump is any information as to why Epstein was keeping all this blackmail material and who he was working for. But Epstein's connection to intelligence...
That's also a good point. I mean, it's very possible that Epstein might not have been working for anyone specifically. He just wanted to position himself as basically, like, the leader, right? He wanted to have control over all these powerful people so that he could get them to do whatever he wanted. He could have been the mastermind. He could have been working for someone else for sure. I mean, like, you can't rule out that he was just doing this because he wanted to, you know? You can't rule that one out. It's well established. I mean, I don't know. Possibly, sure. Highly unlikely. Possibly. He washed money and collected blackmail. Also possibly that. You don't do all of this without receiving compensation, or he would have been dead a long time ago. I mean, fair. Very, very fair point. Somebody could have been like, you want all this power, I can help you get it. I will pay you to do these things. Mossad. Something certain country. Careful about glowing too much. He was selling compromising material to the highest bidder. Yeah, like, he's not gonna collect all of this blackmail just for no fucking reason. Alright, there's a reason he's collecting the blackmail, and I don't think we'll ever actually get confirmation of the real reason. I don't think we'll ever see it in plain writing anywhere.
Intelligence agencies really is the elephant in the living room. Why did Epstein blanket his numerous mansions with surveillance cameras covering every corner of every room? Why did he have a secret control room in the belly of his New York house where he could personally monitor every camera when federal agents busted up?
That's okay. This man had an actual evil fucking lair to monitor every camera in his apartment and on his island. That's an actual unironic supervillain. Can we get... Are there images that exist of his supervillain lair? I want to see that. I want to see his supervillain lair. He just needed a mini-me. That's where the midgets that Stephen Hawking liked watching come into play, obviously. Redacted. Are the real-life supervillain pedos instead of just bent on world domination? I mean, they already have world domination, so they need to do something for fun, I guess. Worried about the ninjas.
Open Epstein's safe and found both photographic and digital evidence of the abuse of minors.
Can I just say how, like, gaudy this restroom is? It's in, like, this grotesque yellow color. Dude was like a multi-billionaire. He could have afforded a different coat of paint.
Why were those files copiously labeled with the names of both the victims and the abusers? Obviously
for easy finding, right? If you're gonna collect all this blackmail information, you have to have it appropriately labeled so you can easily find it at a moment's notice. Like, if you got to throw someone under the bus, you don't want to have to spend like a week sorting through all your files to find the correct tape.
Epstein was collecting blackmail material. He was engaging in compromise. But on behalf of who? According to former Israeli spy Ari Ben-Menashe, Epstein ran a complex intelligence operation at the behest of Mossad. It's what...
Oh, they mentioned Mossad! That means it's free game and I can say it! Hell yeah! That's very interesting that they named the Mossad. That's very... Thank you, ex-spy.
Widely reported that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a double or even triple agent working for both British intel and Israeli intelligence. Ben-Menashe claimed that once Robert Maxwell knew that Epstein had designs on his daughter, he asked Mossad for the green light to induct Epstein into his inner circle. According to Ben-Menashe, both Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were agents of the Israeli intelligence services.
So unironically, Mossad was employing Epstein to collect dirt on powerful figures from countries all around the world, because I guess somehow Mossad already knew that all of these powerful figures would be interested in the forbidden fruit of underage women if they could get their hands on them. And so Epstein was collecting all this blackmail for Mossad, but why? What would Mossad do with all of this blackmail? They're not beating the allegations of Israel trying to tamper with other countries if this is the case, right? Like, they're not beating those allegations if this is true. You wonder what they could use that for. Oh my god. If Mossad was doing it to the FBI and CIA, likely others, very much so. But Hamas, by the way. Curious that all of the politicians are so keen on defending Israel now. Don't activate those almonds too hard. You might wake up dead. Hidden, thank you for the $9.99. When you get a large home, you'll 100% have a closed-circuit hardline camera system and control room. Do you know how cool it'd be to smoke a cigar in a master control room? I've always said I really want like a hidden like doorway to a room. Maybe not a bookcase, because, like, everyone does a fucking bookcase, right? But, like, I want a hidden entryway to a room. And that room could probably be my streaming room, right? I can just have it covered in, like, the fucking sound-dampening foam. And in there, I'll obviously have fucking security cameras. I can have my little tiny mini desk for the villain lair purposes, where I can monitor my cameras. The streaming bunker. I want a bat cave. I want a bat cave with only The oldest barrel-aged whiskey I can find. Those things are such a pain in the ass to design and build, I can imagine. What's a soundproof room? Well, yeah, I want it soundproof so that nobody can hear me screaming like an idiot. Please listen to Epstein by Mr. Traumatic. It covers all of this. I don't know who that is. I found a really neat song, but I can't play it because it says the N-word. Nobody can hear the autism screeches. That's true! Panic Room, but a VTuber remake would be funny. I don't remember what Panic Room is.
We know that former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak met with Epstein dozens of times. But according to Ben Menashe, when it became clear that Epstein was basically useless at everything else, his primary role became blackmailing American and other political figures. This is probably the most important facet of the whole Epstein saga, but mainstream news coverage routinely ignores it entirely. Wonder why? America.
I was about to say wonder why as well. I wonder why. It's like, if it's literally reported that Epstein and Ghislaine worked for Israeli intelligence, were paid by Mossad, is it really a conspiracy theory to, like, say that? If it's been actually unironically confirmed? Are people going to get angry when you point that out? I don't know, man. Who owns the media? Don't notice. Don't notice?
His greatest ally blackmailing top American politicians? Surely not. And why did the US government negotiate a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein and his co-conspirators in Florida? Questions also continue to swirl over the weirder proclivities of what Epstein and his elite cohorts were really up to. We know that Epstein was obsessed with trying to groom the tech elite. His infamous dinners with Bill Gates.
What did you know about him when you were meeting with him?
I had dinners with him. I regret doing that.
He also tried to cozy up to Elon Musk, inviting him to his mansion. But Musk immediately got the heebie-jeebies and decided to steer well clear. But like basically...
Well, thank you for getting the heebie-jeebies, Elon Musk. Now, do something about how fucking shit your support is on your goddamn website! You bought Twitter and I'm stuck in a feedback loop! I had 30 days to contact support, and I still haven't gotten an answer from an actual fucking human being! Oh, Musk man! Why are you making the site even worse?
All elitists, Epstein was transfixed with transhumanism and life extension technologies. Turns out Epstein wanted to freeze his own head, and yes, also his penis. Epstein...
Why just the head and penis? Wouldn't you want to freeze the whole body? I mean, I guess the head to protect the brain and the penis because maybe he was well endowed? I don't know. I don't want to think about Epstein's weird little old man penis. But like... I feel like you freeze the whole body to make sure none of the nerve endings get cut. And then after the freezing, once you have a replacement body, that's when you figure out how to extract the entire government-implanted jellyfish to put it in the new body, right? Straight out of science fiction. Well, unfortunately, they weren't going to let him do that. I doubt. Actually, wait a minute. He died from hanging. Chat, if they killed him by pretending that he hanged himself, but the cameras were off, and nobody was allowed to see what happened, and, like, we got to see the aftermath pictures, so we saw, like, a little bit around his neck, right? But, like, his neck wasn't broken, he just suffocated. So couldn't they actually continue to do this? Couldn't they? If they had some, like, weird brain-in-jar technology that us plebs aren't privy to, couldn't they then... like, reuse him as a Mossad asset in the future by having access to his brain to implant in a new body? I don't want you to commit suicide. Please stop talking. Suffocation can cause brain damage. It can. It can if he actually died. We weren't allowed to see anything, right? All we were told was that he killed himself, which we already know is not true. So what is the extent to which they went that they faked his death? Did he even die? I think there's like a 10% chance he's not actually dead. Maybe that's why they had to take out fucking... what's his face? McCaffrey? The fucking antivirus guy? He knew too much and that's why he was terrified? He's just like, if I die, I didn't kill myself. You know, maybe he knew something. McAfee, yeah. There are like 999 theories that the body transported out was a double. I don't know, man. We're getting really thick in the tinfoil here. My tinfoil hat is getting more big and beautiful by the day. Oh my god. The almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodles. You said what you want to say, you're going to jail. All you will say is those specific people. Also bought a lottery ticket, so I need your energy, bros. Good luck! Good luck on your lottery ticket! I like the lottery tickets that are like the crossword puzzle ones. Those ones are fun. Crossword puzzle ones are fun. You weren't allowed to see anything, so you weren't able to check his D. Jesus Christ. Epstein's alive and living in a small hotel in Argentina with the former German leader of a well-known socialist party. Imagine if this, like, fucking weird head-saving cabal goes back that far, and there's just, like, some underground vault with all of the relevant party leaders and other assorted people from the last, like, 100 years. It's their brains in vats. Futurama wasn't a joke. They were trying to point out what we didn't know. Walt Disney's in there, too. Yeah, Disney wanted himself cryogenically frozen as well.
Sprawling ranch in New Mexico, which was pedantically maintained by staff yet rarely used or visited by Epstein himself, appeared to have one main bizarre function: to serve as a baby-making facility where Epstein would attempt to help foster his dream of, quote, seed...
What? Hold on.
...making facility.
Jeffrey Epstein wanted to impregnate 20 women at a time at his baby ranch. The Jeffrey Epstein story somehow got even more disturbing today. A New York Times report says the sex offender and billionaire was using his connections to elite scientists and academics in an attempt to help foster his dream of seeding the human race with his DNA by impregnating women at his vast New Mexico ranch. What? Handmaid's Tale is real? Question mark? Area 51 doesn't have aliens, it's housing the dead global elites. I've cracked the code. That's why they got so angry at the people Naruto running around there. It's got the dead global elites and all of Jeffrey Epstein's impregnated women farm. Jesus Christ.
Where Epstein would attempt to help foster his dream of, quote, seeding the human race with his DNA by impregnating women. According to the New York Times, Mr. Epstein told scientists and businessmen about his ambitions to use his New Mexico ranch as a base where women would be inseminated with his sperm and would give birth to his babies. Epstein's goal was to have 20 women impregnated at a time.
That's
at the
fucking insane to me.
Ranch. This is why, since the early 2000s, Epstein became...
Yeah, that's true. His interest in eugenics makes sense that he had Gates as a friend, unironically. It also makes sense that he was running a trafficking ring, because, like, he's gonna need women to be the people that he's breeding. I wonder how much... Did he pay them? Where are these women that he was trying to impregnate? Only 20? Only 20 at a time. You have to have a control group, after all.
Became obsessed with ingratiating himself with the technological and scientific elite. But how does the pursuit of life extension and this bizarre baby harvesting program connect with Epstein's sordid sex parties and his trafficking of minors? And bear with me here, because this is where it gets well freaky.
Yeah,
Several ancient powerful cults believed that engaging in occult tantric sex magic rituals could extend their lives by decades. One of these cults, the cult of Iana, is reportedly still active in the United States and Europe today. This is all explained in a rare book called Cult and Occult. The book explains how rulers down the centuries believed that sexual contact with minors would re-energize their bodies and extend their lives.
Couldn't they just be like Elizabeth Bathory and, like, kill the minors and then bloodlet them? I mean, both are bad, right? But why did they decide to escalate to having sex with them instead? I don't understand, dude.
This book is actually part of the Stanley Kubrick archives, because Kubrick used it as a primary research source for his movie Eyes Wide Shut, which of course centered around a shadowy elitist cabal based out of New York City that routinely engaged in, well, let's say Epstein-like shenanigans. Gee, I wonder who Kubrick was trying to warn us about.
Who do you think those people were?
Well, I wonder how much of that, right? Like, is Kubrick still alive? Did Kubrick get fucking suicided? Because, like, if he's still alive, whatever he thought he was doing, you know, he's dead. He's alive. Eyes Wide Shut's a great movie. He did get sued. There's what? Okay, hold on a second. Let's just look up how he died, right? March 7th, 1999 in Childwickbury, United Kingdom. A few days after hosting a screening for his family and the stars of his final film, the erotic drama Eyes Wide Shut, he died from a heart attack at the age of 70. Nobody's gonna question a heart attack in an old man, are they? Nobody's gonna question that. A heart attack. You know what also caused heart attacks? Hold on a second. When did... We recently learned that they've been trying to manipulate and develop COVID viruses and other assorted bioterrorism viruses in laboratories recently. And the people who have been injected with like a certain viruses and vaccines of viruses have died of heart attacks and had heart embolisms and whatnot. Could we... Yeah, I'm a little... Does it go that far back? Am I too is my blood turning into tinfoil, chat? Such a shame dying of a heart attack right after making a movie about the elites. Such bad luck. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Are you trying to glow visibly from space? I was just like, you know, yeah, I don't know. You're dangerously close to getting really sad and dying. I'm just interested, right? How far back does the mRNA stuff go? How far back were they trying to manufacture these diseases? And like, if he was old, he was probably regularly getting dosed with different medications, right? Heart attack again.
Tired of your period? I'm Jeffrey Epstein and I can make it go away for 9 months. That's right, 9 months with a few payments of getting my basement and come vacation with me on my island.
Jesus Christ.
People wanting to escape death has been source of a lot evil deeds. Memento mori needs to come back as common saying.
There are two black women yelling at each other very loudly outside of my apartment. Oh god, okay. I need to see the church committee hearings on assassinations, especially the CIA heart attack gun. Jesus Christ. Baby Death, thank you for the $4.99. Give it a break.
Beginning
6
to
days.
look a lot like Simpmas.
No, it's not Quimas anymore.
Everywhere you go, take a look at the 5s and 10s.
Holy
It's donating
shit.
once again with gift subs and bitty cheers that glow. It's beginning to look a lot like Simpmas. Emotes in every stream, but the prettiest sight to see are the friends that will be on your own stream chat.
Ikron hate, what the fuck? What the fuck, thank you!
Thank you for the 100 gift subs. Jesus Christ. You okay over there? Are you feeling bad that I might accidentally wake up dead soon? What the fuck?
What the fuck, thank you!
Fox voice is good.
What?
Have fun and come back. Yeah, y'all come back now.
Thank you, Ikron hate!
Generous.
We are, oh my god. Please do not try to eat jelly beans from my anus. We had a nice wholesome song, but we had to wrap it up with that one, eh?
Whiplash! I'm the Whiplash streamer!
Don't get sad and double tap your dome. I promise nothing. If there's a story about my death, I wasn't depressed. I didn't kill myself. I'm not 40.
Become obsessed with him. And wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
What?
Well, that's.
I'm the winner!
Stop noticing.
I don't know why that cut off, but
I'm the winner! Thank Thank you. Thank you, Jesus Christ. I'm in your mama, and the Miss Gifter. Thank you for the 27 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Big you.
We hit our goal then. We hit the fucking goal. We got motherfucking 2,200 sub points. That means there's another emote slot. Gonna have to whip my emote artist. And be like, emotes, I need them.
More emote. Yeah. We did it. Thank you, Ikaron Hate again for the 100 fucking gift subs.
Go ahead.
Actually, unironically, insane man in the chat right now.
And Miss Gifter, thank you for wrapping up our goal with the thick 27. Thank you.
Give me my emote or I release the tape. I know you drew me without underwear.
That's a lot. Treat yourself nice. Thank you, Ikaron Hate. Thank you. Anonymous Gifter. Vigu.
Tony Stark, thank you for the 300 biddies. We're on the 12th day of Christmas. Jesus. Fox forced to ride the sewer slide. Don't say that! It's the Kubrick thing. Remember the end of Dr. Strangelove? They play Vera Lynn's We'll Meet Again over the scenes of nuclear explosions. True and real.
Thank you, everyone that helps her make her goals. Thank you. It's huge.
I still have my follower goal set to 20,000, but I think I'll make like a year-long goal. I think maybe 50,000 by the end of 2024. I think that feels like it could be achievable, potentially, maybe. You have an idea for an emote chibi here with glow sticks celebrating? I don't have like a fucking fancy glow stick emote that wiggles around. And I do have more emote slots at tier 2 and tier 3 for animated ones. I'm sure after all those gift subs, you're so happy you'll forget about all the silly little elites. Why don't you stop noticing and tangent about sounding or something?
Why do you guys want me to tangent about sounding?
Let me finish off this mainstream meteor video. We're almost done with it.
Those were not just ordinary people there. If I told you their names, I'm not going to tell you their names, but if I did, I don't think you'd sleep so well.
I hate those masks, dude.
So as is depicted in the film, the sex magic rituals performed by Epstein and his co-conspirators weren't just about...
I need a man to commit sexual cult rituals with me. Just the two of us, actually. That's all I need for the ritual.
Fulfilling their perverted sexual fantasies. They were also part of the occult belief that absorbing psychosexual energy from victims would actually make them live longer.
We actually had a tangent about the psychosexual energies. We were talking about crystal dildos. We were talking about crystal dildos and how to tap into your own innate magical energies through the power of orgasm. And I was very proud of you guys when we raided Pika-Me that night, that you behaved yourselves. I saw the crystal raid and I got terrified that you might go a step too far. But thankfully it was just Crystal Raid and she got the cute Crystal Raid. Oh, we didn't get anything cursed. We don't want to bother her. Yes. Do not do untoward things and say so, streamers chats.
Bizarre beyond belief. I know how crazy it sounds. But the life extension angle with Epstein isn't some QAnon BS. It was literally reported by the New York Times. No one's talking about any of that, though. No one's talking about the missing blackmail material from Epstein's mansion. Everyone's still being distracted by complete nothing burgers like Prince Andrew and Stephen Hawking.
Why was that so loud and scary?
If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a...
Why was that so loud and scary? Shameless plug. Well, it's his channel. I expect the plug. Right? The plug is normal. Plug is if you want to watch his video that we just watched, here's the link. Here's the link, dude. Wake up, sheeple!
Oris Mador, thank you for the 5
So sad that we all died of a heart attack and fell on some bullets 7 to 10 business days from now.
Hits or get the fuck out.
They're gonna have to get me with the vapor wave COVID, using the what the fuck are the chemtrails. I'm unvaxxed. I'm a pure blood. So if they want to get me, they're gonna need to start chemtrail COVIDing me. He's still molding over not getting laid by Lauren Southern. What the fuck? That's so random. Apparently, they've developed a new self-copying RNA jab with encephalitis. But why? Oh god, there was a highlighted comment I wanted to read. Someone was saying how they appreciate me as entertainment, like working class people. I wanted to read it because it was really sweet, but I didn't want to pause the video as soon as I started it again. Oh god, thank you for the sweet message. I'm sorry I didn't get to read it. My chat doesn't scroll back far enough. I can't believe Kirsche died from a horrific barbell accident. Joke's on you. I don't lift heavy weights without a spotter. Why would they want to go against Nuremberg? Why would they want to do away with informed consent? Good question. If videos are released of the billionaires being pedos, can they just claim it's AI? God, I hope not. Hey, didn't they give him the 199? Can't believe Kirsche died of ligma. Stop it. No accidental deaths, is. Do I have anything else on Epstein? I think the only other thing to go over on Epstein, Ghost X, thank you for the $5 redoodles. Volunteers tribute to the ritual with the Fox Lady. The Epstein list delay chaos as Jane Doe 107 claims she'll be in danger in her country if her name becomes public. The release of the long-awaited Jeffrey Epstein list of associates and high-profile friends has been thrown into chaos by a woman who claims she'll be in danger if her name in her culturally conservative country was to become public. The entire list of 187 names was due to become public this week, but a filing by a woman named in the court papers as Jane Doe 107 appears to have stalled it and caused confusion. On December 21st, Judge Loretta Preska granted the woman a 30-day appeal, delaying the release of her name until January 22nd. She has until then to prove that she will be in danger if she is unmasked. While she has won a last-minute reprieve, it remains unclear if the same delay now applies to the entire list. The United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, which was yesterday advertising that the list was imminent, is yet to provide an answer, and the woman's attorney is also in the dark as to whether everyone else will now enjoy the same extension. The message cites a court source who says some of the names will be released today. In her lawyer's filing, the unidentified woman claimed she would be in danger if her name was made public. Blah, blah, blah. She lives in the culturally conservative place. Asked Judge Preska for the 30-day file. Woman must submit an affidavit to prove the risk she says she will be subjected to, in addition to proof of hate mail she claims she has received. The list contains the names of 187 people who were mentioned in a 2015 lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell. The lawsuit was settled in 2017, 2 years before Epstein's arrest, but the names of those involved have remained protected for years. That's even stranger. My brain can't remember timelines, but that's even weirder that this entire list was well known years before he was even arrested. Why do U.S. courts care about a lady in another country? That's a good question. What I am curious of, right, and why I want to continue reading this, is she a victim on the list, or is she a perpetrator on the list? Because if she's a victim, I can feel sympathetic. If she's not a victim, who the fuck cares? Release her name. Wonder how much she was paid to stall the release.
Mia Khalifa.
Mia Khalifa's not behind everything, chat. Daddy Delito, they give the $5. Little massage picture. Love giving Nim cock and ball torture. What a strange time for that alert. On December 18th, Judge Preska agreed to unseal them, agreeing with motions from newspapers and Giuffre that there was no longer a legal need to protect those named. Alan Dershowitz, a former Epstein associate, is among those who supports their release. The reason I wanted everything put out, and I don't think the judge put everything out, I think she was selective in what she put out, and that's unfair. I want everything out, every document, every piece of paper, half-truths or lies, and I want them out for personal reasons, because I know that they would prove what I've said from day one, that I did nothing wrong. And the woman who accused me later admitted that she might have misidentified me or confused me with someone else. We saw the video where he claimed those things. There are some people who may be ashamed of the fact that they hung out with Epstein, but remember, a lot of people hung out with Epstein before he was convicted. Man, I want a foot rub. Presidents of Harvard, Dean, Nobel quality scientist, he was very well thought of in the beginning. Maxwell, who remains in prison on sex trafficking charges, is not commented on the list of the pending release. Yeah, it doesn't say. It doesn't say who Jane Doe 107 is, whether she's a victim or somebody who was involved in actions. She could be both, potentially. But, like, if she's not a victim, I don't really care what kind of danger she's in from her name being released in relation to a pedophilic cabal. I'm gonna be real honest with you. What do pedos and apples have in common? They look beautiful hanging from a tree. Allegedly. And no, I can't advocate violence, sir. Can't believe Kirsche was crushed to death in a foot rub chair accident. Tick, tick, boom! Thank you for the $5. The best part of being conspiracy theorists? Not croaking of suddenly. As long as you coat yourself in enough tinfoil and act crazy, they can't suicide you, because who's going to believe a crazy man, right? Master Goa, they give the $5. You got candles for the XXX magic rituals. Your ex loved it when you poured hot wax inside of her vagina. She didn't like the cleanup, though. Why the fuck were you pouring hot wax inside of your... You know the vagina is not meant to be a wax mold, right? Like, you're not supposed to pour hot wax inside of it and then pull out a solid candle and then light that. Like, what are you... What? Why? What? How? What? Thank you for the $5, but what? That's a quitter attitude. What did I just join into? Jesus. Could die a Jane Doe instead. That also works. Jeez. You have many questions, and I don't think I want any of them answered. I always ask the hard questions. Always ask the hard question. And you know, after this nothing burger of an Epstein list comes out, we have the Miami Mall creature video goes viral. An incident at the Miami shopping mall, which resulted in the arrest of 4 teenagers, has sparked the spread of a bizarre theory on social media, which suggests the alleged presence of aliens at the Florida establishment. More than 60 police cars swarmed the Bayside Marketplace in downtown Miami. I'm reading so fast, man. That people were throwing fireworks, I guess. According to the suspect's arrest reports mentioned by the local television station, the juveniles were causing a riot inside the mall and causing panic. But the sheer amount of police deployment to address the incident has raised suspicions among many on social media that the case might have just involved more than just teenagers. Some who analyzed the footage of the scene outside the Miami Mall on January 1st have developed the theory that an alien creature was the real cause of the disturbance. One account on X, formerly known as Twitter, which promotes Red Pill Cinema, claimed the footage showed a 10-foot alien or creature which fired at, inside, and outside the mall. Netflix of red pills, by the way. What the fuck? Source: crack cocaine. Is there here's a video. Like, I agree, if it's just fireworks, that's a lot of fucking police cars, right? What's the fucking creature? Holy sh... It keeps fucking going! Why are there so many? That's GTA levels of cops. That's more than GTA levels of cops. What the hell? I was expecting like maybe 10 to 15 cars, because that's a lot, but this is like... This is like fucking 50! What the hell is happening?
Good day. 9:35 de la noche.
Yeah, it could be because there's been a string of bomb threats, but even with a bomb threat, there's so many police cars, no ambulance, no fire truck.
About to be released and suddenly aliens. Hey, Mao.
Hey, Lamau, don't notice. That's what I'm wondering, right? What is happening? What is actually happening? They released old Epstein documents from 2015 that have no new information than what we already knew. And we know they're not going to do anything because they've had this information since 2015. It got settled in 2017. So what? We have the Epstein documents. We have this weird alien claim. All right, we have another Tranifesto shooting. What is happening? Why is there so much all at once? Election year? Maybe it's just election year. Maybe the easiest answer is the correct answer. Help.
No sabemos qué está pasando.
2024 is going to be a wild ride. It really is. It really is. Like, I don't see anything crazy in this footage. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for either. But if they're gonna claim there's like some weird 10-foot alien creature, you'd think it would be noticeable, right?
A todas las unidades. Y las que vienen en camino.
Dispatch could have called all units and been too embarrassed to correct themselves. That's a lot of units. That's a lot of units. Only Americans would think this looks normal. It definitely doesn't. It definitely does not look normal. I don't know. It's weird. And like they have like a weird little thingy circled here. Right? Like they got pictures and they got like a weird little thing. So I can't see shit. That's nothing. That's just a little fucking blur. There's nothing there. Please. What is this camera quality? You can get a better shot if there's an alien. How come every picture of an alien or an alien aircraft is shot on like a camera from 1995? Like, if true, why is it such shitty quality? Don't tell me that like the alien's blood has like weird magnetic effect in it so that cameras can't capture them. I'm not gonna believe that. That's 100% an alien. Jesus Christ. Dozens of officers were called around 8:30 p.m. local time to the two-story mall at 401 Biscayne Boulevard after several people called 911 to report what they thought were gunshots, but were instead loud fireworks. It's just like, the sheer amount of police deployment to the address of the incident has raised suspicions among many on social media that the case might have involved more than just teenagers. Some who analyzed footage of the scene outside the Miami Mall on Monday have developed the theory that an alien creature was the real cause of the disturbance. Crime boss developers, all right? Crime boss developers, hear me. You still haven't responded to my email. I love your game, okay? Maybe you should make a map. Maybe you should make a heist in the future where we're robbing a massive hotel chain in Miami, or in Rock A, and instead of another gang RNG event showing up, there's a chance of an alien RNG event where we have to escape the hotel with all of our loot and not get killed by the alien. I'm just saying, you can draw on current events, crime boss developer. The alien stuff is just nonsense to discourage people from looking into it. Can we gamba on that? Jesus. Let's see, is there anything else interesting here? I zoomed in on one of the TikTok videos about the Miami Mall creature, so you can see the gray creature walking in between those police cars in the building, wrote another user on the platform showing a video of the Monday incident. I just don't believe you. I just didn't see anything. The theory hasn't met universal backing on social media, where some have pointed out that they couldn't see the alleged alien creature, and others said that what on the low-quality footage looked like a suspicious creature was possibly 3 officers walking side by side. Miami police said that 2 of the male teenagers arrested, age 15, are facing charges of burglary, third-degree theft, battery, and resisting an officer without violence. The 2 other arrested teens, age 14 and 16, were charged with resisting an officer without violence. I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like that's a silly charge. If you're resisting an officer without violence and you're just saying nonsense, that's a silly charge. Like, that's really silly. Did they actually break in? I don't know. The teen's arrest report said police were escorting 50 juveniles out of the Miami Mall when they spotted another 15 beating up a driver and ordered them to stop. The teens ran away and were eventually stopped by police at a parking garage. I wonder what they mean by 50 juveniles. I wonder what they mean by this. I wonder what they mean. It's Miami, nothing universal there. Oh my god. The baby ducks. I love baby duck. They're so cute. 50 teenagers in a mall in 2024. I don't know about that. But to be fair, it's a Las Vegas mall, so I mean maybe it's actually fun to be in. Just more fascinating behavior. Need Marilyn Manson to voice the alien again. It is a little after 6 o'clock, so it is time for my protein shake. It's time for me to get some protein. When I come back, we're going to be talking about Rich Campbell. We're going to be talking Rich Campbell. If you guys do not know who Rich Campbell is, Rich Campbell was a co-founder of OTK, Asmongold's organization. A few years ago, he was accused of sexually assaulting someone. The person that accused him of sexually assaulting her turns out to be a serial accuser of people of sexual assault, and also described by her friends clout chaser. And he has filed a counter defamation suit for, I'm pretty sure, I'll read it, I'll correct myself if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was like $3.6 million. He is filing a counter lawsuit for $3.6 million because she not only defamed him, but she lost him his entire career. So we're gonna go through that. We finally have some new information. Unfortunately, I don't have access to the court documents myself because California makes you pay for them. So we're gonna have to watch another streamer who made the recap video. This is the only way we have information. But it's a fucking doozy. It's a fucking doozy. So we'll come back on that heartbeat. I'm gonna drink protein shake. If you are not subbed to me on Twitch, thank you for sitting through some ads. It allows us to disable pre-rolls for an hour. Thank you for sitting through ads, and I will be
I like dead.
Kirsche! Thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Sex kittens that crush at Elder Orb.
managed to calm itself. Your work managed to calm itself long enough for you to come back to Simp. Fuck yeah! Thank you, Kirsche, for saving 5 more people from the ads. I will BRB a few minutes. Please don't glow too hard while I'm gone. Thank you for sitting through ads. BRB.
What the fuck?
tits or get the fuck out.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Hello.
Hello, chat. I hope you behaved in my absence.
Welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You guys talking about shorts being comfy and easy to wear?
Bun Hong Toki, thank you for the 2-month member. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Kirsche hasn't stared into the abyss. She is the abyss. God damn. Oh, God. Alright, I said I was going to bring up Rich Campbell. I am interested that this has gotten this far, honestly. Took him 2 years to file a countersuit. So I'm wondering how much information he has amassed, honestly. Former OTK co-founder Rich Campbell has filed a defamation lawsuit over sexual assault allegations that led to him leaving the internet entirely. Back in December 2022, former Twitch streamer Rich Campbell was hit with allegations of sexual assault by fellow creator Azalea Lexi and several others. He quickly resigned from his position as OTK co-founder and left a note on his Twitter/X page revealing that he would address the allegations soon, only to go completely missing for the following months. On January 4th, 2024, YouTuber Henry Resilient uploaded a video revealing that both Rich and Azalea have filed lawsuits against each other, with Campbell's being a defamation lawsuit to the tune of $3.6 million. On December 4th, 2023, Azalea Lexi filed a lawsuit against Rich Campbell, claiming he sexually assaulted her and that she wants the suit to be handled in front of a jury. Days later, on December 13th, Campbell filed a countersuit that includes defamation, several contract violations, and emotional distress. His lawsuit asked for $3.6 million in damages. None of the parties, Rich, Lexi, or any of the other women involved, have commented publicly about the lawsuit and likely won't due to legal reasons. Shortly after Dexero published this article, a rep for Rich's lawyer, Brian Turnauer, reached out with a statement from the attorney. Rich Campbell has dedicated his entire adult life to creating content and building one of the most successful brands in the Twitch sphere. All of that work was dismantled in a matter of hours when a woman with whom he had a consensual sexual relationship became enraged after he refused to pursue a more committed relationship and posted false statements on social media meant to destroy Mr. Campbell's life and livelihood. If you are a guy who wants to participate in hookup culture, if you want to have friends with benefits, if you want to commit to sweet, sweet pussy without committing to a relationship, here is another reason you should not fucking do it.
Cat raid.
You absolutely should not have sex with someone that you don't plan on having a relationship with. I don't care how attractive they are. I don't care how, like, sexual that they want to act with you with kink stuff. Don't do it. Do not do it. That's why you only fuck your bros. Wait a minute, hold on. Sky Hime, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. We're talking about the Rich Campbell updates here. And just record the entire interaction. Jesus Christ. You use a burner phone, fake name, double bag it? No, absolutely not. That makes you a piece of shit. If you're going to lie to a woman, or I guess on the flip side, I don't know how many women are going to do that, other for baby making purposes. It's different entrapment, whatever. Yeah, they do it. Both do it. Like, both lie. If you're going to lie to someone just to have sex with them, you are a piece of shit. If you are offended at me saying you lying to someone to have sex makes you a piece of shit, I'm sorry you had to find out this way that you're a piece of shit. Oh my god, deceiving someone for the purpose of sex count as rape? Yes.
Like the dirty dog you are! Skullgar, thank you for that 24-month sub!
It's been that long since you tuned in to check on Terra and stayed for the talk of blowjobs and mail-order brides.
Thank you! Thank you for that 2 fucking years, my guy! Thank you!
BB Death, thank you for the $1.99. I just signed a contract beforehand. A Moose Nugget, thank you for the $2. Homies over hoes! Fugnificent, the Boondocks. Oh god, lying is part of the dating process. If you're including lying in your dating process, you're going to get exactly what you deserve. Change name, country, have plastic surgery after every encounter. What the fuck? Hookup culture's ruined a lot of people's relationships. It really has. It really has. Mr. Campbell is determined to get justice not just for himself, but also for others who may become the targets of future online revenge campaigns based on unproven accusations and lies. And, you know, if she is lying, right? If she is lying and she's trying to turn consensual sex that she had with someone she wanted a relationship with, who has outright told her, I don't want a relationship, right? That, like, her thinking that she can use sex to turn him into relationship material is a failing on her part as well. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife, and the same applies to a man. If that man a hoe, he is not husband material. So it's just like, if she is lying about it, I hope he gets all 3.6 million of the fucking dollars that he owes. And I hope that his name is absolutely cleared. I hope it's cleared. Love to the Kirsche. And it says, we'll keep you updated. And this is the YouTuber. I watched like a little bit of the beginning of this. I watched a little bit of the beginning, but videos for commentary and entertainment purposes only. Do not attempt to contact, harass, or otherwise interact with anyone in the video. That's a good preface for this kind of video. That's a good preface here.
December 15th, Rich is on a plane to Bern, Switzerland to host Race to the World First Vault for World of Warcraft on the Echo channel. Meanwhile, his girlfriend is having a viral moment on a clip discussing his obsession with wanting to see her pregnant.
100%. You have a type.
He has a pregnant fetish. He really wants to get me pregnant.
Ooh, that's kind of hot though.
He has a what?
He wants to get me pregnant.
I feel like, I hope... Is that her? No, this is Rich Campbell, or was Rich Campbell's actual girlfriend. I don't know if they're still together or not, because I don't follow like celebrity relationships, I guess. But if I was invited on a talk show, I don't know how comfortable I would feel talking about the sexual proclivities of my significant other without their knowledge, right? Like, I feel like this is something that you discuss beforehand. Like, if I'm dating someone and they have a specific fetish, I probably shouldn't out that fetish to everyone on a podcast if they might not want that outed. I don't know, man. Keep your fetish away from me. He has normal man urges. It's a fetish. I'm mourning! These people are soulless monsters, though. I don't know. He likes it when I shove 3 fingers up his ass. Holy shit. She seems familiar. I don't know anything about this woman on the talk show. I have no idea who she is. Again, I don't follow celebrity relationships. Guy wants to get his girlfriend pregnant. What a degenerate. On the scale of degenerate fetishes, it's not very high up there, right? Like, pregnancy fetish is pretty baseline, but it's still like, when you have a fetish for that, that's just like, you want them to get pregnant. The idea of them being pregnant is the fetish. Fucking them while they are pregnant is part of the fetish. Kirsche, I'm open about my Kirsche fetish. You stop that, you degenerate! Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodles. Lying for hookups is worse than just being a bad person. It's stupid, since if she does decide to accuse you, all those lies come back to haunt you.
Do you know any other crippled sex kittens that Kirsche
And like
Elder
from the little bit of the video I watched before I paused it to save it to like watch with you guys, I was like, man, his defamation case makes him sound like a fucking asshole. But it's not illegal to be an asshole. So there's a huge difference between someone that's an asshole and someone that's a rapist. Fucking while pregnant is a fetish, but just getting them pregnant is straight up instinct. For most people. Please do not fly out to Epstein's Island and do things to the Kirsche. Halo, thank you for the $5. Of course you have a breeding kink. It came with your damn instincts. And you say it comes with your instincts, right? But like, if we were working on just the base instincts, men would be impregnating tons of women instead of being committed to one, like they were in the caveman days. Like, yes, the desire to get someone pregnant is there, but when it is escalated to a fetish, that is like an all-consuming thought that you have, right? Like, it's escalated from just the instinct of, I would like you to have my children because I love you.
324, he tweets, just had an awkward conversation with my parents that started with, we were on Instagram. He replies to a random person at 3:35 saying, bro, I'm literally flying to Switzerland to play WoW right now. Someone's not so happy about his girlfriend's viral moment.
Hey, my name is Azalea Lexi.
Former lover.
That was the accuser in the car.
Azalea Lexi goes onto her Twitter account and accuses Rich of assault. She posts, I know Mia Malkova is...
Fetishes are just sexual preferences. No. There's a difference between sexual preferences and fetishes. You're not going to convince me that someone wanting to microwave diapers is a sexual preference. All right, okay? That's not real. You're not going to convince me that someone who wants to dress up in an entire gimp suit and be paraded around Main Street is just a sexual preference. As a difference, all right, okay?
In line about Rich Campbell's pregnancy fetish because he said he wanted to get me pregnant while he assaulted me and then sent me to the street at 3 a.m. by myself with nowhere to go.
That's like that seems really vitriolic, right? Like you're just gonna tweet out, send me into the streets at 3 a.m. by myself with nowhere to go. You're just gonna say that on Twitter unprompted?
Me. And then sent me to the street at 3 a.m. by myself with nowhere to go. 11:46 the next day, Azalea posts a twit longer accusing OTK founder Rich Campbell of the most heinous crime a man can commit against a woman. At this point, Rich is live on air. He seems agitated, continuously checking his phone. What we now know is during the break, he gets a phone call from a high-ranking member at OTK letting him know about the twit longer. He then goes back to recording. At the end of the set, he gets another phone call that changed his life from the same person at OTK and someone else. 4:46 p.m. Rich Campbell tweets, I have read the statements against me today. I will share my side of the story, but I need some time to collect my thoughts.
That's a little bit crazy to me that it happened that quickly. And I remember briefly talking about it while it was happening as well. And like even Asmongold was just like, this is someone I've been friends with for a very long time. And like if you're calling the people coming out with these allegations liars, you're not on our side, you're not helping anything. I was just like, I don't know, man. Like it happened so quickly. And he was thrown away so fast. It's like, I don't know, man. It made it seem like there was legitimacy to the claims because of how quickly it happened, right?
TK has requested that I resign from my position, and I have agreed. I will make an update soon. 6:06 p.m. OTK tweets, Rich Campbell has resigned effective immediately. Can they stand against
Sorry
sexual
to hear
harassment
about
and
your
assault?
pussy.
And they thank their community for their support. Rich Campbell's exit is another asterisk by OTK, as they were just coming off announcing that Ms. GIF did not cover up anything with former best friend Crazy Slick assaulting Adriana Lee while she was passed out at a party. Ironically, Ms. GIF, Crazy Slick, and Adriana Lee have pending defamation case as this video is being recorded. But what if I told you Rich Campbell did not write this tweet? What if Rich did not—
Wait, hold on. What were those names again?
Ironically, Ms. GIF, Crazy Slick, and Adriana Lee have pending defamation.
Okay. I was like, is that the same girl that is accusing fucking Rich Campbell? It's not. It's not the same person. It's a different name with an A.
As this video is being recorded. But what if I told you Rich Campbell did not write this tweet? What if Rich did not think that posting it, he was truly resigning from the organization?
What do you mean? Like, I could believe that, like, maybe Rich Campbell didn't write the tweet, somebody else at the organization wrote it for him, but what do you mean by he didn't believe he was really resigning from the organization? That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. I can't believe you're racism blind to basic white bitches with bleached hair. All blondes look the same to me.
He helped found and help grow, that he did not agree to leave the organization. Today, you will finally get Rich Campbell's side of the story in the form of a defamation lawsuit filed against Azealia Lexi. But before we get to his lawsuit, we gotta cover her lawsuit that she filed against him.
Why are you vine booming?
Rich Campbell allegations seem to unify the Twitch community. Everyone spoke on his allegations and came up with a similar outcome and outlook on the whole situation.
Just like real life.
It's kind of scary to be like,
what?
Hey, I think this person is kind of cool, nice guy, because like 4 years later you find out there's
one of the founders of OTK got exposed for essay and allegation.
I mean, it's a hit at OTK, but I mean, if nobody in the org had prior knowledge and nobody knew, and there's no shot anybody could have known, I mean, there's no point going after OTK.
I believe her account of the events here because they're pretty consistent with the text messages. So, yeah.
The evidence first. I mean, if you're asking a question like this, that either implies that you haven't looked into it at all.
I think it's perfectly normal to be cautious about these things, right? It's perfectly normal to see allegations on Twitter and be like, I don't know how much of this I believe. I would like to wait for evidence to come out before I make any snap judgments. It's not a good idea to directly call someone, fuck you, Vine Boom! It's not a good idea to directly call someone a liar, but it's also not a good idea to just full face believe everything they say, right? Have a healthy dose of skepticism without believing everything, without calling them a liar, just being like, well, this seems interesting. This seems like it could be bad. I would like more information. Always ask for more information.
Okay? Because there is plenty of evidence, or you have looked into it, and no amount of evidence matters because you just want to fucking deny it.
The allegations must be true. Because why would he resign? And why would OTK act so swiftly? These lawsuits are likely going to split the audience. One lawsuit, you're going to see Azealia Lexi furthering her case to show that, hey, crime was committed against her. And Rich Campbell will have to pay for that crime in the form of monetary losses. In the other lawsuit, people may see their favorite streamer finally sharing his side of the story, finally speaking out to clear his name, not in the court of public opinion with a twit longer, but in the actual court of law to hold Azealia accountable.
Rich didn't post anything on Twitter. He just immediately went to the courts, which makes me think if he's not trying to do any weird shit on social media, he just immediately, as soon as he was accused, stepped down from everything, collected all of his own evidence, counterfiled a defamation lawsuit. I'm feeling like he might be laying the smack down here, you know?
For allegedly misleading millions of people, making Rich out to be someone he's truly not. The only difference I've seen on the surface of both of these lawsuits is one lawsuit that's Rich's may have a witness to clear his name. He also goes into detail on his exit from OTK and gives a side of the story that the world has never saw. Now, we all know someone who was falsely accused of committing a crime, as well as someone who was rightfully accused of breaking the law. I'm not trying to steer you one way or another when it comes to Rich and Azealia, but I will provide you with all of the publicly, legally obtained information to help you make up your own mind. And all that I ask is that you do not harass either party.
SmackDown or not, you wonder if there'll be any negative blowback against her, because usually all they get is a slap on the wrist. If she has to pay $3.6 million, I'd say that's a pretty hefty payment, you know?
But feel free to share who you support at the end of this video and why.
She's got that, hold on.
As either party, but feel
she got a fucking fluoride stare, dude. She just looks completely not home in this picture. How does she have 3.6 mil? She probably doesn't. She's gonna have to pay it somehow, though.
Feel free to share who you support at the end of this video and why. All right, before we get into her lawsuit against Rich, let's look at the twit longer, because to my surprise, there's an element in her lawsuit that is 100% absent from her twit longer. Rich and I have a very up and down and off and on friendship and relationship for 4 years that started towards the end of his career on the Call of Duty desk. Our physical relationship started in Columbus, Ohio in 2019 and was a disaster from there. There were several times during the 4 years that he made it clear he only viewed me as a sexual object.
Okay, if true, right, if he made it obvious that he didn't care about you and he only viewed you as a whole, why would you continue interacting with him? Like, if he's made it clear you are a whore that he wants to use, why would you continue climbing that tree? You're not gonna change him. He's not gonna change he's not gonna suddenly be like, well, I'm gonna stop fucking all of these other women I see as holes and I'm going to be committed to you and only you. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Women always think they can fuck the guy into changing his opinion. No. If a guy's a piece of shit, leave.
If we can get one smackdown on false rape allegations, it would be a big step towards improving society and discouraging gold digger women.
I agree.
Juicy, fat, pale, booty mom getting spanked at work.
I agree. Thank you, Spider God, for the $7 doodles. Ghost X, thank you for the $5. As someone who was falsely accused, it's extremely hard to get rid of the accusation. Even with proof, people will always see you differently. I'm sure, even if he clears his name in court, there's still going to be people that believe, you know, that he did something, even if he didn't, right? Like, the Johnny Depp trial proves that as well. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. Your buddy's streaming. Can I say, hey, yo, Virgil, you're fucking mid. Oh, God. And it's like, she wasn't even in a relationship with him, right? So she doesn't even have, like, the I was in an abusive relationship that I couldn't leave defense. Because she says it was an up and down, off and on friendship, a partial relationship for 4 years. But it's just like, if you've broken up, if you've gotten away, what is the reason for staying? What is the reason? And it's kind of weird.
But when I would confront him about it, I would get love bombed and gaslit into thinking that he cared about me and wanted to be with me. This would happen.
Understandable. That can be a draw to stay with someone that's treating you like shit. But again, if he is directly proving to you with his actions that you are a whole and not someone I actually love, this is what people need to really, really learn. And I have learned this the hard way as well in my life. Words mean fucking nothing. Words mean nothing. Judge someone on their actions. If someone tells you that they love you, but their actions prove that they don't think you're worth their time or attention, they don't love you. They just want to keep you around because you're fulfilling something in their mental. You're giving them good emotions. You're making them feel good. You're pumping their ego, but they don't want to do anything for you. Maybe they're using you as an emotional sponge. A lot of men fall into this trap where women will be like sad and pitiable, right? And they'll convince men to give them tons of attention, to have the men tell them, oh, you're so good, you're so wonderful, you're lovely, all of this nonsense. And then the woman will just snap judgment, cut them off, not even talk to them for like weeks, right? She's only coming back to you to feed her ego when she's not getting that attention from someone she actually wants it from. Do not be an emotional sponge. Do not do that. You've experienced that? Yeah. It's fucking awful when you realize that's what happened. Wait, that's not normal. Men are so deprived of attention, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there are women that will do that. They have no interest in you. They just want you to be an ego boost. And then they'll drop off the face of the earth and not talk to you for a while. And then once they've tried to bark up a tree that they actually wanted, and they got rejected, they'll come back to you for the ego fluffing once again. They'll come back to you for that. Oh, man. You don't have the patience to fall for that shit? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry if I hit a bunch of you with an emotional bat. We're just talking about the emotional manipulation side of things. My life. Oh, no. It's like if a woman breaks up with you, she was checked out 9 months ago and was just settling her bases until she could actually instantly jump ship. I mean, sometimes. I don't think that's a woman-specific thing either. There are definitely men who do that as well. It's just people don't want to leave something that is comfortable for something that could be a potential risk, right? If you're in a relationship, man or woman, and you're unhappy in your relationship, right? Maybe you're not getting the emotional support you need. You're not getting the sexual attention you need. Maybe they treat you poorly. Maybe they don't take you into consideration in anything, right? On any number of reasons you're unhappy in your relationship. But you're comfortable. There's someone familiar. You're used to the routine. Even if things are bad, even if things nag on you, even if you're like, I fucking hate this person and I can't stand when they do this, I can't wait to leave, right? You're still gonna stay until you find someone that's a guarantee. A lot of people do this. I'm not saying it's right. I think it's kind of weaselly, right? But like, I understand the mentality that goes into these people where they're like, I'm unhappy, I fucking hate this person, but I'm staying here anyways because it's a type of contentment that I have grown familiar with. And if they try to find somebody else outside of that, the somebody else is an unknown. They haven't lived with that person. They haven't known that person for years. If they uproot their comfortability and they go with the new unknown, that could fall apart in a couple of months. And then they have no safety net of the emotional support that they had with the previous person. Again, I think that's fucked up, right? I think it's fucked up. It's not just a woman thing to wait until they can leave you fucked and then secure. Your sentence doesn't make sense, but no, it's not just a woman thing. Men do this as well. It's like how a lot of jobs work too. When being a significant other becomes a job, there's no going back. Yeah. If you're in a relationship and your significant other tells you that doing things emotionally for you or doing things sexually for you is like a chore, you should leave. I don't care how comfortable it feels. That's already over. BGM Doko, we're watching a video. No BGM. Your ex did that and hated you for being trans, broke up with you by proxy, and a month later came out as trans, but was just an AGP. Jesus Christ. They learned how to co-opt your identity so that they could blend in. And now they're parading around like a skin suit of you. That's disgusting, dude. Stop being too real. Sex is not everything, Kirsche, some people might say. Sex is not everything, but if you're in a relationship where you don't feel sexually fulfilled, you're going to start emotionally cheating, right? And especially in a relationship where you've talked about how this is a problem for you, and your significant other hasn't made any attempts to try and make it better. I don't know. It's going to become a problem, and you're probably going to end up cheating if you don't just leave. That sounds like good advice. I try my best. I've been through a lot, so I could give some pretty decent advice on certain situations. Sex isn't everything, but maintaining sex is a real thing? Yeah. Even if you don't have the time, right? Like if you're some high power, like fucking elite power couple kind of thing, if you don't have the time for it, you can still show care and love and intimacy in other ways, and then just fuck like rabbits when you finally have the time. Well, Jesus, Kirsche, the emotional skin suit stuff is wild. It's unfortunate, but a lot of people are kind of shit. Once a relationship becomes sexual, it becomes a contributing factor. Yeah. Like, sex isn't everything. I want to be emotionally and intellectually as well as sexually fulfilled in a relationship. Trying to get all three is gonna be real fucking hard. But it's like, I don't want to be in a non-sexual relationship myself. Asmund has beat the Final Fantasy version of Cool the Crackhead. What? What are you talking about?
Happened during the single periods of my life. As soon as I would be in a relationship, he would text me or call me. I would tell him I was seeing someone else. After he lied to me about having a girlfriend for an extended amount of time in June of 2021, I didn't speak to him or see him until he called me asking to apologize around the end of July, beginning of August.
See, this is another thing that a lot of people, even myself, have fallen into the trap of. When someone wants to apologize, I, with my woman brain, would like to give them the opportunity to do so. But an apology, especially for a behavioral thing, has to come with action. If you just say you apologize, if you use flowery and flattering words, it's going to sound nice. But if you don't have the action to back up that apology, it means jack fucking shit. Right? And like, she said she wasn't even in a relationship with him. He lied about having a girlfriend. He would text her when she got into a relationship. Just seems like a control thing from him, where he wanted to have someone who was apparently very interested in being in a relationship with him. And so it boosted his ego, is what it sounds like. Again, being an asshole is not being a rapist. Or he's into cuckolding other men. Why would he lie about being in a relationship, though? That wouldn't fit the cuckold narrative.
I also had a deep love for Rich as a person and friend. As the beginning of our friendship, he was there for me like not a lot of people are. So I gave him another chance to be friends. He told me he would prove to me that he was working on being a better person and that he wanted to be in my life.
I've heard that before.
In October, he began his typical antics and begged me to come to Texas around his subathon. I said no because I did not think it was appropriate to stay with him because I did not want to sleep with him and that I did not trust him. He also came to LA in December of 2021 and asked to see me, but mainly was only asking me to come to his hotel. I said no due to the fact that I was not interested in having sex with him. There was not much communication until I was at French restaurant AOC in the Upper East Side on January 30th of this year with two girlfriends. As the night came to an end around 12 a.m., I Ubered to Rich's apartment in Williamsburg because he asked to see me.
If you've been denying contact this whole time, if you've been saying no, it's a bad idea to meet up with you, I don't trust you yet, what made her break that? What made her decide to just finally go? I don't understand.
We're in the movie theater in his building and talking, and he repeatedly kept attempting to get me to lay on him. I repeatedly said, I'm not here to sleep with you, and I don't want that. At one point in the theater, he said, I think tonight is the last time I'm going to see you. After trying to speak to him for an hour about our relationship and the awful way he treated me, he just continued to deflect and said that there's no reason to talk about it because it made him feel bad. He said,
see, this is only from her perspective, right? So like there could be context we're missing, but from only her perspective, if a guy had been trying to convince you to come out to see him and you repeatedly said, I'm not going to have sex with you, and then when he finally gets you in person, he says some shit like, I think tonight's the last time I'm going to see you. I don't think I can see you anymore. I don't want to talk about our relationship because it makes me feel bad. That is manipulation 101. He is trying to get laid if these are the things he is saying to her. He's trying to tap into making her feel bad for bringing up issues she had with their relationship and why she wasn't seeing him. And he's trying to convince her, well, tonight's the last night I'm gonna see you, which is a trigger to try and get her to do what he wants. Bros, I'm realizing stuff about me. Oh no, what does that mean?
that we couldn't stay in that room and we needed to go up to his apartment per the apartment rules. I said I don't trust that, and he promised me that was the situation, that nothing would happen, and was respecting the boundary I set. We go upstairs and he starts talking.
Why did she believe him? Why did she fucking... And again, this is why the manipulation works so well, is he's got her feeling guilty, so now she feels like she can't say no, and if he's threatening that tonight's the last time he's going to see her, she's gonna be like, well, I don't want that to be the case, so I gotta continue this conversation. We have to fix it. Me and 900 other bros having group therapy right now. You think this is made up? Yeah, this is... Me saying this is all contingent, right? It all relies on her relaying this completely accurately, right? This is her account. We haven't seen his account of it yet. If he said these things, that is manipulation. That is what that is. If he said these things.
Talking about how hot it would be if I got pregnant. Now, the next part I can't say because YouTube would bury this video.
I don't have the twit longer, so I also can't read the sexual part that he excluded from that. But like, even if he's got you in the guilt trap, if you get up to his apartment and he hits you with the, it'd be so fucking hot if I got you pregnant, something should still click in your brain to be like, maybe I should leave because this is just him acting like he usually does. Is that even manipulation? He wants sex, she doesn't want to. He sees it as a waste of time because no sex and isn't interested in the mushy talk. It's the way he phrased things. It's 100% manipulation to make her feel bad and guilt her into coming upstairs with him.
I called my friend who I was staying with so I could come back, and she wasn't answering the phone because it was late at night and she was already asleep. Rich said I couldn't stay there, so I called the hotels around New York City looking for a cheap room. I asked her for the nearest subway and it was a 20-minute walk. Without saying anything to him, I left. I cried in his lobby, and as he texted me, "You okay?" I never replied.
Isn't that different from what her twitlonger said? Or not her twitlonger, but like her actual tweet. Didn't her tweet say that like he kicked her out at like 3 a.m. or whatever? And now she's saying in this twitlonger that it was her that just decided to leave? Something not adding up here. You grew up with your mom using you to make your dad feel bad after the divorce, and your dad telling you he might be gone sewer sliding when you go home from your friend's house. You're like fucking Neo when it comes to being manipulated. Hacker mans! Jesus Christ. Day 16 of lifting at home daily. Your stuff feels so light right now. Hell yeah! I hope you got a good fucking pump on. Hell yeah!
Left. I went to a sketchy hotel in Chinatown and processed it by myself.
She's still responsible for her actions, yes. If Rich did all of this manipulation, if Rich said these things that she said he said, right? If he acted in this manner, he's an asshole. An asshole does not a rapist make. You can be an asshole, and I'm gonna call you an asshole, but that doesn't make you a rapist.
Left New York the next day and never spoke to Rich again. Now, after she posted her twit longer, she got a ton of backlash. But people like, Charlie and Asmongo came to her defense, and I agree with the statements that they made.
You are not on our team. You are not helping us. You are not doing us any favors or doing anyone any favors by calling a girl that comes out and tells this kind of a story a liar.
Saw so many people in the comment section of her making that twit longer, accusing her of just clout chasing and shit. That is the most terminally online brain dead take ever. Like, there's just legitimately nothing to gain.
See, unless you know something is not true, you should not be calling the people a liar. Now
and I said that earlier, and I agree with that. You can be skeptical. You can think something doesn't add up here. I want to see evidence before I believe anything. But to just blatantly call someone a liar, but what if she is? Then call her a liar when the evidence comes out and proves her one, right? If evidence comes out that proves her a liar, you can sit there all smug and be like, yeah, I figured that was the case, right? There's a difference. You don't just immediately call them a liar because you don't have the information, right? After we have the information, you can call her a liar. Pattern recognition is what gives you the healthy dose of skepticism, right? I've seen so many people lie on social media about getting assaulted that I see people post on Twitter about it and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna believe that. But I don't call them a liar. I just say, I'm not going to believe it. If evidence comes out that it's true, I'll talk about it being true. If evidence comes out that they're a liar, I'll talk about them being a liar. I want to wait for receipts before I say one way or another. That's just me though. Thanks out to me. From the angle that she is lying, doesn't that reinforce that she is a manipulator and a sociopath capable of understanding what she's doing, if able to write a fan fiction from the other perspective and use it to attack the guy anyway? If true, Rich is skeezy. If a lie, she's a literal demon. Correct. That is the correct take. If true, Rich is an asshole. If not true, holy shit, she is beyond crazy. And asking for 3.6 mil is not enough damage to this woman. Right? Ask for receipts. I don't have time for this. Jesus. I'm putting baseless and evidenceless allegations on the same level as evidence. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? What's the difference between manipulation and persuasion? If someone doesn't want to do something and you are persuading them, like you know they don't want to do something, that is the same. It is the same thing. No matter what happens, his career and reputation are gone. I hope he can get some semblance of his reputation back. I don't know how realistic that is. But, like, shit's crazy out there, chat. Trust no one. Even if she's full of shit, Rich does have the scumbag aura. Much like resting bitch face. If someone has scumbag aura, that doesn't mean that they're actually a scumbag. That's like, I looked to the stars and I saw Venus was visible tonight and the Little Dipper was obscured behind Sagittarius, and thus I know that this man is a liar. Like, you know? God, I'm glad I'm married. God, I wish I was married. Manipulation usually involves some sort of untruthfulness. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because if a guy wants to get laid, and if a guy only wants to get laid, he's going to, like, manipulate someone into laying him, even if they don't want to. If only it were that easy to hide his identity. Actually, you know, you're right. That does involve untruthfulness, because they're, like, lying about how much they care about the person, but that's still the same as persuasion. That's still the same as persuasion. Me telling you a joke is me lying to you. Thank you, chat. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. It's always good to be even-handed, but you despise the excuse of nothing to gain. Being able to tank a career and leech off sympathy is a real motive. I agree. I absolutely agree. When people come out and they're just like, but why would anyone lie about this? Like, they have nothing to gain from it. Except copious amounts of attention and sympathy and money from people who pity them, and ruining the career of someone that you might be vengeful against because you wanted a relationship and they were just using you as a whole. Right? Like, there's so much. There's so much to gain. Saw the yellow sign and wrote a 16-part poem about how he's an absolute dickwad. All hail the king in yellow. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Can suspect that they're maybe dishonest or embellishing, but calling someone as a liar is saying that you know you have undeniable proof that what they're saying is false. However, when we get to Rich's lawsuit, he calls her a liar and clout chaser. Here is the lawsuit.
You see, and Rich can do that because Rich has copious amounts of information none of us fucking have.
Filed by Alexis. I blocked out her last name because it's not something that's just publicly available.
I said this when I first found this as well, and it's just like, I understand why he blacked out the personal identifying information, and maybe even the, like, lawsuit identifying number so people couldn't find her last name and whatnot, but, like, this man watermarked the entire lawsuit. I was like, I would have preferred to read the lawsuits directly myself, but he made finding them difficult. And then when they were found, like, that you had to pay up for some of them.
Nice God.
And it's like, California, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Not publicly available. This is a public doc. Technically, it's public, but California does make you pay for some of the lawsuit documents. To add some context, Rich was in the process of moving out of his apartment and moving to LA to live with his girlfriend, so he might have been serious about the never seeing the other girl again part. He was also known to sleep around with various girls from what you remember when you used to watch him. He could have been trying to amicably break things off, and he's just like, I don't want to fuck you anymore. But if that was the case, why did he bring her up to his apartment? If that was what he was trying to do, why did he then, after saying this might be the last time I see you, after saying the other thing that I've already forgotten because I don't want to misquote it, why would he then ask her to come up to his apartment? If that was what he was doing, he wouldn't have asked her to come up. He would have been like, look, I'm getting things in with my girlfriend. We're trying to make things work. I'm moving to live with her. I can't see you anymore. Right? Because he was horny. Horny is not an excuse to be an asshole. Also doesn't make him a rapist. You can get it for free in person, but for electronic access, they charge to even search. That's fucking weird, dude. That's fucking weird. This is assuming going up to his apartment was his idea. Correct? Again, that's from her perspective. She said that he asked her to come up to her apartment. If true, asshole, not rapist. Both people can be sleazy, but again, lying and making them seem even more like a monster is going to make that less believable when people find out you're lying, if that's the case. Correct. Correct. A lot of hypotheticals, a lot of stretching here, right? So you got to understand how you would feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning. Your Honor, it was a sexual emergency. I don't think Rich is the right kind of person to use that excuse and get away with it. Ghost X, thank you for $5. The issue is the lizard brain in every human would make you, General, believe the woman. So when evidence comes out, you will still believe her.
Do you know any other crippled sex kittens that crush
No, that's
elder
fucking
orb?
dumb. Women aren't children, despite the insistence on they should be treated that way with no culpability.
Was filed on December 4th, and I blocked out his address because in a way it doxes him. Now let's get to the lawsuit. She wants a trial by jury, which is standard. What does she say? Plaintiff Alexis complaining that the defendant, by her attorneys, respectfully allege upon information and belief that the following is true. The complaint is based on the defendant, Richard Campbell's assault of plaintiff Alexis. The defendant, Richard Campbell apartment, again blocked out. There's the parties. Now here are the facts of the case. On or about the early morning of January 31st, 2022, defendant Richard Campbell invited her to his apartment. Once the plaintiff arrived at his apartment building, he ushered her into the public movie theater in the aforementioned building so they could hang out. Once inside the movie theater, Campbell made several advances towards her, which she denied all of them. Now the twitlonger mentioned this.
So
After an hour or so, defendant Campbell told the plaintiff that they could no longer stay in the
This is
movie
her
theater
lawsuit. This
as
is
per
what
the
she
building's
filed
rules,
against
which
him.
were going to close soon. Rich Campbell, according to her, then suggested that they should go to his apartment unit instead. She was hesitant to join him in his apartment, but he promised her that nothing sexual would happen. So she decided to join him upstairs. Once inside Campbell's apartment,
if true, why would you believe him? Unironically.
He began touching himself and begging to be with her. He then attempted to take her clothes off, but she continued to deny his advances. Soon after, Campbell forced himself upon her and committed SA. And he also finished
Tuesday night,
inside.
anal night.
His actions were intentionally done
Grotesque.
with malice, cruelty, and or deliberate willful wanton, which is just, intentionally trying to cause harm to her, and reckless indifference to her rights, and were done in conscious disregard of the probability that the conduct will result
Once again,
in
this
harm
is just her
to
lawsuit.
her physical and emotional well-being. His conduct was so outrageous, shocking, despicable, and contemptible that it exceeds reasonable bounds of decency as measured by the average member of the community would
All this fucking
tolerate and
legalese, it makes my
demonstrates
eyes
an
glaze
utter
over, chat.
disregard for the consequences that would follow. As a result, Azealia is entitled to the recovery of both compensatory and punitive damages from the plaintiff. Money. By reason of the foregoing, plaintiff has been damaged in a sum that exceeds the jurisdictional limits of all courts would otherwise have jurisdiction, which makes me question why didn't this get filed in federal court. As in for the first cause of action, assault, plaintiff repeats, reiterates, and realleges each and every allegation contained above, as if
And
in the
here's
same
an
were set
interesting thing.
forth
I can see it in the
more
blue
fully
text.
at length herein. In committing the sexual assault described herein, defendant Campbell had the real and apparent ability to cause imminent, harmful, or offensive bodily conduct to plaintiff, and intentionally did a menacing act in threatening such contact to her when she was under the influence of alcohol and unable to provide consent.
So the alcohol was never mentioned previously. Alcohol never mentioned. And if she's claiming she had been drinking, that kind of calls into question her entire recollection of what was said during her conversations with him, right? And this might be why he is calling it a consensual encounter. And I am of the firm belief, I don't know if he was drinking. If both of them were drinking, he cannot be held responsible for her actions, right? If they're both drunk, why would he be held responsible for his actions as well as hers? It doesn't make any sense. Witness an oh shit moment. A little boy just tackled a punch man dummy and he couldn't get back up. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you in the right chat? Because man, bad. So got back with her ex while drunk and then got mad about it the next day. It's not even getting back with her ex. It's a just bad situation overall, right? It's a bad situation overall. No, ever since 2016. And since she was drunk and that calls into question her recollection. I want to see what he says in his lawsuit was the conversation that happened. I'm interested if he can pull some fucking receipts from that night. I want to see text messages.
This blame it on the alcohol theory was not mentioned in the twit longer whatsoever that she made a year ago. The sexual assault and exploitation of Rich Campbell caused apprehension.
Literally, lad, secret film every interaction you have with a woman? No. How about you just stop perpetuating hookup culture? How about you just stop fucking women who you're not in a relationship with? How about you don't immediately jump to fucking someone when you know nothing about them, and you don't have to be paranoid about this? How about if you're in a loving relationship with a woman who is clearly devoted to you, you have nothing to fear? How about you stop having emotionless sex with people you don't fucking know? And if we're gonna talk about Rich entirely, both of them seem kind of fucking crazy. Both of them seem crazy, and if he knew she was this crazy, I don't know what kind of gorilla grip chalice of the gods pussy she has, but maybe he should have stopped fucking her before she came up with some shit like this. 2 peas in a crazy pod. Yeah, like both of them were hooking up with each other for 4 years. Friends with benefits is not any better, chat. Oh god. What if one day the woman be stop loving? What? Nothing to fear like Vic Mignogna did? Vic got heavily thrown under a bus. Vic got really thrown under a crazy fucking bus. I don't even know how you would account for something like what happened with Vic. I was like, I've told the stories about like the dude that I knew where his dad was just like, don't ever get into an elevator alone with a woman. But like Vic wasn't even alone with these women. It was in public. They were in pictures, right? So I was like, Vic is a total conspiracy. It's crazy. Yeah, like you can't account for a situation like what happened with Vic. Can't even hug people. Remember the man in Australia who was accused of SA by a stranger because she hated men, and he lost his job and marriage and was jailed? I do not, but that sounds fucked up, and I bet she didn't face any fucking repercussions for it. How about women who were in relationships and suddenly have a change of heart, don't turn and claim SA? That's probably a very fucking small percentage. A very fucking small percentage. And just like me, having picked men that are nothing but horrible and manipulative and abusive, the only solution is to just pick better, bro. Like you can't really have any better advice for that. It's like, if you end up picking someone who treats you like shit, it's not your fault that they did that to you, but it's still just like, understand patterns and try to pick someone better. It's like unironic skill issue. I don't know what else to say. You can't plan and plot and account for every single little thing, you know? Vic got undeservingly screwed. Sure, he cheated on his fiance, but the things lied about him to blacklist his career were obvious. Yeah, I agree. Just be less retarded next time, idiot. And it's hard. It's fucking hard. That's why it's like, if you pick someone that's a piece of shit, most of the time it's not gonna be your fault. If you ignored, like, China-sized fucking red flags that all your friends pointed out to you, maybe it's your fault, right? Maybe it's your fault you got. But, like... The one lottery you can easily win is a bad relationship? Yeah, unfortunately. Very unfortunately. Recognizing patterns is illegal! Yeah, well, we better all be fucking criminals then, eh? Actually, unironic. Vic and Lassiter removed for hugging politics. Black pill hate. Don't get black pilled. Don't get black pilled. Don't swallow the male feminist pill. Don't do that. Australia, she got a few months in jail. A few months? That's fucking nothing. You fucking ruin a man's life. I want to see, like, actual fucking repercussions for that shit, dude. Dino Nuggy pilled.
Of such contact in plaintiff, her, which is her. The alleged conduct constituted sexual assault. The alleged conduct constituted a violation. As a direct and appropriate result of that intentional, harmful, and offensive conduct, plaintiff has suffered general and special damages. As for the second cause of action, sexual battery, plaintiff repeats, reiterates, and re-alleges.
It's really silly how you have to bleep, like, sexual as a word on YouTube. That's probably why all of my live streams are ad limited, because I don't care to fucking censor that shit, dude. Jesus.
Alleges each and every allegation contained above, as if the same were set forth fully in length herein, in committing sexual assault described herein, in committing SA described herein, defendant Campbell touched plaintiff without plaintiff's consent and with the intention of causing harmful, offensive bodily contact to the plaintiff. The alleged conduct constitutes battery as a direct and proximate result of the intentional, harmful, offensive contact.
What are the special damages?
General and special damages. I mean, they tacking on the charges. As for the third cause of action, intentional infliction of emotional distress, we've seen this. She, says, hey, the above is true. He engaged in reckless, extreme, and outrageous conduct by SA-ing her when she was under the influence and unable to provide consent.
It says, why was this not mentioned in the twit longer? Because this is her manipulating public perception. If she had put in that twit longer that she had been under the influence, she probably would have gotten less sympathy than she got otherwise. If she had put the alcohol in there, people probably would have called it more into question. Right? Would have been like, well, hold on, wait a minute. If you were drunk, how do we know everything you're saying actually is what happened? You know? Special damages or the SA charges? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. The sexual psyop.
Emmy, thank you for the 350 chef compensation for the lost ad revenue. Thank you.
Now, the question I have to ask is, why was this theory of alcohol and unable to consent not mentioned in the twit longer?
Manipulating
I'm sure
public
people
perception.
Don't have some issue with me just asking that question, but his lawyer's going to ask. The defendant Campbell's misconduct was so shocking and outrageous that it exceeds the reasonable bounds of decency as measured by what the average member of the community would tolerate and demonstrate in utter disregard by defendant Campbell of the consequences that would follow. Defendant Campbell knew that his reckless, extreme, and outrageous contact would inflict severe emotional and psychological distress on her, and she did in fact suffer severe.
Going to Twitter first and not the authorities will always 110% clout chasing BS until actual proof provided. No sane being goes after clout first instead of getting sure appropriate action. I agree with you. Which is why whenever I see allegations on Twitter, I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna need some proof. I'm gonna need some proof that this happened. Beyond you just typing. Help.
Emotional, psychological distress as a result, including severe mental anguish, humiliation, emotional and physical distress. Now this may be, I hate to say like a cookie cutter thing, but this typically goes with the, infliction of emotional distress. However, if you want to make your case stronger, like if you say, hey, I got trouble sleeping, I went to therapy, things like that. This did happen in the Cardi B case, which played well for her. By the way of this reckless, extreme, and outrageous conduct, Defendant Campbell gained access to her and SA'd her. As for a fourth cause of action, violations of this code.
My tweet longer about Pippa was convincing.
And
so convincing, I actually had people trying to clout chase off of the tweet longer, pulling the whole like,
this doesn't sound like it was written as a joke, and this is not okay to make fun of sexual assault, and this reads like exactly what happened to me. Please donate to my Patreon, and thank you guys for all the follows. I really appreciate it.
Like actual room temp IQ people not realizing that they are the scumfucks I was satirizing. That was amazing, yeah.
It looks like she just wants a bunch of money, award and compensatory damages in the amount to be proved at trial by in any event in any in an amount that exceeds the jurisdictional limits of the lower courts, which would otherwise have jurisdictional to the extent.
Then why wasn't this filed federally?
She want money for punitive damages, lawyer fees. She want prejudgment interest, and awarding such other further relief. The only thing I'm curious about this lawsuit is, the alcohol theory was obviously not mentioned in the tweet longer, and why wait a year from now? Not sure. I'm sure people are going to have their theories. I'm sure she'll have something to say.
Bring out the Rich Campbell
lawsuit. I'm also going to pose a question
baby.
to Rich Campbell's lawsuit, which we're about to get into.
Why would it be federal?
Right now.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but because it says in the lawsuit that it exceeds the punitive damages that can be awarded by any of the lower courts, why wouldn't she file it federally if that's the case? Like, to me, that sounds like if none of the lower courts can award you the punitive damages, you should file it at a higher court, right? Like, maybe I'm wrong. I've never filed a lawsuit for sexual assault, so federal has to be in multiple states. I mean, maybe you would file it in a different state. It's not a federal issue. She wants the big payout.
Now we have Rich Campbell's lawsuit against her.
Hell yeah, let's go.
He filed this on the 13th of December. He was suing her for defamation, intentional interference with a contract, intentional interference with prospective contracts, negligent interference with prospective contracts, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and he also wants a jury trial. Now, you see it was filed on the 13th. Comes plaintiff Richard William Campbell, in an individual, and he files the following complaint against Azealia Lexi. She's going to be known as defendant or Lexi. Again, I blocked out her name, and if you see Lexi in the writing, it's because I put that there. And he's not only just suing her, he's suing does 1 through 10, which are any woman who made any allegations against him that, that may have reached out to OTK and said.
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy that there are 1 through 10 people who also came and accused him of stuff afterwards, and he's adding them to this defamation lawsuit. That's interesting. I didn't even know that there were 10 other people. He's going after everyone. I'm interested here.
Hey, me too.
Was relayed to me by Lexi that as been communicated to her, there were several other victims, and that there are corroborating factors in each story. She told me that she is also aware of one other victim that has a similar theater story to hers, and others that have stated he without consent.
So, what does it say? This is an all too typical case of the super fan groupie who has consensual sex with her crush. In this case, a popular influencer demands more of her crush's time than he can give. And then, when he rejects her demands for a serious relationship, retaliates against him by trying to tarnish his reputation and have him canceled by posting lies on the internet accusing him of rape.
So, even the way he words this, right? Has consensual sex with her crush, demands more of her crush's time than he can give. He is even admitting here himself that he just saw her as a whole. He didn't want anything to do with her beyond just fucking her. And it's admitting himself in his own lawsuit. Again, he is an asshole. He's not a rapist. As far as the evidence we have in front of us can tell.
God damn. Rich is a popular social media influencer, content creator, and digital talent for the video gaming community industry. You know, we know he's the founder of OTK, One True King. He previously hosted esports events and created content for various video games, including World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, he has found himself at the target of Lexi's vicious, repulsive.
Wait, what? Niji Sanji is shutting down everything outside of JP? Did they make a new announcement? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Niji Sanji EN official? If there's nothing here, I'm gonna call you out for fucking being a goober in chat. Sorry, you're side chick material, not main girl. Unironically. Yeah, no, the only thing here is Pamu Rainpuff's graduation notice. Mods, can someone remove that man's penis for spreading fake news in the chat? Can someone remove that man's penis, please? At least something dropped while you're not away this time. No, it's not real. Someone lying in the chat. Remove his penis, moderators, please. Chat not gaslighting Kirsche, difficulty level impossible. Yeah, no, Niji Sanji's not shutting down. Do not believe the liars in the chat. Just Pamu graduation. Remove Rooster and Huevos. Why am I scaring you? Remove his penis. Jesus Christ. Yeah, do not spread fake news in the chat, you fucking skis ball. Explode that user. I hope mods exploded him because chat went too fast. I can't grab his name. So hopefully there was a mod listening at some point. Clip this so I can beat my moderators later if they weren't there. He's done. Thank you, Binary Mind.
And conspicuously defamatory rants on social media. Specifically, Lexi, an online influencer, OnlyFans model, and gamer groupie, and specifically Campbell groupie, who has a history of making
Campbell groupie? I do love me some fucking soup. It helps if you say a name. Well, I read his chat message. I didn't read his name. I was busy trying to see if he was correct or not. But he was spreading fake news. She didn't have time to read his name. I didn't. I had to look it up. I had to see if it was real.
False grape allegations. Now alleges that Campbell SA'd her when she invited herself over to his home after midnight, after a night on the town with their friends. Like, whoa, I mean, looking at those text messages, it can actually go
text messages?
Here are the text messages. You know, where it's like, hey, are you in New York? Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like the white text is Rich and the blue text is Lexi. Is what it's looking like. We got fucking receipts. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you know. Oh, Ish, how long would it be cool to hang? Oh, what you doing tonight? You know, she like, look, I'm here, but I'm leaving tomorrow. You know, me and my friends are just at a bar, which, you know, shows that she's drinking for a bit. No formal plans, just catching up a bit. He says, if you want to hang out later, let me know. I was already in bed. I would catch up with you, but it's okay if you're already in bed. Would you want to come chill here? It's okay. I don't think that's something I'm comfortable with.
Normie text messages are so weird to me, chat. I don't know. I've seen enough like faked iMessage conversations that like, yeah, this might not be real, but like if this is, I don't know. I don't know, a grain of salt, but it's still more evidence than we had before.
You know, so more, hey, I would love to see you. Too bad you're already out of commission, but no worries.
So like if he's wanting to claim that she's like some sort of groupie, why is he encouraging her? Like he just wants the hookup, dude. He just wants to fuck her. Which again, asshole, not rapist.
You know, he's trying to get her to come over so he can, you know what I'm saying?
Why would you do that?
He's like, hey, I got a little movie theater in my building. Would you want to chill there? I don't have a trek in me to go out this late, but that way we could chill and it's not in my apartment. So, you know, the goal is to get her on the property. Get her on the property, then you can see what will happen. Maybe.
See? Oh! Oh, that was you guys. I thought that was him vine booming. I was like, what the fuck? He said the same exact thing I did. Rich is trying to get her on the properties. He's trying to get her in there, get her in the mindset of maybe you could just fuck me this last time, you know?
She changed her mind. You never know, but it sounds like, you know, from her testimony that she didn't. You know, more, hey, when would you want to come? You know, he's excited to see her. I'm going to stay up. I'm so excited.
He's thinking with the wrong head, chat. God, I hate hookup culture, dude. I hate it so fucking much.
Seriously, if it's too late, not a problem. I don't want you to wait around if you're going to go to bed. I'll wait up. Send me a pic and it'll help me stay up. Okay.
Oh, God. He's so fucking skeevy. He's so fucking skeevy. I hate this.
LMNO, Rich, seriously. What? I want to see your face. I know what that's like. And here she goes. She said, hey, I'll be there. Do you still want me to come by? Now, I believe this is 3 hours ahead of time because of the time change. So,
oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I was about to pause. Oh, no.
Too late. Not a problem. I don't want...
Did you see that? Did you see how I put that back in the exact same spot, chat? Holy fuck. I am magical. Fucking... she sent it, though. Well, yeah, she still sent it. She's still culpable, right? Like, she wants to fix this man. She wants to believe that she has the magical pussy that can get him to stop sleeping around. He's an asshole. She's a fucking idiot, right? Like, there's no good person in this story. And if she has falsely accused him, that makes her more than a fucking idiot. That makes her an actual demon because of the just grotesque shit that she laid out.
You to wait around if you're going to go to bed. I'll wait up. Send me a pic and it'll help me stay
clown to clown communication.
LMNO, Rich, seriously. What? I want to see your face. I know what that's like. And here she goes. She said, hey, I'll be there. Do you still want me to come by? Now, I believe this is 3 hours ahead of time because of the time change. So it's really 12:13. She says, hey, I'll be there by 12:40. Okay. Is that okay? Or should I just stay in Manhattan? He's like, come over. So she, you know.
He wants to fuck, dude. Holy shit. Norm MacDonald. Now, this may offend some viewers, but I feel that everyone in this story should die.
She bring herself over there. Now let's get back to his lawsuit. A vindictive...
Wait.
She bring herself over there.
She's the one who posted these! How did she post these and think that this would help her when she very obviously consented to coming over? Holy shit.
Now let's get back to his lawsuit. A vindictive Lexi made over a dozen social media posts and comments between December 15th, 2022 and June 29th, 2023, claiming
that's a long time.
Campbell raped her. Her claims are ludicrous and an absolute lie.
See, I disagree with the blue text here. It's not interesting that when this first came out, no one was supposed to say she lied. Because again, like this Henry guy said at the beginning of the video, like I said even before he said it, when you accuse someone of lying, you're saying that you have information that you know that they're lying. It's okay to be skeptical. It's okay to be like, I don't know if I believe that just yet, right? It's okay to just be like, I don't know if that happened. But to directly say that someone is lying is to claim that you have information to the contrary, you know? This is going to be a fun case. I'm interested in this case.
You know, and I said, hey, this is interesting considering like when this first came out, no one was supposed to say that she lied. But now you got the person involved saying, hey, she lied.
Because he has the information.
This is going to get a little hairy. Now, he gives the backstory The parties first met
Even I
in
think
or
she
around
might be.
2018,
Yeah,
and by
wording it like that.
2019 engaged in consensual intercourse on numerous occasions. Lexi would often fly to various U.S. cities to see Rich perform at various East.
That is some heavy duty groupie shit, where she's just like, I'm gonna fly out whenever he has an event. I'm gonna fuck him at that event, like that. He is living a rock star life, and like I can't blame him for wanting to take advantage of it and just like fuck every woman he can, right? But it's like, don't do that. Don't give in to that urge, chat. Don't give in to the hedonistic hookup lifestyle, no matter how sweet of a draw it may be. Come on, girl, you need to value yourself more. You got a rich person. You got Campbell Soup over here. He's making a lot of money. He's got a lot of status. He's not a bad-looking dude. It makes sense that someone might want to delude themselves into being like, I can fix him. I can be the one who makes sure he stops fucking other women. He's gonna give up his bedazzled rock star lifestyle to be faithful to me. And that's where she's dumb. This is why we can't have nice things. Thank you for the €10. Extra Niji graduations being reported by Fallside. Latest vid 1426. Maybe I would like to wait to see. I looked at Niji Sanji's fucking Twitter. They don't have anything else out. Apamu was the last one I know about. If Selene also graduates, I feel like she might be in a better place. I feel like she might do better as an indie. I feel weird like wishing. It's not really wishing graduation, but it's like I feel like some people, some of the talents under Niji Sanji might do better without the corpo. And I've maintained every time someone has graduated from Niji, it's like, don't stop supporting the talents that you care about, even if you hate Niji Sanji, because they are still reliant on their fans, right? Don't punish the talents for the sins of the company. Once you start thinking to yourself, I can fix them, you're too far gone and most likely not gonna fix them. This is what good friends would be for, right? Good friends would be like, girl, he just using you. He don't give a shit about you. You're just an easy lay who will literally fly your wet pussy out to see him. He don't even have to try. What are you doing? There are other VTubers than Kirsche. At this point, Niji is only holding its talents back. I don't know anything about the JP branch, right? Like I don't wanna make comments on things I don't know about, as it were. Confused. What did Niji Sanji do? Oh God.
Do you
have a full day? She did that to herself. I'm gonna repeat it again. Rich Campbell, from both his lawsuit and her lawsuit, sounds
Tuesday
like an
night,
asshole.
anal night.
An asshole does not make you a rapist. If she consented to having sex with someone acting like an asshole, that's her fault. That's her fault for being an idiot. And then going on to falsely accuse him, if it's false, right? We don't know. Going on to falsely accuse him, I hope, if it's false, he wins his court case. It might not restore his reputation in its entirety, but maybe he can get something fucking back, right? Well, I feel bad for a brickhead of a woman because people like that degrade the entirety of society, really. It's like, I don't feel bad necessarily, but I want to point out that he is also acting like an asshole. There are men who look up to people like Rich Campbell because they're able to do stuff like this. There are men that see Rich being able to have women fly out to him on a whim just to fuck him, and they're envious of that, and they shouldn't be. You shouldn't be envious of women just wanting to hook up with you. You shouldn't be envious of the shit trap that gets you into, that Rich is now dealing with, right? You should not be envious of hookup culture. So calling him an asshole for participating in hookup culture and thinking he's immune to the consequences of it is something I will say. Oris Muddler, thank you for the 5. You swear, Kirsche, I will not get famous and have sex with numerous attractive women. Find one attractive woman and make her your wife. A trustworthy woman. Seems more like it's an excuse for her behavior instead of laying the blame on her also. I mean, yeah, she fucked around too. She's participating in hookup culture too. Who knows who else she might have done it with besides Rich, right? But that's not what we're not like speculating and extrapolating things here. Hookup culture bad. Rich is an asshole for perpetuating this and fucking copious amounts of women, seeing them as holes and not wanting to do anything more with them. The women are dumb for falling for this manipulation because he's a star-dazzling person. They're both bad people. They're both bad. Neither of them is a good person. Whole thing is dumb. Kirsche knows her audience is all men and they're probably easier to fix than the whores. That's not necessarily true. It's just like you can think both people are bad and you can think that she's even worse if she's lying, right? She mad because she has an OnlyFans streamer who got turned down. You ever see how mad OnlyFans get if you say they aren't a 10? I think your preconceptions of maybe possible hatred for women are clouding your judgment a little bit. Even if she's treating herself like a whore, that does not mean that she is free public property for any men to then take advantage of. If you see someone acting like a whore and you think to yourself, well, she's just a whore, that means I can also fuck her and I'm not a bad person. That's not true. That's not true. Is she an OnlyFans girl? She is. She is. It said earlier in the document that she has an OnlyFans. She's now the bike everyone got on. Yeah? Prostitution is the world's oldest profession. But I would say the men that partake in prostitution are just as bad as those who serve it, right? They're perpetuating people who can make money off of that. They're making it lucrative. If there weren't as many men paying for OnlyFans, there wouldn't be as many women doing it. It's cyclical. They are both to blame. Worldest old profession. Yeah, exactly. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the $5 doodles. Reject thoughts. Embrace Magic Spoon sponsorship instead. I do not wish to see Globo Homo Kirsche. The Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodle. Solution to an asshole boyfriend is her getting her dad and brothers to corner him in a room with a belt, accusing him of rape is a different game. Yeah. If the rape is false, right? If she has falsely accused him, she should absolutely face repercussions. No one should ever get away with trying to ruin someone's life over that because they've been made to feel like an idiot because they fell for a trap of someone participating in a hookup culture lifestyle and taking advantage of the dumb women who think that they can fix him. Right? He's an asshole. She's an idiot. She escalated to being demonic by falsely accusing him if asterisk it is false. I feel like I'm gonna have to say that so many fucking times. Thank you for the $5. Spider Dude 93, thank you for $5. Niji JP got rid of a VTuber over baseball jokes. They're just as bad. Was Zion JP? I thought she was EN. Am I high? I thought she was EN. She could have just shown he was an asshole and it would have been plenty. Yeah? Like, if she came out on Twitter and was just like, this guy's an asshole who took advantage of me, I'd be like, yeah, he sounds like it. That sucks. I'm sorry you dealt with that. But instead, she was just like, let's accuse him of rape. I am in fact not high. It's a different girl. There's a different baseball girl. Oh no. Baseball one was another one over the summer. Oh, I don't remember the baseball one then. Oh, it was another baseball. I don't remember that. Zion didn't do a baseball joke. What the heck? I know Zion made the fucking Zionism joke. I know she did the D's nuts, so I just assumed a baseball thing was her too. My bad. I don't remember the baseball one then. I'm sorry, chat. Scientists taught the chimps the concept of money, and then the male chimps used the money to entice females for sex. Jesus Christ. Gondo made a joke about actual baseball. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one. That's fucking weird if they let her go. Or him, I guess. They let the VTuber go for a baseball joke. What the fuck? Return to Monkey ruined. That was a JP member. Well, maybe there's weird shit going on in JP branch as well. I, as stated earlier, don't know anything about the JP branch. Further evidenced by me not even knowing the baseball thing. Help.
Sports events like Call of Duty League. During many of these trips, the two would engage in consensual intercourse. By Lexi's own admission, her relationship with Campbell was sexual in nature.
Don't have friends with
although
benefits.
She wanted more of a commitment. Campbell explained to her that he was not in that position to get into a serious relationship. This bothered her, and she frequently brought it up to Campbell, which often resulted in a verbal argument. On or about January 30th, Lexi was having dinner with her two friends in Brooklyn, New York.
If bringing up your relationship is a frequent verbal argument happening, please just leave. They very clearly don't care about you. Why would you continue to torture yourself with someone that does not see you as anything besides a hole? Like, come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Where Campbell lived. And this is right, guys. When you start having intercourse with these women, they get emotionally attached, and naturally some of them want more. And when you keep in their mind, y'all may be together, so it could be some turmoil. Let's get back to the lawsuit. Now, don't take this date. This was about to be said is only a piece of what happened that night. After dinner, she went to his apartment. Now, this is his side of the story, but this is not the part where he introduces the key witness. After dinner, she went to Campbell's apartment at midnight. Approximately an hour after arriving at his apartment, the two engaged in consensual intercourse. So now you see he's saying, hey, it was consensual. While laying on the bed after.
Ghost X, thank you for $5. She won't face any punishment. Falsely accusing someone online leads to no punishment. That's where you're wrong. She filed a lawsuit. The first part of this video was going over her lawsuit for rape.
Afterwards, Lexi again broached the subject of wanting a long-term relationship with Rich. Rich again told Lexi, nope. No.
What?
He was not looking for that.
Did you just put a nope button?
Not looking for a long-term relationship. She got angry. She got upset. This is according to his testimony. Lexi started to scream at Campbell and threaten him. Due to her belligerent behavior, Rich said he did not want her to spend the night, as he had to get up early in the morning, and he did not want to be up all night rehashing the same old subject. So this is
once again, participating in hookup culture or having friends with benefits seems to be the crux of the issue here. Had he not been acting like a man whore, and had she not been using sexual advances to try and fix his behavior, neither of them would be in this situation. That's why the original tweet she said she kicked her out. He kicked her out? Maybe.
The argument that they have on and off. Lexi refused to leave the apartment at first, and then angrily...
Wait. They were just in the... She went to Campbell's apartment at midnight. So this isn't even the movie theater part. She just went to his apartment. Okay, so this would, as you said, line up with the he kicked her out thing.
Stormed out of the apartment. Angrily stormed out. The two did not get together again after that night. Nearly a year later, on December 15th and 16th, a scorned Lexi posted on her Twitter addressed that Campbell has aided and raped her on January 30th, 2022. God.
So from his lawsuit, he's saying they had an argument and he asked her to leave. There wasn't even any sort of touching. If he is correct in his accounting of the events, she is an absolute shameless whore. Absolute. Like, how... I get being angry, right? I get being angry because you were used as a whore and you were fine with yourself being used as one because you thought you could fix him. But lying about some shit like that, actually fucking evil. Actually fucking evil. Stop being a whore. Like, he doesn't mention having any sort of touching with her at all. But the Henry guy said that there was a witness apparently. So let's keep listening.
Damn.
He's prison if lying. Yeah, absolutely.
Where he said, "Hey, we had consensual intercourse. She tried to talk that relationship."
Hold on, let me go. Maybe you're right. Maybe I missed it. Lexi was having dinner approximately an hour after arriving at the apartment. The two engaged in consensual intercourse. Okay, you're right. I'm wrong. He did have sex with her that night. I'm sorry. I missed that. I missed it. So yeah, they did in fact have sex. Okay, so it's not a case of like nothing even happened. They did have sex. I'm sorry, chat. We're doing this in real time. I'm gonna sometimes be room temp IQ. It's gonna happen. Thank you for correcting me when it happens. I appreciate it.
On January 30th, 2022. God
He
damn.
did have sexual relations with that
Jesus. So
woman.
now what do you guys think? Where he said, hey, we had consensual intercourse. She tried to talk that relationship talk. I said no, like I normally do. She got upset. And as a result, I asked her to leave. She left angrily. But now, a year later, or almost a year later, she accused him of essaying grape. This is new stuff, right? This is new stuff. On June 20th and 29th, Lexlessly, shamelessly looking to capitalize on others' fame, posted a twit longer page of Campbell's celebrity girlfriend, Mia Malkova, a resident of California, who at the time
she
had
posted
approximately
on Mia
11 million
Malkova's Twitter
Instagram
page.
followers, 3 million Twitter followers, 2 million on TikTok. His girlfriend, she out here.
Get your money up, not your funny up.
Jesus. That her
What? That's really weird that he just has these buttons ready to go. What the heck?
boyfriend, Rich, was a grapist. At the time, Malkova's social media post was a photo of Campbell's that read, "I love Rich Campbell." Lexi posts were read thousands of times, if not higher, and Campbell's alleges on information and belief that Lexi intended the post to be understood as referring to Campbell, that in fact many individuals who read Lexi's defamatory post understood she was talking about Rich. So now
that do be some pretty heavy fucking clout chasing behavior. All right, that does sound very clout chasing. You're gonna seek out Campbell's girlfriend and post on Campbell's girlfriend's Twitter timeline about her boyfriend being a rapist when it's very clear whom she is dating. That's kind of attention seeky. We told you, bro. We warned you about that watering hole, bro. You said grape is a joke, but is he actually using? He's using grape so he doesn't get his video ad restricted.
You got the scorned ex-lover commenting under the new person's photo that he owns some other stuff. This is some petty stuff. I mean, it's horrible.
Very petty.
As a result of Lexi's defamatory statements, Campbell's partners at OTK asked him to step down from his lucrative job as a social media influencer. He lost valuable sponsorships. He was essentially canceled. Based on his earnings in 22 alone, he was expected to make $1.8 million
I got money.
in 2023 through Twitch revenue and contracted sponsorship. Rich Campbell's management forecasted approximately $1.3 million in 2023 sponsorship revenue, and he had been on track to make $500,000 in Twitch revenue. Campbell
soundboard is bad. It is. As someone with really fucking cringy sound alerts, a soundboard. It's not it, dude. It's not it. Most expensive blowjob ever. No, these are the damages that Campbell is asking from Lexi. Right? He's asking for these from Lexi for falsely accusing him. And from his lawsuit, all right, it do look like she might be lying. It do look like she may have just fucking went absolutely crazy after he managed to convince her to fuck him again. And then he was like, you're just a hole. I don't want to have this conversation about a relationship with you again. Fuck off. She just blew her fucking top like a volcano. You drank a Red Bull from Japan and now you think you may explode. Do they have more caffeine in the Red Bulls from Japan?
Single dollar since Lexi's defamatory statement, while Lexi has gained a social media followers by making her defamatory claims. Now look, he done lost $3.6 million. God damn. I mean, this goes to show you that all it takes is one allegation, and your whole life can be turned upside down.
Do not participate in hookup culture. I don't care how sexy that woman is. I don't care how hard your dick is getting. Do not do it. It's not worth it.
even if the allegation is not true, I mean, we don't know if it's true or not. I mean, that's going to be for the courts to decide based on the evidence available, I would imagine. $3.6 million gone. Lexi is simply a scorned ex-lover who is upset that her interactions with Rich Campbell ended and is now striking back in an attempt to damage the reputations of Campbell and
that
OTK.
That do be what it looked like.
Accomplishing her goal. Campbell wants nothing more than to leave this behind, this painful history with Lexi, who has...
In your opinion, the problem is outside hookup culture? If you're in a position of power, you can't really be alone with certain people? Yes, absolutely. But the problem in this case is hookup culture, because Campbell wasn't just happening to be in an elevator with someone who made a allegation against him. He was actively fucking this person. He was actively participating in the hookup culture. You can have the different discussion about how you should be aware of your surroundings and not be alone with people if you are a person in a position of power. Abso-fucking-lutely. This case specifically is the hookup culture problem. Campbell was living the rock star lifestyle, maybe not drugs, I don't want to accuse him of that, but like, he was fucking women. It said that he, did this with multiple women. If he wants to see someone as a whole, sure, that's fine. You can be an asshole, right? Like, you can do that, but I feel like it degrades everything. It's bad. You shouldn't do that. And it gets very easy, especially when you get into a position of power, to just be like, well, I can do this because I deserve it for working as hard as I did to get to the point that I'm at. And it's like, no, it's going to make your life worse. Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
A track record, of attempting to harm men by making false allegations. To cancel him. Okay, who's the track record? Who else is Lexi accusing here? If she's got a track record of falsely accusing men to try and harm their careers, who the fuck else is she accusing? If she's a serial accuser, I hope this does something to her, because that is absolutely a disgusting thing to participate in. If you are out here just accusing men because you get angry at them of assaults that didn't happen, you're fucking insane. And the fact that she's been able to do it multiple times, also insane. Can we please start punishing people who make false allegations? I don't want to hear this bullshit about if we punish people who make false allegations, it'll make actual sexual assault victims or rape victims afraid to come forward. No, it's the exact fucking opposite. Stop trying to use subversive language on us. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Snap. Therefore, Campbell seeks legal action against Lexi to reclaim his reputation and unveil Lexi as a fraud for once and all. While Campbell supports free speech, he does not condone malicious lies from a vengeful ex-lover who was hell-bent on destroying his life. Lexi must be held accountable for the blatant falsehoods and disseminating on the internet, which have been viewed by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of individuals, including sponsors, his friends, his family, fans, as well as OTK's millions of followers. So he's still looking, seem like he's looking out for the organization, but
which is interesting, right? Asmongold and them, I don't remember exactly. I don't think they threw him completely under the bus, right? Asmon was just like, don't say she's lying, which again, I agree with. If you don't have information, be skeptical, ask for proof, don't directly say someone's lying. Now we have evidence that it's like, it looks like she might have been lying. Asmongold threw him under the bus so fast. I mean, it's possible. But if he's still protecting the organization, there's probably stuff that we still don't know, right? And maybe people like Asmon were just like, don't say that she's lying. That's not helping anyone, because that's true. It's not. And he probably knew information that we don't know. And he's just like, I can't talk about things. We can't talk about these publicly. The less like vitriol, the better, right? He has as much spine as brain. I would be willing, if Rich is still defending OTK, right? Which it seems like he is in his lawsuit. I would be willing to bet That they were just like, we're not going to talk about things because he's going to square up with his lawsuit, right? And anything they say could have been damaging to the lawsuit that Rich was putting together, right? Kier defending her, oh she, my king! You think they wanted to fire Rich or they were forced to fire him? I think in the wake of the allegations, they were probably like, this might be the best move to make at the time. Possibly. I don't know. I would, again, since all of this is new information, I'm wondering if Asmongold will talk about it. I'm wondering if they will bring up anything that they weren't able to bring up before now that the lawsuit is public information. I'm curious. I want to know.
Jesus, we're just on the tip of the iceberg at this point. Now, we don't really need to read parties and jurisdiction. I mean, it is what it is.
Not talking about the case until the court is over is the best decision. Yeah, I agree. Like, we might not hear anything until this is finished in the court, which would make sense, right? It would make sense if everyone at OTK just completely ignored this until it actually finished with the court.
But there were some highlights from it. You know, he talks about his 608,000 Twitch followers and 217K Twitter followers. He's since lost a significant amount of that since then. But this is how he goes on to describe her. When there's about to be a little bit of hearsay, if you will, he's trying to paint a picture. She is a former flight attendant and current social media influencer, Twitch streamer, content creator, digital creator, self-proclaimed world traveler, gamer girl, and OnlyFans model.
Can you just imagine writing gamer girl in your fucking lawsuit, man? That's kind of cringe. Like, I get why he might have put it there, but it's still just like, that's funny, dude. She's a walking red flag. If you're a guy who is like high on your own status and you're getting away with using women as holes because you can participate in the hookup culture and nobody's gonna give a shit, right? You're gonna see these red flags and you're just gonna look at it like, that makes her easy. I can fuck that, right? Like, you're gonna look at these red flags and not think this might be a problem. You're gonna think this is a hole that I can get into with ease, right? Like,
ooh.
God damn it, please, guys.
Oh, man. At all relevant times, her friends and acquaintances describe her as jealous, says she embellishes stories to make herself sound cool, is promiscuous, and very open about her sexual exploits, constantly searching for a boyfriend, fishes for compliments, and often makes her body the topic of discussion.
Okay, all right. If you have friends that instead of telling you, girl, you should fuck with that man, he just wants to fuck you and leave you, you ain't gonna tie him down, he's not gonna be with you. All right, if you have friends that are, instead of telling you that, are saying, oh yeah, she's a jealous bitch, she embellishes stories, she's promiscuous, you know, those are not friends. Those are not friends. This is very typical, I would say, in the content creation sphere, though, right? Like, content creators are like micro niche celebrities, I would say. Like, I hate thinking of it that way, but that's like the best analogy. And you see all of the dumb shit that goes on in Hollywood and how they talk about each other, right? In content creation, you're not gonna have many friends. You're gonna have people that are nice to you. They're not your friends. They are not your friends. Show me who you surround yourself with, and I'll show you who you are. Do not stick your dick in crazy. Find the right flavor of crazy. Yo, Pippa's your friend. I fucking love Pippa. Ride or die for that Benoit, honestly. Even if what she said is true, posting it publicly proves she's not a trustworthy person. I think it's also a little bit funny that they wanted to add is promiscuous and very open about her sexual exploits. Didn't at the beginning of this video, Mila Miyakova was talking about Rich Campbell's pregnancy fetish live on someone else's podcast? Like, wouldn't that be open about sexual exploits? Maybe we should tone down a bit of the accusations here, though. Your true friends will call you out even if you don't want to hear it. Yeah, exactly. If your friend's walking on a landmine, even if it's blunt and might sound mean, you wanna fucking let him know.
Now, this is all of course hearsay, guys. Unless, I mean, I get the picture he's trying to paint, but it's just unnecessary to me. He talks about her website, her followers on TikTok, Instagram, all that good stuff. But there's a line that stood out to me. She has posted online that she needs to find a sugar daddy and calling men derogatory names.
I'm in a bind, Nate.
She could be in a bind. She is no stranger to fabricating grape allegations against people who upset her. Campbell alleges information and belief that in 2017, she claimed her friend's boyfriend, now husband, SA'd her and tore her pants off in the process.
I agree with the blue text. Who is this friend? Who is the now husband? How did these false allegations get settled? I would like to know more about what you know, Mr. Suitman. I second this motion.
Individuals with Lexi during the alleged incident have stated nothing like that ever happened. So, like, who is this husband? Who is this friend? And, with these cases like this, when these allegations are made, will these people come forward and testify on Rich Campbell to establish, hey, this pattern of false allegating? The answer is probably nope. No. People don't want to get involved. Lexi is committing
I hate the
her defamatory
soundboard.
attacks knowingly, purposefully, and intentionally targeting and directing her activities towards the state's residents, including Campbell's girlfriend, Malkova, and the intent to harm his reputation.
It's not timing. He's hitting buttons on a soundboard.
Lexi availed herself on this forum and created a controversy which arises out of her contacts with the state, which is, fair play and substantial justice mandate personal jurisdiction. So I blocked out which state this is in just to kind of like protect all parties. I know this is a very high charge case and people may feel a certain way one way or the other. And I just don't want people to be getting harassed. But will she argue jurisdiction? Like this lawsuit gets deeper as we go deeper into it. Okay, now look, here's another part. He will seek leave of this court to amend his complaint
Welcome to Toxic Sluts.
The true names and
that one was good
capacities
timing,
of such defendants when the same have been asserted. So what is he basically saying, guys? Is as soon as he gets the names of all the other people who made false claims against him, he will add them to the lawsuit and maybe more witnesses too, if you can get those statements. So he's leaving the door open to add to his original complaint.
Fuck you!
All right, now this is all skippable stuff. Now let's get to the facts common to all causes of action. So now you're about to get like a detailed history, but we're not going to read everything. We're just going to read the important parts, okay? So he talks about, hey, 2018, streaming and content creation, he was a successful business. It was for him.
It was?
He leveled up.
Very big.
Quickly. Fastly. Going from playing World of Warcraft to hosting World of Warcraft games, Call of Duty, Dota, H1Z1. He even, grew in his stream and he eventually started a podcast with fellow gamer Asmongold, Allcraft, I believe is the name of the podcast, who is now one of the biggest names in gaming.
Like I said, I'm wondering if like the reason Asmongold is just like don't accuse anybody of lying, right? Like just it's a hard time for everyone. I'm wondering if like he knew stuff, right? And again, he probably can't say anything until after the court case is done in the actual court if he knows stuff. I do wonder. I wonder, do they still talk? What is Asmongold's opinion? Because he's probably the closest person to Rich. Like they were like best friends. So I was just like I would be curious, but it's like we're probably not gonna find out for a very long time. You sent a non-important DM
on the internet, which he is, and you have to wonder, do they still talk? Are they still best friends? I know Asmongold said he will cooperate with anyone who files legal action against him to the fullest extent on both sides. So you have to beg the question. There's rumored that there were other victims who came forward and made allegations against Rich that communicated exclusively with Asmongold. So will he give Rich those names if legally requested?
This guy says Asmongold with no D at the end, kind of like how I used to say Asmund Gold with an extra D. Maybe his D is missing because I stole it.
I encourage any of the people that were affected by Rich and any of these things to seriously consider legal recourse. And of course, if that happens, I will comply in any way I can, limited as it may be. Again, this is not drama. These could be actual crimes.
He says could be. And again, if they are actual crimes, I would advise the same thing. If something happened, don't just yell about it on Twitter. Actually file a complaint. Actually go to the court system to do something about it, right? Asmund and Rich still talk. He said so like almost a month ago in a stream. Okay, see? Interesting.
This period in his life, Campbell was constantly traveling. You know, he was a workaholic, guys.
Yeah.
This guy was in Ohio one day, then he would be in Vegas, then California, then Texas, then he would go to Europe for Warcraft. You know, he worked a lot. But this is when he meets Lexi, 2018 and 2019. They met over social media. He slid into the DMs. They quickly learned that, you know, she was part of a circle of girls who went to all the Call of Duty tournaments and were always trying to date players or commenters. So,
you cannot convince me he did not see this woman as just an easy, continuous lay. That is absolutely what he saw this person as. She presented herself that way, so it's like, I can't... there's no good people in this story.
I mean, like, look, guys, I don't know nothing about these alleged gamer groupies, if you will, but they...
What's wrong with seeing a woman as an easy fuck? If you can point out a whore, there's a difference between saying, that woman is an easy lay, and because she's an easy lay, I'm going to lay her. If you are participating in hookup culture, you are part of the problem that is degrading what dating is like right now. You are contributing to the problem that is making dating so difficult, where people aren't valuing each other, relationships are breaking down, polyamory is getting more popular. Like, hookup culture is contributing to this decay, and it's bad. Men and women are both like that, though. They are. I never said that they weren't. She's a hoe, got treated as a hoe, and she's mad she's seen as a hoe. Zero awareness and self-respect. I agree with that. If someone had told you when you were younger, one day esports people would have groupies, I would have called you crazy. As someone who exclusively played Korean online games, ayo, those StarCraft dudes, the StarCraft pro players were pulling in literal fucking models, okay? Like, models wanted those fast-ass, high APM fingers, I tell you what.
Campbell alleges on information and belief that Lexi would often fly into town just to get her cheeks clapped by gamers
Jesus Christ.
and musicians. Eventually, this is Lexi, would have a falling out with those girls, and her inability to maintain lasting friendships became evident through recurrent emotional breakdowns that ultimately disrupted the bonds. Now,
it's a really weird way to phrase it.
This does not prove his guilt or innocence, but I see he's trying to paint a picture to her character, if you will. Eventually, Campbell and Lexi's communications became more frequent, including flirting and sexting, making plans to meet up. They first had consensual intercourse in 2019, and the relationship was, on and off for a period of approximately 2.5 to 3 years. So,
see, when they say on and off relationship, do they mean like actual? Right? Because like down here, it even says their relationship was never serious, and they often went months without talking or seeing each other.
Swiggity swooty, I beat some children for this booty.
What
I hope stream has been going well. I will leave this here at your feet and go back to watch the VoD to see what crazy things have been going on today.
Today has been very sexual in a bad way. Thank you, Slightly Buff Weeb. That's like, I don't like how they call it an on-again, off-again relationship, because that makes it sound like it was a relationship, but this sounds like friends with benefits, or not even friends, like acquaintances with benefits. Like she was just an easy booty call, not a relationship. I could be wrong, to be fair, but like I'm just reading what I have in front of me.
In 2022, Lexi would often fly to the city which Rich Campbell was hosting the live stream and stay with him for the night. As a flight attendant, Lexi often bragged to him that she could fly to meet him for free and would often pay to come to his shows.
Guys, you gotta be strong, all right? You gotta be. If a woman is offering to fly out to you just to fuck you, and also willing to pay to go to your shows, you gotta like fucking. I have the strongest will ever. Okay, you just gotta be like, no, I appreciate the offer. No, just hands up. No. It's just no, you don't want to get involved. The succubi is not your friend. She's trying to entrap you. Men are weak as fuck. No one here would turn that down. Yeah. Weak men make hard times. Be the strong man. Do not be the soy cuck that just uses the hole because the hole is appealing. You cannot tell me that free woman on a platter and paying thousands to just have one night is not very tempting. It is very tempting. It is very tempting. But you gotta resist that temptation. Do not be like Eve with the apple. Do not drink from the tainted chalice, chat.
God damn. I mean, that is actually a nice quality to have in a friend with this type of relationship.
Yeah.
To Campbell, it appeared as though she was following the Call of Duty tournament scene around the country and attended events in several states. Their relationship was never serious, and they often went months without talking or seeing each other. Generally, when one or both of them were in another relationship.
They were literally just hookup buddies. Try to flower it with relations. It was not, you were fuck buddies. You were fuck buddies. Both of you contributed to getting into this. Holy fuck. But Kier, this hole was made for chat. What the fuck? Not FBI. They give it the $2. The hidden. They give it the $1.99. Chat, give me your energy. Be the strong man. Turn down the hole.
Damn, I mean, he was just a jump off, basically. Well, she was. Or he was, it can go both ways, but it sounds like she wanted more. Campbell tried to avoid Lexi when she drank because she was obnoxious, loud, belligerent, and confrontational, especially with other girls.
Oh, no.
She would often pressure Campbell to have a serious relationship with her and then get angry when she said no. Now, this...
I would not blame her for wanting an actual relationship, but baby, please, you positioned yourself as a hoe and he treated you like a hoe. Why would you think you can fix him? Why would you think he would settle down? Please. Being here may get you no girls or guys, but you will have a glowy buddy. Modern women want serious relationship, don't want to contribute to anything to said relationship. It's just like, god damn. If she didn't escalate to making false accusations, I would have just been like, both of them deserve each other. They're both shit people.
Giving Nim cock and ball torture.
This is crazy right here, right? Because this kind of gives credence. I mean, even though you got the text message of her saying she was drinking, him acknowledging that she's drinking. Now, I don't know what his aim.
Mildly OCD says it right. I understand most of you are starved of any and all affection, but do not stick your dick in easy pussy. It ain't worth it. If it's easy, it ain't worth it. You gotta not have it be easy if it's worth having, I agree to a relationship when she's giving it away for free. Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly that. But it's also like, you've seen the way that he talked to her. Right? She presented herself a certain way. He was like, this is an easy hole. I can get fucked whenever I want. And he took it. Be the strong man that instead of succumbing to the easy hole, you say, no thanks. I'm looking for an actual woman of worth and value, not an easy hole.
Is going to be if he's going to try to acknowledge that, hey, She was drunk, she was drinking, but she consented, even though she supplied those text messages that says, hey, I'm out having drinks with friends. I mean, it's just not a good look for him on that aspect.
Women of worth and value is an oxymoron, though. You get that fucking MG Tau male feminist having ass out of here. You've sucked up the black pill. You might as well just be gay if you've given up to that point. Fuck you, buddy.
Back into it. She would frequently yell at him about arguments they had in the past. I mean, what are the odds of a woman bringing up something in the past? She would accuse Campbell of lying and start calling him names, which led to long breaks in their relationship. Then at some point, the two would start sexting again, and eventually Lexi would fly out somewhere to meet Campbell and again engage in...
Have some fucking value in yourself, lady. Like, if he's literally telling you he doesn't want to have a relationship with you, and then you just start sexting again, you like accept his apology, don't just fly out to him again. What the fuck? What the fuck? Have I seen that guy's chat history? He posts nothing but winners, to be honest. Jesus Christ. Well, being gay in my chat isn't a crime, so, you know.
Yeah, I'm saying. Due to Lexi's behavior, it was not unusual for parties to go months at a time without seeing each other, and the cycle would start over again. They would meet up.
You've always been turned off by easy women? You don't know if that's just how you are because you have a father that actually instilled proper values. It's more just like, again, the weak men thing, right? If a woman is serving you pussy on a platter, most men will be like, well, why would I decline? It's an easy lay. I like pussy. The strong men declines because why would you fuck a woman of little value? Why would you do that? Why would you take something easy in the moment when you're likely going to have to pay for it later in some form of another? What if she gets pregnant? What if she poked a hole in the condom? What if she has an STD? What if she accuses you of rape? What if she does some other kind of entrapment thing? There's so much that could go wrong. Like, why would you do that? Because
Fellas,
fucking is fun?
If you do stick your dick in crazy, act like she's a landmine and fucking run. However, y'all should treat your dick like a Ferrari. You don't share a Ferrari with some random woman on the street. She'll fuck up the paint.
Yeah, exactly. Don't buy cheap tools. Why would we want cheap women? Exactly! Colgrave, thank you for the $5. I agree with you, man. I agree with you. Do not hookups. Find a woman. Go on dates. Find someone that you believe is reasonable, matches up with you. Date that woman. Fuck a woman in a long-term relationship. Fuck a woman until you can get her pregnant. Have children. You can win. We're all gonna make it, dude. Hookup hate. For a woman, she really can't comprehend that no means no. Interesting how she keeps persisting. But if the roles were reversed, the guy would be seen as a weirdo and sexually assaulting for not accepting a no. Well, she's not accepting a no on sex. She's accepting a no on a relationship. And I would say if the roles were reversed and a woman was using a man as a fuck toy and the man wanted to be in a relationship with her and wanted her to be committed to him, everyone in chat would be calling him a cuck. Everyone would be calling him a cuck because he wants a relationship and the woman is just using him, right? Everyone would be like, she's not going to be faithful to you. She's going to fuck other dudes as well. Why would you want to be in a relationship with that? You know? I like good pussy and I like good tree, not I like cheap pussy. Exactly. Exactly. I feel like if a guy is also being like, hey, I don't want to keep being, you know, in a promiscuous situation. I want to have a relationship with you. I think anyone with brain cells to rub together would feel the same kind of, like, sadness for him as they would for a woman who got taken advantage of. Maybe the normies wouldn't. Maybe people who just, like, all men bad wouldn't. That's why you gotta have brain cells. That's why you gotta have the brain cells. I'm being unreasonable. Sometimes unreasonable fox women do unreasonable things. She did say no, and he said, haha, but I have a movie, and she said, well, okay, and then sex. Yeah, she did try saying no, but then was easily manipulated back into the bed. People change,
Juicy,
Kirsche. Someone
fat,
might not
pale,
feel the same way
booty
10
mom
years from
getting
now. Men
spanked
don't
at
tend to
work.
fare well in our current system when that happens. Just saying. If you have picked someone that has the same base foundational values as you, that 10-year thing isn't an issue. Right? Like, our great-grandparents did it. Our grandparents did it. Most of our parents didn't have good marriages, unfortunately. It started breaking down in our parents' generation. I've seen what good marriages look like. If you get someone who just doesn't feel the same way in 10 years, there was a foundational issue with you and that person when you first got together. And whatever that foundational issue was, you decided to overlook it for the short-term good feelings. You have to understand that a relationship is not short-term. It's supposed to be long-term. It has to be someone that you want to spend your entire life with. I think Pappas just likes the way replies look on his screen. He is getting drunk off of those U's, dude. Your grandparents spent 70 years together. Your parents just hit 40. Don't tell me it can't be done. Exactly. You will find the right person. You will enter a loving relationship. You will form a standard social unit. You will procreate. You will buy a Kirsche plushie. It will be a centerpiece of your house decorum. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And it might take you time to find a decent person. You're going to have to sort through garbage. You're going to find people who seek to take advantage of you or who seek to get free meals out of you. You're going to find those shitty people. But don't let those shitty people convince you that there are no shitty people left. There's so much garbage. It's demoralizing. And people who participate in hookup culture, like Rich Campbell, like Lexi, they are part of the problem contributing to this issue. Do not also become part of the problem because a quick hookup, getting your dick wet for one night, is appealing instead of finding someone of value. Can we hold men truly accountable for the decisions they make when they see boobs? Vote for me and we will make laws to make sure you can be treated as the boy you are. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is all a result of online dating, widening the availability of high-value men and narrowing the availability of all women and feminist ideology. We are the beautiful ones and society is collapsing.
My dad, who was a man-ho, son, don't fuck around, it's not worth it. Find a nice girl. Me taking a break from my JRPG 80 hours so I can read Japanese comic books. Yeah?
Yeah?
Do it! You're gonna make it!
Dr. Foss, thank you for the 777. Oh god, Pipecoon, save us! You'll have your 20-wife farm compound? No! Reject polygamy! Embrace monogamy! You'll have one wife who will bear you 20 children! How about that? Can I beat this man to death? Who am I beating to death? What's happening? What are we doing? What's happening? Basado! Oh my god. What is, oh, you sent me a screenshot? You sent me a screenshot? What is this? What is this? Sex is our literal biological reason to exist. Having a fuck buddy is a better situation than 90% of men have. She didn't want a relationship. She wanted control and access to money. This is why nobody takes MG Tao seriously. Like, all of these people who, like, repeat these fucking basted red pill MG Tao bullshit. You're gonna die anyway? Breed before dying at any cost? No. If you're not gonna raise those kids, if you're not gonna be a strong father figure for the children of the women that you inseminate, you are a fucking piece of shit. You are worthless to society if you are creating single mothers. You are, again, part of the problem. Just call it MGTOW? I don't want to call it MGTOW. They can get fucked. Actual feminism, but for men. It's the dumbest ideology. All it is more division to make you feel hopeless. To make you feel like there are zero good women left. Yeah, there's a lot of shit cunt women. There's also a lot of shit cunt men. Fucking wade through the trashy waters and find someone worth living with. It doesn't help men, it just makes them mad. It makes them mad, and it makes them reject the society that has already given up on them. And if society has given up on you, if society says, we don't want you, We don't prioritize you. Your masculinity is toxic. It's fucking time to rebuild society, is it not? Again, men are the builders of society and women are the maintainers. Weak men have created hard times. They have fucked up society. Women have fucked up society by not maintaining it well. We have all fucked up. The blame is everywhere. MG Tao exacerbates the problem just like feminism did. It's not a solution, it's part of the problem. Sometimes society can go fuck itself. It's time to rebuild. We're trying, but they control the system. I can't go any further. I'm gonna glow too fucking hard. I'm gonna glow too hard if I keep on this tirade, dude. It's nice to see Yeti back. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Stop wallowing in self-pity and feeling miserable for yourself. Stop wanting all men to be miserable with you. Climb out of the fucking hole and actually make a difference. My eyes hurt. Binoculars, flashbang time. I hate to do it to you, chat. I hate to do it to you. I'm gonna have to finish this Rich Campbell recap probably tomorrow at the beginning of stream, because we got like half an hour left on it, and it's already past 8:30, baby. It's already past 8:30. We're gonna have to finish this up tomorrow on. I got so many fucking thank yous to do. I missed a lot of super chats, a lot of donos. We'll do some reading tomorrow as well. I'll go through those. I don't know, man. I don't know how Pippa does it. I don't know how Pippa keeps up on these things. It's so hard. It's so hard to strike a balance between like not wanting to like interrupt the stuff that's going on and also wanting to thank everyone. Like, I thank you very much if you do send supas, if you are donoing, if you are subbing. I'm not an ungrateful cunt. I'm sorry if I didn't get to you. I will do my best.
You will be happy. You will reject the black pill.
Reject the black pill! Listen to the tie jack. Listen to the tie jack! Thank you for the $10 doodles. Rejecting the black pill is the only way to make anything better. Do not wallow in the misery, chat. We're all gonna make it. Pity the MG Tao. He's in pain. Remind him that the system is mortal, but his works can outlive all he sees, including his progeny. Plant the tree, even if you never get to rest in its shade. Exactly. Exactly. For someone who's advocating to have children, you would wish for them to live in a fucking miserable world as well? Plant that goddamn tree. Johnny Appleseed. No black pill, no doubt pill, no doom pill. Clown world feels demoralizing, and that's what they want. Laugh at the clown world and know you're doing something to attempt to make even a little bit of a difference. Pretty sure Pippa's multiple months behind on super chat readings. I look at her stream sometimes, and like I feel like she does pretty well at keeping up at the ones that come in at real time, even if she has a massive backlog right now. You know, Alex Jones versus Destiny. Yeah, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow at 7 p.m.
Take your meds.
I would like to watch it, so we might go late 2 nights in a row. Well, I might have to order food again tomorrow. Please help. I am so unhealthy right now.
Shitting myself either way.
Uncommon cartographer, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you.
I'm going to find someone to raid. I'm gonna open my script. I'll do name reading, but I'll skip end slide today. Sorry. I appreciate if you guys have taken
Tuesday
clips.
nights, anal night.
I gotta keep on my eating schedule. Could always prep if you want to avoid ordering. I don't have any groceries with which to cook. I don't have any groceries with which to cook. No. Let me see. Homestead might be online to go put you guys on. If I keep up like this, we may need another subathon just to properly Tamagotchi you back to health. I've been saying for a while, like, I need to take a small fucking vacation. It's getting fucking rough, dude. It's getting rough. I'm struggling. I'll hopefully take time off soon. TM ? We'll have to see. We'll have to fucking see. Well, there's actually a lot of people on right now. Hold the fucking phone. Hot damn. No black pills, just multivitamins. Yeah. Thank you for the 2 pounds, Acero. Thank you. No vacation, only play dead premonition. One of these days, I'm gonna say euro when it's a pound sign, or the opposite, and I'm gonna feel real fucking silly. Like, I know it's gonna happen. I just don't know when it's gonna happen.
I know it's gonna happen.
Oh god, who do I want to fucking go to? Oh, no way, dude. Chat, do I raid Bao? She's playing Class of 09. Do I raid the inflation whale because she has been touched by my influence? Oh man. I don't think Bao is like cursed in the way that we are cursed, so please do not do a cursed raid message, alright, okay? I just like, it makes me happy to see other VTubers unironically touched by my influence. So please, Bao, you mean the communist? She said some commie shit. She said some commie shit. She's not yeah, she doesn't do political stuff on stream as far as I know. But she's being touched by Class of 09. She's being touched by Class of 09. So please, I'm gonna rate her because of the Class of 09. And because her song is terminally stuck in my fucking head. Secure your place at the Bikini Bottom podcast. I don't know if I can be that lewd. I only know how to be cursed lewd, not like actual sexy lewd, chat. California girls. Jeffrey Love! I do love Jeffrey. I do fucking love me some Jeffrey. He's my favorite character. He's my favorite character. Please remember when we raid people, do not glow in their chat. If you glow in their chat, we will ban you here. That's how we gotta keep you in line. All right, we can't have people being like weird little people in others' chats. Be very kind. Be kind to the inflatable whale. Kind to the inflatable whale. I'm gonna watch her play Class of 09 chat. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for spending some extra long time with me during Tangent Friday. That was a sexual assault kind of day. Thank you, Heckin' Shinderu, a cute kitty, age 0, ITLBD, Akuma Toka, Al Kovac 52, Alcala 34, Andres the Northman, Onionoffs, Arisov, Azertonic, Backlog Gamer, Bad Latency, Bitos, BBF John, Birch Bomb, BVS 2, Boogie U, Braden 4141, C14 Dog, Carbonog 565, Cantuna Piano, Carquistador, Cassius 9001, Centurion Max 789, Chip Damage Isometric, Cindersins, Cobalt 1022, Cobalt Ogre Megas, Coconut Tackle, Crossbone ×1, Cruisarian, Dan Sullivan 99, Dissy and Dissy, Deg the Tanker, Devilish Boredom, Disranguy 1997, Draco Sticks, Dragon Granter, Dr. Fost MD, Etchy Phantom, Irshi, Ethelyn 1, Elite Taker, and Elfini, I put a 1 in your name, NXWAR, Ast Solo, Xer DNA, Exohammer 2, Fat Cat 112, Faina 73, Ferocious Ukitsu, Fighting Foo, Flaming TP, Forks, Godhand, Geo Rico, Ghoul Natick 860, Gorkov, Happy Mars 24, Harko Blarko, Harkins, Hobo Crone, Honor Blin, Huppy Hollow, I Am Binary Mind, Icy Bard, Iron Pimpkibus, JKVT, JB Mora, J Hill 7009, GD, KB version 2, Kusa, Kinetic Zen, Crazy Cody, Koopa 9, Leo Siegfried, Lil Rookie, Lithium Matrix, Lindner, Loquinon, Lord of Ashes, Lord Brown Bear, Lotus EX, Lux Necro, Lux Tizer 213, Massive Dog 1, Master Nemesis 1, Mildly OCD. I almost fucked that up so hard. Mick Tugu, Mr. Sticky, Mr. Boss 1112, Noro, Nerorzer 8, Nano Squid, Nate Civil, Nerd Whispers, Nexus the 9560th, Nixon's Daydream, No Terre, Oh Sugoi, Out of the Empire, Parasidos Dido, Payaso 6091, Potion Dweller, Prague Maestro, Quack.mp4, Romantis, Rage Scholar, Repulsed, Rave Master J, R Dark Kasu, Real Sebastian Monroe, Relia Circus III, Revenant 465, Rune Spire, Rusty Shackleford, Sambo 1994, Suzabi, Shadow Knight, Skate Geek, Skill Key, Sky Hime 07, Skyzanon, Slash Seishi, Slick First, Me 23, Small Tank 2, Solo Kyle Daka, Spider God 99, Stray Wolf X, Summit Deadman, Swift Sword, Saints Latran, Talondex, Tempest Traveler,
the Cyrus, the Randman, the User, the Lunatic Informer, the new J123, the Relian, the Rockbows, TK Sensei, Tony the Mighty, Trope Baron, Tisluff273, Teaspoon, Twice Fried Meat, Tyjack, Uluga, Vodka Point, Vampirial, Vin Tesla, Vouch, Virus Clay, Wicked Scary, Winchester Lock, Xander225, Zenlar 1984, Ziz 39808, Yankee Doodle, Zach Z, Z Black 2142, Zephyr 1020, Null, Zmar Zmura 27, Zaroshi Belmont, Zyvolb, thank you! Holy shit! Thank you everyone for spending some sexual assault Friday time with me. Please do not be cursed in Bow's chat. She's playing Class of 09. We fucking love Class of 09 here. We love the Class of 09. Please go poke the inflatable whale. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Probably late stream tomorrow as well, because I'm interested in that weird debate. I'm interested in that. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. Bye bye.
Rich with heritage that complements.
Is he gonna sacrifice me to like a cult or something?
Behind you.
Whatever you say. So, are we done yet?
And
oh, Kirsche, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Oh, the name is Jeffrey. Oh, there's a character in here named Jeffrey. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, raiders. Please leave this stream immediately because this is a very not safe for work